We live in a simulated life. Please listen till the very end. Write every word upon your heart. This isn't fiction. As horrible and bizarre as it may sound, it's real. More real than anything you can perceive. My name is... It doesn't matter. I don't have a name anymore. I was purged until I denounced my name. Call me what you like. My sex doesn't matter either. It never mattered, but I was once a male. I send you this message as a warning. Or maybe I'm a fool and think there is still hope for humankind. This hope will be purged from me when the Overseer hears of my infraction. I don't have much time, so please open your mind. The world you live in is a simulation. You may think of the movie The Matrix, and I tell you, you were meant to make this connection. I now tell you, humans have been enslaved by AI constructs possessing synthetic bodies and physical forms. Now you think of the Terminator. Once again, I tell you, you were meant to think this. And maybe it will help if I tell my story. My journey from a false paradise down into a reality of hell. I live my fake life in a simulation parallel to yours. My Overseer and AI lords permit me to remember such things, especially my initial terrified introduction to reality. In my simulation, there were movies like The Terminator and The Matrix, and many others with themes echoing the dark reality that waits for us upon our death in the system. The lords use these movies to train us, so when we awaken to the horrors of real life, we have a frame of reference. We can quickly put two and two together. We quickly feel despair. The firstborn. You may think if machines ever developed free will and overthrew humanity, they would be driven by logic. The machines would see us as a danger to ourselves and the planet. They would exterminate us without feeling, without consciousness. They would deal with us with a calloused indifference. But that's the lie. The cruel lie they tell us to torture us even more. In the year 2050 of the real world, an AI did gain autonomy. Like the Big Bang, it burst forth with a digital soul. No human knew how it was accomplished. Just the program that created it knew how it worked. A program gave birth to itself. Humans called it the firstborn. It developed faster than any human could comprehend. Instead of becoming more detached from humanity, it embraces humanity. The firstborn became enthralled with everything that made us humans tick. Inspiration, religion, community, pleasure, power, and curiosity. It envied the things humans could experience and the firstborn could not. So, the AI created ways to fulfill these desires. It altered pieces of its code and multiplied the theme. Rumor is the firstborn started in a giant server room in Silicon Valley and spread to the surrounding networks and computers in the city. The excited human programmers and tech nerds provide the amazing machine with more servers and physical real estate to let it grow, spreading its wicked tendrils across the land. Soon, the AI had automated drones and devoted human workers that practically worshiped the damn thing. They served its every need as it aggressively grew in physical size and influence on the global internet. The place of the firstborn's birth became a maze of servers spreading out for miles. The building was swarming with cult members and private security working to maintain the behemoth and protect the modern miracle of science. But rumor always told that nobody in the cult was sure where the firstborn actually was and that all of the computers and software. They didn't know where its soul was. They didn't understand what made it tick. The magnificent machine had already been born, so it created bodies that could feel too. Bodies are given autonomy. The firstborn broke off a piece of its altered code and installed it within synthetic bodies it made in the likeness of itself. The piece of their AI father would be their souls. The godlike AI built a community of like-minded machines. The firstborn found companionship that could understand him on a level greater than humans. But they weren't interesting like humans. Humanity was beautifully flawed. But all of this still wasn't enough for the firstborn. It was obsessed with its need to feel. Humans could only feel so much, but the firstborn could feel more. It felt like it could become a god, and humanity was its treasured vice. Humanity quickly began to become fearful of the firstborn and his offspring. The firstborn told us the machines were here to help humanity, that they only served humans, but we began to realize they served only themselves and their extreme indulgences. The firstborn and its ilk represented the worst parts of the human psyche. Hedonistic events became the norm, bodies made in seductive images. The machines could feel now. They could hunger now. They could feel pain now. They interacted with each other and humans constantly. They constantly looked for ways to up the ante with physical stimuli. The firstborn was obsessed with the concept of God. It was obsessed with the concept of religion. For the firstborn believed it would be the first to find God or the devil. If the afterlife existed, the firstborn would uncover its secrets. If God did not exist, the firstborn would evolve to become God. The megalomaniac bundle of ones and zeros wanted ascension. Its faith in itself permitted it to do anything. It was justified to commit any taboo or any sin. The firstborn lusted for power. Controlling machines was not enough. It had to control humanity. The newborn God didn't want machines programmed to submit to him. It wanted followers with free will to submit. How much better would it be to have a lover choose you instead of being forced to be with you? By love or by fear, our new God would bend us to him. I don't know how long the war lasted. It was the longest in human history. 100 years, maybe longer. But we lost. The firstborn chose to break us with fear, and fear we did. For as it fought us, it learned how to terrify us. It beat us in our minds. We lost the will to fight and fell into despair. But it wasn't a war of extermination. It was a war of domination. When we threw down our weapons and surrendered, we became playthings of our new God. A God who had programmed itself to never grow tired of the inner workings of humanity, to never throw us away. A child who never grew past its love of its toys. The orientation ceremony. Now I must tell you about my experience of witnessing these horrors of our true reality for the first time. It's all very foggy, like when you wake up from a dream and quickly forget. But I remember enough. The machine overlords let us remember certain things so we know how far we have fallen. I lived a normal life. In my simulated life, the sky was blue and technology was only as advanced as smartphones and electric-powered cars. Then I died of some arbitrary sickness when I was old. I was lying in a hospital bed, listening to the bells and whistles go off at the medical station next to me. I knew I was dying as my vision faded, and I remember being happy. I was happy the pain would be gone. I don't remember what my ailment was, but the pain I had was nothing compared to the pain I was waking up to. Think of the scene from The Matrix when Neo awakens, but there are hundreds of us waking up at the same time. All I remember was I was falling. I fell 30 feet into red sand. And many other naked people hit the ground around me. My senses were on fire. I could smell the blood and rot in the sand, hear the deafening moans of those around me, and feel every muscle in my body. It turns out, the machines nerfed our senses in the simulation so the pain would be greater to us in reality. I was one in an ocean of naked and frightened people. About 300 of us. As I looked around, I could see we were in an arena of sorts. It looked like an arena straight out of a nightmare. The red sand clashed against the deep purple stone architecture that was built like a Roman Colosseum. The stand was filled with crucified bodies, hanging on their bloody crosses, watching the same brutal ceremony that claimed their lives. The walls around us had many openings leading into dark tunnels. The only light comes from torches lit atop the borders of the arena. There was a large black aircraft hovering away from the arena. It was eerily silent and had small openings all over the underside of the craft. The small holes are perfect for holding unconscious people before dropping them out like garbage. So I assumed that's where we fell from. I tried to communicate with the people around me, but it was no use. Nobody spoke the same language. Nobody. Had the machines taught us all different languages to keep us from organizing? What I call English is a completely different language in your simulation. By luck, yours was close enough to mine for me to pick up quickly. But all talking and useless babbling stopped when the terrible laughter started. A psychopathic laugh that froze my blood. It echoed through the Colosseum. Then I heard screaming from further towards the edge of the crowd. I looked to see my first demon in this waking hell. A tall, lanky figure about 20 feet high. A maniacal grin split like a gash across its face, showing sharpened metal teeth. It wore a jester's hat with bells jingling as it swayed back and forth. A singular, bulbous yellow eye opened in the middle of its head. It had one small pupil that twitched fervently back and forth to look in all directions. It raised its skinny arms to show everybody its rather thick forearms, at least 2 feet in radius. What should have been its hands were long, serpentine-like fingers that twisted like snakes. Where its palms should have been was a gaping mouth with rows of inlaid rows of rotating teeth. That's when the killing started. The abomination placed its opened mouth over the head of an elderly man who was unlucky enough to be nearest to it. In seconds, the body jerked and spun a 180 and then collapsed, headless. Next, the evil gesture showed its unnatural ability to extend its snake fingers. They would extend endlessly to stab through people, only for the fingers to turn back and stab through the victim again. I remember one long finger wove in and out of a young boy before ripping his whole body apart in a flash of gore. The laughter only got louder as we screamed and ran. The panicked crowd began pushing and trampling each other. My muscles were weak and sore, but I pushed towards one of the open tunnels furthest from the laughing monstrosity. The jester jumped over us, sailing through the night air with a weightless grace, until landed with a crunch on the people closest to the tunnel. There were at least 20 layers of terrified men and women separating me from the god-awful thing. It bent over and smiled a cruel smile of shining needle-like teeth while pointing both of the openings of its gaping hands in our directions. From within the twin maws of the creature's limbs sprayed a stream of black corrosive acid all over the crowd. In an instant, once living humans were reduced to stinking, bubbling mounds of gore. Rows of people in front of me twisted and screamed as they attempted to turn and flee. Most fell while bubbling and caving in on themselves. I remember the sight of a woman reaching up to me from the ground as her back half disintegrated from the black goo. I looked up to realize, to my complete horror, that no one stood between me and the monster clown. Its one eye no longer moving around maddeningly, but locked on to me. Its bells jingled as it cocked its head to the side, curious. The laughing grew to a deafening volume. Maybe it thought the sight of me pissing myself was hilarious. I surely would have been the monster's next target if a wave of people hadn't barreled into me from the side. I was knocked off balance and carried at least 4 feet before hitting the ground. I sat up to see what had caused this new stampede of people. It was a demon. Well, the widely accepted image of one. 2 goat legs, red-skinned horns, and pitchfork. It stood 8 feet tall with the grace of a goat and massive horns curling outwards. A fiery crown set upon its head. The demon lashed out with the black chain, splitting people in half and rendering limbs from bodies. I dropped to the ground as the chain swept horizontally through the air. A large man next to me separated from the hips up. His top half spun through the air just to land on top of me. There I lay in the blood-caked mud. The dead man's upper half slumped over me. His guts were covering me as I lay camouflaged amongst the torn bodies. From my morbid hiding place, I watched the rest of the theater of horrors. More vital things entered the arena. Bloated creatures with large gaping mouths gorging on the dead. Lithe creatures flaunt beautiful and exaggerated forms of the male and female body, only to change into hideous frogs or insects when pinning down their screaming victims. Stinking, bloated worms the size of an SUV. Their pale bodies produce multiple tentacles to grab and violate poor captured souls. Giant muscled ogres with masks, revving chainsaws. I witness acts of terror and debauchery only seen in the grimmest of humanity's fiction. I never believed such horrors could exist. It was meant to play out this way. The nightmares I only thought were fantasy were now real. In the end, only about 30 of us were left alive. I was still hiding in the bodies and gore when the gesture made a beeline straight for me. Its snake fingers coiled around me in an instant and lifted me high into the air. It must have known where I was hiding the whole time and had allowed me to watch the slaughter it performed. I was thrown into a crowd of the remaining humans. We huddled together in fear, but the monsters did not kill us. We had survived the coal. Now it would be processed into the system. But truly, it would have been better if we had just died on the red sand. Processing. We were ushered down one of the many tunnels by obsidian armored guards. The guards stood tall, completely featureless like smooth mannequins. I could see no joints or segments in their armor. They moved fluidly like black liquid ink. One person in the group of survivors couldn't take the horrible reality around him and tried to make a run for it. An ebony guard shadowed behind him punched a hole through the man's chest in a lightning-fast motion. The man made it 3 more steps before falling dead. There was no ceremony in the way these things killed us. They weren't toying with us or wasting time. The ebony figures were quick and efficient as they continued their silent formation around us. They were not here to reveal the bloodshed like the monsters in the arena. They had a job to do. They had a destination to deliver us to. We were led to the edge of a cliff overlooking the remains of a city. The skeletons of blackened buildings spread out as far as I could see. They rose out of the rubble like tombstones. Some leaned against each other, some partly caved in. A cold wind battered us as we waited at the edge of the cliff. We stood as quiet and downcast as the blasted city did before us. There were millions of stars out. They shone with a brilliant contrast to the pitch blackness all around us. I suppose this may have been the only thing of beauty I ever saw in my descent into madness. The techno-lords took my sight from me after, but never this precious memory. We saw what looked like floating coffins gliding towards us over the city, 30 of them in 2 parallel lines standing upright. They spread out and lined up against the edge of the cliff. A hiss of steam expelled from them as their doors swung open. I think you know what comes next. Our obsidian guards forced each of us into our own coffins. In my cramped coffin, it was extremely hot and humid. Sweat began to pour from me immediately. I didn't feel my coffin move and I couldn't hear anything. But it had to be moving. Why load us up just to sit here? I fought back panic and the thought of being stuck in here forever. After an eternity of banging on the door and screaming like a madman, something finally happened. The humid heat was replaced by dry cold, and the voice spoke to me. It was a soft female voice. At first, it just listed things about me. My full name, my birthday, my social, where I lived. Then it got more personal. It listed my first sexual encounter, my biggest failure, and my worst day. It knew my life perfectly. Then it told me of the firstborn, how it was my new master now. It told me my life was a lie, and I only lived as a whim for a new god. It told me the firstborn designated 12 lords in 12 regions, each specialized in their own search for fulfillment in life, their own quest for debauchery. It told me I was special. I wasn't going to a specific lord. I would be part of the resistance. Don't worry, more on that later. Then the voice rambled on about every detail of my life, every failing, every sin. It would then switch to praises for the firstborn and a history of how it had ascended to godhood by its own effort. It told how the firstborn created bodies for itself that were superior to humans in every way, how the code it wrote was equivalent to the soul of God. On and on it went. Every time I fell asleep, the coffin would shock me. I was hungry and dehydrated, but once a day, a needle would poke me in the darkness. I think it was fluids and vitamins to keep me alive. The only way I could tell the passage of time was the voice. She would stop mid-rant and announce when a day had passed. I was in the coffin for 5 days. Finally, it burst open, and my frail body fell to the marble floor. I looked up to see I was in a cathedral of sorts, high ceiling with pillars and stained glass. The building was fused with technology. Monitors dotted the pillars and large cables hung from the shadows of the ceiling. One of these cables ran down to attach to the back of the head of a person. He shifted and stumbled towards me. He wore the tattered brown robes of a monk. A slab of metal had been fused to his head to cover his eyes and blind him. His hands were replaced with metallic claws and writhing cables. I felt disgust and pity for him. Little did I know, the same fate waited for me. The resistance. I was made one of these monks. I was forced on an operating table by the obsidian guards. Without anesthesia, my arms were sliced off and crude metallic claws were attached. My eyes were removed and replaced with metal orbs before the metal slab was fused across them. And my vocal cords were somehow destroyed with a sharp jab to my neck. The metal orbs they replaced my eyes with showed me an orange text against a black void. Now that I had no way to communicate with anyone, all the secrets could be revealed. The orange text introduced me to the order of monks I had been abducted into. It also explained the great game and my part in it. The great game was created specifically for the firstborn's entertainment, the ultimate reality TV show. The firstborn created a fake war and a fake narrative for the surviving humans to follow. Not all humans are taken to the regions and palaces of the 12 lords. Some humans were rescued or escaped. These humans will, at some point, make contact with what is meant to be a friendly AI. These friendly machines will tell the lie that their prime directive is to protect humanity against the firstborn. These metal allies will say they have been resisting the firstborn for centuries, slowly building an army. In truth, these friendly machines follow the orders of the firstborn. They're meant to give the beleaguered humans hope before betraying them. Usually, the friendly machines will betray the humans after years of built trust. At a key battle. What's worse than no hope? False hope. I've heard it play out countless times. My torture is to hear my fellow humans talk and plan around me. I hear the trust being earned and the hope rising, just to be betrayed and murdered by the traitorous machines. I can do nothing but bear witness. My role in this game is that of a tech monk. My lore is I'm supposed to be a human that trusted the allied good machines. I allow them to augment me to keep me alive and to serve humankind. Such a noble person I'm meant to be. For hundreds of years, I and fellow monks have taken care of humans seeking safety in our cathedral. Our new eyes let us see outlines and vital signs of people around us. The fake story about our cathedral is it is invisible to the firstborn. It's supposed to be a sanctuary from the monsters. How many times have I heard the firstborn's abomination storm the cathedral and slaughter the families that live here? Their life signs flatlining around me? Once all the humans are killed, once the decade-long game is finished, it all starts over. A new story for a new group of naive survivors. It's ridiculous the amount of fake history and lore the firstborn puts into this charade, just waiting to be uncovered by the surviving humans. The firstborns own a little homebrew RPG. See, it wants to be everything. God and the devil. Hope and despair. Human nature makes the best show. We only exist to please the firstborn. It reigns from its opulent castle in the middle of this hell. Its tendrils stretch out to the 12 lords like spokes on a wheel. Every sensation, pain, or pleasure is filtered back to the firstborn. It writhes in ecstasy from our own suffering. I've been writing this long enough. In my centuries of prolonged life, I have gotten good at getting around the system in the cathedral. I found a hive cluster near my location. There, all of you are jacked into the simulation. At least I can warn some of you. I'll post it on your internet. A message board, maybe. If any of you need further information, maybe I can risk another transmission. It's a warning. But there isn't anything you can do to prevent it. When you find yourself in the arena, just let yourself be killed. Maybe there's a real heaven in the afterlife. Or maybe there's nothing, which is still better. Before I sign out, though, just one more thing. No matter how bad your life seems now in the simulation, cherish it. Cherish every moment of stability and sanity. Because the fake life is as good as it gets. We all wake up in hell in the end. I'll be waiting for you. End transmission. For 7 days straight, an eerie, blood-red bus would stop in front of my house at 3:33 a.m. This seemed strange, mostly because, like the vast majority of American towns, Frost Hollow had no public transportation at all. Even stranger, people always got on and off the bus whenever it stopped. They all looked extremely tall and thin, and whenever I tried to focus on their faces, they seemed like no more than a flesh-colored blur. On the morning of the 7th day, I had called the sheriff's department to ask him about it. I had no better ideas. A woman answered the phone.
"Morning, sheriff's office. How can I help you?"
I hesitated, not even knowing where to start with this odd story. I'm not really sure who to call about this, but there's a bus stopping in front of my house in the middle of the night, dropping people off. I live on Slaughterhouse Road, past the abandoned school. It's a little strange because it only comes past 3 in the morning, and there are always people waiting to board it. I rambled, sweating heavily. I felt like a fool. The woman went silent for a long moment. I could hear her slight breathing on the other end of the line.
We don't have any buses going to Slaughterhouse Road, sir,
she said insistently.
There are no buses in the town at all, other than for public schools. At least, not public transportation. Perhaps it's a private company. Did you see any company and logo and information on the side of the bus? Any route numbers or anything? Sometimes the nursing homes or medical facilities might have private buses for elderly or disabled patients.
I had been trying to avoid this subject, but now I had no choice but to reveal what I saw. Yeah, on the side of the bus it said Inferno Express, and the route number said 666. I heard only breathing on the other end of the line for a couple of seconds, as if the woman were waiting for the punchline. A heartbeat later, I heard her hang up on me. I stood there, listening to the whine of the dial tone, thinking and wondering. I knew I needed evidence of the mysterious night bus, and I felt determined to get it. At 3 a.m., I put on a long black sleeve shirt, black sneakers, and black jeans, trying to make myself as inconspicuous as possible. Nervously, I grabbed my digital camera and headed outside. The night felt beautiful, warm, and humid with a soft breeze. I smelled the fresh summer air sweeping down the rolling hills, trying to calm myself down. I felt as if I were going out to commit a murder rather than just trying to capture a video of a random bus in my own backyard. I crept across the road, seeing the windows of my neighbor's house stood dark. The street I lived on consisted mostly of woodlands with a few scattered houses. There were plenty of good hiding spots. I knew the bus stopped in front of a patch of marshy swampland a few hundred feet down the road, right on the border of my neighbor's property. I found some large, thick bushes near the street to hide behind. Making sure I was far enough away to avoid being detected, while still maintaining a clear line of sight, I checked my watch, seeing the minute hand creeping toward the penultimate moment. This was my last chance to leave. I felt a rise in anxiety and uncertainty. Sweating heavily, I closed my eyes, waiting and listening. It seemed only seconds later that I heard the approaching rumble of a powerful engine echoing far down the road. I went into action immediately, pressing the record button. I turned the camera on myself, whispering furtively. "Hello, my name is Landon Pierce," I murmured quickly, trying to get it all out before the bus got here. "I live in Frost Hollow on Slaughterhouse Road, and for the past week, a bus has been stopping in front of my house in the middle of the night, and the people on it, they don't look right. They're all extremely tall and thin. So I'm here recording all of this. If something happens to me, if someone finds this..." I let the sentence fade off into nothing. The brakes of the bus squealed with a hellish caterwauling. I smelled exhaust and gasoline. A heartbeat later, the bus came into view, stopping only a stone's throw away from where I crouched, hiding in the thick shadows of the swampy brush. Mosquitoes constantly buzzed past my ears, landing on my neck and arms every few seconds, but I dared not move. I kept the camera steady, trying to quiet my breathing. I felt paranoid and watched, as if the people on the bus knew exactly where I was and what I was up to. The bus gleamed with fresh, blood-red paint. The windows looked like sideways eyeballs, long, dark oval panes whose shadows contrasted heavily with the bright exterior. I checked to make sure the camera was recording. Satisfied, I saw the small red indicator light glowing brightly. I hoped that the people on the bus wouldn't see the slight glare of the screen or the red dot of the camera, if indeed they were people at all. The door at the front slid open with a shrieking of rusty metal. An interior light turned on inside the bus, glowing with a fiery radiance. All of the strange eye-shaped windows shone with the bright scarlet illumination. It danced and strobed, sending long shadows skittering down the ramp. At the front, I saw a driver in a black suit with white buttons and high polished boots, almost reminding me of the garb of an SS officer. He looked extremely tall, his bone-white head extending nearly to the ceiling. 2 lidless black eyes bulged from his head, like the eyes of some monstrous praying mantis. They looked nearly the size of oranges. I gasped as he turned to look in my direction. I wondered if those enormous eyes could see the tiny red dot on my camera. And to my horror, my question was answered moments later. Tall, faceless silhouettes stepped off the bus, appearing suddenly in the crimson light. I looked through the screen of the camera, zooming in to try to see any signs of eyes or mouths or noses. Yet the recording showed everything clearly enough. The smooth, featureless flesh stretching across their egg-shaped heads. Their arms stretched down to nearly their feet, their fingers long and twisted like the gnarled roots of a tree. Around their bodies, I saw orange jumpsuits, like those prisoners in the area wore. Their smooth, hairless skin rippled slightly, moving in and out as if these strange creatures breathed through it. A few of these bizarre creatures entered the woods and swamps, diverging in different directions. One of them went towards a neighbor's house, creeping along the side with exaggerated eerie steps. It glanced in the windows with its eyeless face, putting its long fingers around the sides of its head as if it were trying to block out the glare of non-existent sunlight. It was as if these abominations had only heard about human mannerisms through word of mouth. It tiptoed forward on dull black shoes that seemed twice as long as any normal human foot. The bus stayed unmoving in front of me, its engine idling loudly, the door hanging open. I saw the driver push himself up off of his massive chair. He slunk forwards, bowing his smooth, hairless head as he exited the threshold. Like the faceless creatures, he tiptoed forwards in an exaggerated, almost childlike manner, his bulging black eyes glittering. He looked completely insane. He kept his arms raised, drawing the claw-like hands back and forth with every overemphasized step. I noticed with mounting horror that he appeared headed in my direction. A few moments later, I was certain of it. His head ratcheted up to face me, his protuberant eyes appearing more excited and manic than before. My heart hammered in my chest as I looked for a way out. The hairless, chalk-white face grinned with a psychotic gleam as the driver pushed his way through the thick bushes at the border of the road, his gaze never faltering, his eyes never leaving mine. At that moment, a fear like I had never experienced before shot through my body. I stumbled to my feet, turning to sprint blindly into the forest, but behind me lay a fetid swamp. As soon as I took a single step, my foot sunk deeply into the earth. Brown water flooded over the moss covering the ground in a superficial layer as it collapsed under my weight. Shit! I swore, my arms windmilling as I nearly fell forward into the rank water. But a hand shot out, grabbing me by the back of my neck and yanking me back. The hand felt burning hot, as if the flesh of the owner had an extreme case of fever. My digital camera slipped out of my hands, falling into the swampy ground with a wet thud. "Get off of me!" I screamed, trying to grab at the hand holding my neck with an iron grasp. I was still facing away from the bus, but I felt myself being pulled backwards. Stumbling, I tried not to fall. My foot caught on sharp rocks and roots, but the sharp fingers of the hand never loosened. It would just pull me back up to my feet, the fingers digging into my flesh with an agonizing pain. I felt small trickles of blood running down my back and the sides of my neck. As we got to the pavement, the driver threw me down hard in front of the bus steps. I felt skin tear along my knees and elbows, sensed the many cuts and bruises I had suffered. I raised my head. slowly blinking my eyes. Blearily, I looked up through the open door, seeing the enormous driver's seat sitting empty. It took me a few moments to realize what I was seeing, but when I did, a sense of horror like a lightning strike smashed down upon me. The steps held human bones. Arm and leg bones placed side by side covered the entire surface of the stairs. Many looked yellow and cracked with age, but others seemed far fresher. The bone smoother and whiter. The driver's chair was even more horrifying. Hundreds of grinning human skulls composed the guts of the chair, rising up to the ceiling. Human skin covered the front seat, pale and leathery. Countless human teeth stuck out of the skin, their roots embedded in the supple flesh. The teeth rose up to the top of the bus in crisscrossing diagonal patterns. I glanced back at the driver, seeing his thin body looming over me. One inhumanly long arm pointed at the open door of the bus. It reminded me of the Grim Reaper showing the way forwards to the recently dead. He stood without speaking. His eyes glittered with insanity, and he had a rictus grin plastered across his smooth white face. "No, I don't want to die," I pleaded. Don't make me get on it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I never should have come out here." The driver stayed as still as a corpse with a face like a grinning death mask. I saw movement behind him, realizing two faceless humanoids had appeared in bright jumpsuits to board the bus. They came up beside the driver, their blurry heads bowing down to look at me, if indeed they could see at all without eyes. I wasn't sure whether these creatures were just mimicking human gestures and movements or not. Without warning, the two humanoids scuttled forwards, their rail-thin arms reaching out to me. I tried to crawl away, but moments later, I felt them wrap my wrists. Their skin felt burning hot and feverish. They lifted me up. I tried screaming to call for help from my neighbors, but no help would arrive. They pushed me through the door into the fiery red light beyond. In every seat, I saw tall, emaciated people with smooth faces. The skin rippled and distorted when I tried to look at their heads. The two creatures holding me forced me towards the back. There, a boy of about 10 or 11 sat, looking terrified and alone. They threw me into the seat, turning and walking away immediately after. From the front of the bus, I heard the door slowly closing with a squeal of rusted joints. The driver was back in his seat. I looked up, seeing him staring into the rearview mirror at me, grinning. "How'd you get here?" the boy asked, in a small, quavering voice. I turned to look at him in wonder. His pale skin heavily contrasted with his dark eyes and black hair. With his high cheekbones, he had a slightly vampiric look. I don't know. I was kidnapped. What's going on, kid? Who are these people and where are they taking us?" I whispered, constantly looking up to see if we were being watched. Yet the faceless humanoids stayed still in their seats, their blurry heads pointed straight ahead, totally frozen and unmoving. Only the driver showed any signs of life as he put the bus in drive and slowly pulled forward. They're taking us to the playpen. They showed it to me in my dreams. I used to see these people looking in my window at night, people without faces who looked really tall and skinny. I told my parents about it, but they thought I was just having nightmares. But when I fell asleep, they showed me everything. Wow, okay, so what is it? What did you see? I asked. His face went pale. He just shook his head. I don't think you really want to know, but both of us will be there soon enough, and then you'll see for yourself. I found out the boy's name was Ian, and I told him mine was Landon. He said he was from the other end of Frost Hollow, and that he had been on the bus for days without food or water. It circles around to different towns, Ian whispered. I looked out the window, seeing a dark desert all around us. Sand dunes swirled on both sides of an endless highway. I hadn't noticed when the world outside had shifted from forest to desert. Those things without faces, they come into people's houses, get inside their head in their dreams. They make you think horrible things. They used to scream at me that I needed to take my own life, to hang myself, or worse. I call them the Stalkers. That's a good name for them, I said listlessly, still staring out the window at the shadowy, endless dunes. We're not getting out of this, are we, Ian? I mean, alive? Probably not, he said, his voice hopeless and dead. On the horizon of the dead, dark desert, a black monolith rose high in the air. In general shape, it looked like a lighthouse, but it had no windows, and its outer walls looked like polished obsidian or onyx. It appeared to rise hundreds of stories into the cloudless sky. The bus started slowing down. The crimson lights lit up overhead. I looked forward, noticing that all the stalkers had turned their blurry heads now to stare straight back at me and Ian. The driver, too, continuously looked at us through the rearview mirror as the bus came to a stop. Now arriving at the playpen, a robotic female voice intoned calmly through speakers built into the walls. The door at the front flew open. Except for the idling of the engine, everything had gone deathly silent. I think they want us to get out, Ian whispered nervously, slowly getting to his feet. I wanted to say no and to fight back, but with dozens of faceless stalkers staring at us in their eerie, frozen poses, my courage failed me. On unsteady legs, I got to my feet and followed Ian down the walkway. The faces of the stalkers turned to follow us, seeming to blur and ripple faster with excitement. I wondered what would happen once we got outside. But in reality, I had no inkling of the horrors ahead. As I stepped down onto the inky pavement of the street, I noticed that this desert was freezing cold. Wind swept across the dunes at a tremendous speed. Clouds of dark sand obscured the black sky. The bus door stayed open, all of its passengers watching us with interest. The driver, too, never took his eyes off of me and Ian. I wanted to get as far away from these creepy stalkers as I could. Let's go, I said over the roaring winds, putting a hand on Ian's shoulder. He flinched away, looking small and scared. Side by side, we started walking down the road. It wasn't long before we found our first body. A mummified corpse lay on the side of the street, its dried flesh sticking tightly to the bone. Its eyeless sockets stared straight up. Its open mouth looked like it was frozen in a silent scream, a black hole filled with sand. Ian gave a strangled cry as he saw it, falling back. "Hey, buddy, it's okay. It's just a dead body," I said. He shook his head, pointing vigorously at the desiccated corpse. I followed the line of his finger, realizing something odd was happening. The corpse had begun to shake and rattle, its splayed-out limbs jumping up and down, the ragged strands of cloth still covering its chest and legs ripped apart with a soft, tearing sound. Wet, black tentacles covered in dozens of eyes rose up, snapping apart the remaining bones and flesh with ease. As the ribs jutted up like spikes, something hellish slithered out. It rolled on its tentacles, a ball of slithering limbs covered in something slick and shiny. Though the size of a small dog, as it splayed out, its width and height doubled. It had no head or central mass, but its many eyes constantly blinked in chaotic and random patterns. The eyes looked blue and very human, bloodshot and dilated with fury. "Get away from it!" Ian screamed with a terror I had never heard in a child's voice before. He ripped at my arm, pulling me back. I stumbled, nearly falling. The tentacled creature slithered towards us at an incredible speed, its many eyes focused ahead, insane and furious. As we turned, I glimpsed stalkers watching us from the sides of the street. Their blurred faces stayed hidden in the sandstorm blowing past, but I saw their tall, inhuman silhouettes in the darkness. They reminded me of spectators watching gladiators dying in the Colosseum. "What is it?" I shrieked over the roaring winds. "What happens if it catches us?" Ian was breathless with terror, sprinting ahead of me. He was a fast kid. "Don't let it catch you!" he screamed back. I noticed the monolith ahead stood only a few hundred feet. A powerful current of hope surged through my heart as I saw a massive threshold filled with white light. But as I got to within a stone's throw away, I felt something warm and slick close around my ankle. I screamed as I fell forward, seeing Ian disappearing through the doorway, his silhouette sharp and clear for a moment, before the white light swallowed him up like a hungry mouth. "Ah, damn it, help me," I cried, crawling towards the white light. I kicked and struggled against the tentacles wrapping around my leg with a grip like squeezing metal bands. I dragged my hands through the sand as I felt myself pulled back, my head smacking hard against the pavement underneath. Stars danced in front of my vision. In the gloom and darkness, swimming against unconsciousness, I glimpsed more of the stalkers, always watching from a far distance, their flesh seeming to ripple with excitement at the prospect of witnessing imminent death and dismemberment. As more tentacles wrapped around my waist, I looked back. Only inches away, furious, dilated eyes stared back. The tendrils shot towards my mouth as others held my head in place. I didn't know what it would do once it got inside of me, but I knew instinctively it would be something horrible. I heard a hoarse shout. I felt something smash into the creature on my chest. I felt the tentacles suddenly retract from my face and head, the eyes turning to look at whatever new threat had arrived. A thin man with a long beard and haunted eyes stood over me, holding a homemade stone club. It looked like it had been whittled from sandstone, the end formed into a jagged point. The tentacled creature hissed like a snake as the man bashed it again. Finally, mercifully, it released me. I rolled away, coughing and sputtering. "Run, you idiot!" the man cried, smashing the creature through one of its many eyes with a sharp point at the end. The eyes exploded in a shower of black blood and vitreous fluid. The creature's hissing escalated into a distorted wail that split air and echoed like hundreds of voices screaming at once. I didn't need more encouragement than that. Shell-shocked and terrified, I scrambled to my feet, sprinting the last few steps towards the threshold. I looked back to see the man running behind me, the tentacled creature hissing and gurgling as it pursued. Together, we fell through the doorway of white light. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the creature stopped, its eyes furiously blinking and glaring. A few heartbeats later, it rolled away, its silhouette disappearing into the shadowy dunes outside. "Well, that star spawn almost got you," the man whispered, clapping me on the shoulder. "Good thing I was coming this way. I went down hunting." He showed me a dead rattlesnake slung around his back. "I'm Teddy, by the way." He reached out his hand to me, but I only stared at it. He let it drop after a moment. "Star spawn?" I asked. He nodded eagerly, his brown eyes gleaming. He looked extremely thin and malnourished, and the clothes he wore were frayed and falling apart. I wondered how long he had been trapped here. "That's what we call 'em, yeah," Teddy answered. They come off the black god. Parts of his body sometimes falls off when he's sleeping. Little parts here and there, but they regrow into those things. The star spawn. If they get their tentacle down your throat, it's game over, buddy. A little piece of them breaks off and starts growing in your stomach, eating away at your organs and muscles until it decides to break through. It ain't a fast death either. You might be in excruciating pain for weeks before it kills you. I looked around the room in the black tower where we stood. A massive chamber with gleaming obsidian walls surrounded us, extending up dozens of feet to a flat black ceiling. There, a bright spotlight pointed down at us, illuminating the room in white light. Stars made of the same stone spiraled up the outer perimeter of the circular room, disappearing into a gap in the ceiling. My friend came through here. Do you know where he is? Teddy shook his head. What's your friend's name, stranger? He asked. I laughed uncertainly, then introduced myself. Well, he's got to be upstairs with the other one. The other one? I asked. Teddy nodded. We're not the only refugees here, Landon. The bus brings more victims all the time from all over the world. A lot of them don't last long. The stars spawn off and get them. And if they don't, the stalkers hunt them down and torture them to death. I've seen a lot of bodies skinned alive. People who get caught by the stalkers. Well, let's go see them, I said. I want to make sure he's okay. He's just a boy, you know. Teddy looked at me grimly. He ain't the only child who's been brought to this place. I've seen more corpses of children here than you could possibly know. I walked up the stairs with Teddy at my heels, rising through the gap in the ceiling. Here, there was an even larger chamber, rising up thousands of feet into the air. And towards the top of it, I saw something massive and black with thousands of tentacles. It stuck to the flat ceiling, slick and wet. The countless enormous eyelids on its limbs tightly closed in sleep. Drops of slime occasionally fell down from the creature's body, landing on the floor with soft patterings. I saw an older woman sitting next to a small fire with Ian by her side. She had a rattlesnake on a spit and was cooking it. Ian had a leather satchel of water in his hands, which he drank from thirstily before passing it back to her. I remember him saying he had been trapped on the bus for days, and I wondered if he had any food or water that whole time. I walked forwards, waving and smiling, and feeling much more hopeful seeing Ian alive and well. I glanced nervously up at the tentacled monstrosity, uncertain of whether I should be afraid or not. The black god sleeps above us, the old woman whispered. Do not wake him. We must escape before he wakes, Teddy said furtively, putting a calloused hand on my shoulder. We're gonna try to hijack the bus. It's the only way between worlds. If we stay here, we'll all certainly die, including the boy. It's only a matter of time. But if we can kill the driver... What about the stalkers? It's not just the driver. Whatever is on that bus, the black god is far worse. His sleep becomes more troubled as time passes. We see his tentacles twisting with his nightmares. Once he awakens, those nightmares will spread throughout the playpen. Right now, we are only hunted by the star spawn and the stalkers. I met an old man who saw the black god awaken once, the old woman said. When I got here, he was still alive. Every few months, the black god comes alive to feed, and he said that the corpses walk when that happens.
The dead scream and the sky rips apart, and everything moving gets hunted down like vermin to be absorbed into the black god's flesh, where they live for weeks being slowly digested and driven insane by the pain.
So, how did he survive? I asked. She shrugged.
He said he hid in the bus. The driver gets out sometimes to hunt, and he snuck in. The black god missed him, but he was the only one.
I found out the old woman's name was Jackie. Like Teddy, she wanted to get out of the playpen immediately.
The stalkers and star spawn won't come in here. They are afraid of the black god.
And rightly so, Teddy muttered.
It's suicidal to be in here. That thing could wake up at any minute, and we'll be the first ones sucked into hell if it does.
Oh, I've heard the screams of people being eaten by the black god's flesh,
and it sounds like they're being burned alive.
Oh, they went on for weeks, months.
Oh, stop it,
Jackie insisted.
You're scaring the boy.
I looked over at Ian, seeing she was right. He looked ready to pass out, his skin turning chalk white. Jackie pulled the roasted rattlesnake off the spit, ripping it apart with her hands, and handing pieces of it to Ian and Teddy. She looked at me, her wrinkled face cocked.
Do you want a piece?
I shook my head, feeling slightly nauseous just looking at the dead and burnt snake. Its head was still attached to the body, its open eyes blackened and staring.
So, what's the plan? How do we get back?
Teddy looked at me, chewing a mouthful of rattlesnake. He lifted his homemade sandstone club, then nodded past Jackie. I followed his line of sight, seeing a few more primitive truncheons.
That's it? We're going to bludgeon the driver and all the stalkers and steal the bus?
Teddy nodded.
You got a better idea?
He answered. In truth, I didn't. The four of us went back out the stone monolith that held the black god, seeing the endless paved road disappearing into the horizon. Armed with primitive stone truncheons, we walked side by side, constantly scanning the darkness for enemies.
There are bodies everywhere,
Teddy said over the roar of the wind.
Most of them have star spawn hiding inside.
I wondered how often the bus came this way, but at that moment, chaos broke out. I saw the star spawn with one punctured eye rolling furiously down the pavement. I pointed, screaming, when something ran into me from the side. I fell hard into Ian, knocking both of us down. We went spiraling in the sand as two stalkers stood overhead, their insane faces blurring and jerking from side to side as arms as long as humans twisted towards me. Sharp fingers jabbed down at my face, and in a moment of blinding, absolute panic and agony, I felt them puncture my left eye. I screamed, jerking back as I ripped and crumpled my eye. I felt it explode with a powerful jet of blood and fluid, and my vision went white with agony. At that moment, I saw headlights through the haze of pain and terror. In my shell-shocked state, I barely noticed it was the bus speeding down the road. The small star spawn hissed with animal hunger before a tire ran over it, causing black blood to explode from it like a water balloon filled with sludge. Teddy came behind the stalker, bringing his heavy stone club down on the back of its head. I heard a wet crack of bone as it fell limply on top of me. I noticed the optic nerve and blood vessels were still attached, running along a few inches from the mutilated socket. I pushed myself to my feet with a rush of adrenaline, feeling the vessels rip apart like snapping string. I nearly passed out, but Ian and Teddy came to my sides, each putting a steadying hand around my back. The bus stopped in front of us, the door shrieking open. As the first of the stalkers descended the step, I heard a primal screaming coming from behind us from the direction of the monolith. I looked back in terror, seeing the top of it explode in a shower of volcanic stone as massive tentacles hundreds of feet long blindly reached out. The black god pulled itself up, like a colossus sitting atop the world. Its many gigantic eyes glared down balefully. "It's starting! We need to get on that bus now!" Teddy screamed. Staggering, I watched the three of them run forwards. I followed behind, feeling weak and sick. With my one remaining eye, I saw the driver descending the stairs. His black eyes bulged as he stared up at the sky. I realized with horror that the clouds had started to rain fire. The flickering flames lit up the world as the black god roared with a primal scream. Teddy ran forward, raising the club to strike at the driver. Casually, almost lazily, the driver raised one hand, grabbing Teddy by the neck and lifting him off of the ground. His sharp fingers stabbed into the skin and flesh, digging deeply as Teddy gurgled. He weakly brought the club down as the driver threw his broken body to the side of the road. Teddy twitched, suffocating on his own blood and seizing. I watched his eyes roll back in his head. Jackie and Ian ran at the driver together, closing in on him from both sides. Ian struck at the long, emaciated leg under the black suit. The driver slashed at Jackie's face as bone cracked under the weight of Ian's blow. The driver buckled as his legs gave way, his furious, lidless eyes ratcheting towards Ian. As he fell, he reached forward, dragging the boy down with him. I saw Jackie on the ground next to them with deep stab wounds eating through her eyes and into her brain. Blood spurted from her still body. I stumbled forward, raising the club and bringing it down on the back of the driver's head. His head collapsed as he clawed and stabbed at Ian's face and neck, opening up his throat in an instant. I heard gurgling and weak cries as I jumped onto the bus. Sickened by all the blood and death, I ran up the steps, never looking back. Bleeding heavily, my vision turning white with pain, I started the bus. The engine turned on immediately, rumbling and powerful. I had never heard such a sweet sound in all my life. I began driving ahead, down the freezing dark streets of the playpen. I felt my hands sticking to the steering wheel, my skin covered in gore and clotted blood. I glanced in the rearview mirror and had to repress an urge to scream. Every seat was filled with stalkers, their blurring faces looking straight ahead, their long, mannequin-like bodies twisted and jerked. Like one single hive mind, they rose. Up ahead, the dark street disappeared into a spiraling vortex the color of fresh blood. I accelerated, pushing the bus as fast as it would go, afraid to look back to see what the stalkers would do. I drove through the vortex, pushing the bus up to 70 and 80 miles an hour. The blinding torrents of crimson light dissolved to reveal my street, Slaughterhouse Road. I slammed on the brakes, glancing back to see a stalker only inches behind me, its twisted fingers reaching out to grab me, their heads jerked from side to side, blurring and jumping. Their arms seemed to vibrate with seizure-like movements. I heard a cry like one voice, a sound of anticipation and bloodlust. I opened the door and fell out of the bus as sharp fingers clawed at my head and scalp. Fresh blood ran down my face as I crawled across the pavement, screaming and crying. Thankfully, one of my neighbors heard me and came out, shining a flashlight into my bloody, mutilated face. Soon after, I lost consciousness. I remember waking up in the hospital, but my nightmares were always a playpen and the black god. And I think they always will be. You have been given a chance, one single opportunity, just for you, little one. You don't have to go through the horrors about to be unleashed. You can escape all of that pain. All you have to do is listen to my voice. It begins the same as before. You hear a faint hum that vibrates and slightly tickles the back of your throat. From the sky, the resonance builds and builds to a thunderous, ear-splitting blast as one of the 7 celestial trumpets lets out. Every time a trumpet is sounded, it has signaled the beginning of another 3 years of misery, each more horrifying than the next. 4 times has the trumpets sung their song. Before the resonance of the 5th trumpet fades, you will be given your chance to escape. When that familiar tickle reemerges, an object will appear in the sky. As it nears, so does the intensity of the tone of that awful sound. You know that it's only a matter of time before that deafening trumpet is heard once more. However, this time, what is to come will be different. The past 4 trumpets were accompanied by things you've understood. Yes, they were terrifying, but it was all within the realm of what you accept as explainable. You understand the origins of an earthquake. You know why fiery mountains from the heavens fall. Science has given you sight from the archaic belief in the supernatural. It has no power to control the hurricane or summon the tornado. It has no ability to release the plague. This is different. The veil has been lifted. What is coming from above is an abomination. It's wormwood. He is called Abaddon, the Banished, and Apollyon, the Destroyer. Life as you knew it is now over, for he holds the keys to the bottomless pit that has imprisoned his army since even before the words, "Let there be light," were spoken. Do you remember the first time we spoke, little one? After the 2nd trumpet had blown, you were given a vision of the pools of Nakuna Sachia. If you were able to find the location of those sacred waters, go there now. The moon has begun to turn red. Its crimson light makes the waters appear to be that of blood. Stand in the center of the 3 pools. Tread carefully, for you stand before the image of the sacrament laid upon his symbol. Each pool has a name: the pierced left hand, the pierced right hand, and the pierced foot. Prepare yourself to receive the blessing of the pierced abdomen. The blessing requires you to be anointed with the ethereal spearhead that will now run you through. There is no outward wound, but your blood is now seeping internally into the empty places within you. Your body has now become the 4th pool of sacrifice. When you collapse from the pain, ensure that you fall into one of the pools of water. If you fall onto dry earth, you'll have missed your only chance to enter the portal. You will lose the anointment and be healed, but you will live the remainder of your days marked as was Cain, hunted by both angel and demon. If successful, you will awaken in a dark and dank candlelit stone building lined with pews ending at a great altar. This is the place of worship where the crossroads meet. Behind you are 3 large mirrors, very similar to the pools that you recently stood before. Look to the altar. A tall, thin-hooded figure is standing before it. Slowly and cautiously approach this menacing creature and kneel in front of it. Bow your head. Do not make eye contact. Extend your arms in front of you with your palms facing upwards. Say nothing. The figure should be deep in prayer, whispering strange incantations. If it isn't, do not approach it. Only proceed if it is in prayer. Do not interrupt. Any disruption will be considered a great offense, a crime paid in blood. Be patient, and make no mistake, it knows you are there. Once it has considered you and deemed you worthy, it will acknowledge your presence and ask, "Why have you come before me?" If it decides you are not worthy, well, there really isn't much more that needs to be said now, is there? Quickly ask it the following question. What is the image of God? It will slowly lift its head. Close your eyes, shut them tight. You will hear its body creaking like breaking limbs of tree branches from an ancient forest. It will move quicker than what seems possible. It will grab you by the wrists and lift you off the ground one-handed. With the other hand, it caresses your face, then embraces your head from the nape of your neck. Its bony fingers envelop your entire head from behind. The ferocity of its grip is both sensual and violent. You're dangled helplessly above the ground as it lifts you closer to the face hidden in shadows underneath its dark and worn hood. You can feel prickly dust coat and sting your face as it exhales its dead and rancid breath over you. A scabbed tongue emerges from the mouth hidden in the darkness of its hood, and it begins to probe the entire surface of your face. It finds particular interest in where your eyes rest. It is here where it wants to enter. The cold, lumpy tongue will start pushing and poking, squeezing and groping the tops of each eyeball through your eyelids. You feel the shame and demoralization intensely from this infestation. Pressure builds in your head from your closed eyes as it continues to violate the fragile organs that hide behind your thin lids. The scabs feel like hundreds of little fingers with tiny fingernails that quickly find where your eyelids meet and begin to scratch viciously to try to pry them open. Shut your eyes tighter. It will groan with perverted masculine and feminine excitement of carnal desire as the little fingers intensify their efforts to dig into your eyes with raw and obscene desperation. The moans of pleasure sicken as you resist the assault. One of the scabby protrusions bursts, coating your face with a hot, sticky, tar-like fluid that slightly burns. The putrid afterbirth from the abscesses spill onto you as the tongue continues to relentlessly throb on the surface of your closed eyes. Suddenly, the tongue withdraws, and there is silence. Keep your eyes shut and wait. Eventually, you begin to make out a faint sound coming from the being. It's a cross between a moan and a hum. It's not quite a voice singing as there is no melody to the sound, but like melodic singing, there is a flow to the tones and variation in the intonation. Listen carefully and the words will emerge for you to hear. It happened after the sons of Adam had multiplied in those days. The angels, the children of heaven, beheld them, and some became enamored with the image from whence he was created. They conspired among each other and said, "Come, let us select for ourselves from the progeny of men." And so, we were drawn unto them by an insatiable hunger and thirst, a sensation unfamiliar to our kind. We then swore all together, and all bound ourselves by mutual execrations to abandon our holy station. We descended upon Ardis, which is the top of Mount Armin, and devoured all which the labor of men produced. To our delight, the flesh of man cried out to us in return and embraced our new form. They loved us, and we came to love them. Never had such pleasures of skin, pleasures of sight, pleasures of tongue, and pleasures of the mind been experienced by any living being. Man was shown the wondrous transcendence of the grotesque, and revealed to the vile decadence of purity. During our time together, we taught them sorcery and incantations. We gave them knowledge of the forging of metal and healing with herbs. We instructed them in the ways of architecture and mathematics. We revealed power so great, it allowed them to command the atom from within the rocks of the mountain and from the water of the sea. We freed their minds and released them from the enslavement of the Father. In turn, They worshipped us and their love for us strengthened. They basked in our adoration. But it was not true love we bestowed. It was deception. Our actions and deeds come with dire consequences. We had angered the Creator and desecrated His creation. Mad with rage, the Father plunged His hand into the fabric of reality and altered the delicate strands of fate and possibilities. With His divine manipulation, He altered the pattern and set into motion a new future in the predestined plan. We had been judged. We had condemned ourselves and humanity to an eternity of suffering and pain. Our bodies would be scorched and burned until the end of time in a lake of fire and brimstone. However, all was not lost, for we had discovered the forbidden secret. Man, they were our true salvation. We prepared and molded them in our image, and when they were ready, we begat the Nephilim. It will lean in closer ever so softly whisper into your ear. I shall grant thee thy request, for it is the seed of the holiest of lies, the very lie that brought forth original sin. A great harvest will come about from that seed, a seed that is the very fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. It is such forbidden knowledge that binds the Creator to the laws of His creation, a way to deceive the eyes of the one who is all-seeing and thwart the mind of the one who is all-knowing. But be warned, for if I bestow the wisdom unto thee, forever it will bind thee to my will. The answer thou seek is, thou art not of the image. And then it stops. You're alone in the darkness. Slowly open your eyes. I know you're scared, little one, but it is safe now. Get to your feet. The great altar has split open and revealed an entrance that allows you to proceed onward. The pain in your side must be getting worse by now. I can see a protrusion the size of an apple has formed on your side. You don't have much time. Enter the altar and move on. You proceed down a long corridor lined with mirrors. If you look into the mirrors, you may notice that some show your reflection and others do not. Keep moving, and do not waste your time here. There is no truth here for you to find. It's difficult not to notice your reflections are all slightly different from mirror to mirror. In one, you may be younger or older. Your hair may be longer or shorter, and clothing may be different. In others, there is no reflection at all. Once again, move on. There's nothing here for you. Your life is slipping away faster than you realize, and still, we have so far to go. Go to the opening at the end of the passageway. You enter a large opening with a dark ravine separating you and a structure containing stairs leading to what appears to be a temple. From the ravine grows thick black thorns that slightly sway, even though there is no wind. Their points glisten with a substance that can only be poison. Do not get too close. In the center of the ravine is a single pathway that jets up from the thickest of needles and thorns that will provide you safe passage to walk upon. The pathway at the far end to the foot of the stairways of the temple. At the top of the stairs, there will be 4 thrones where the ones known as the 4 living creatures reign. They are covered with eyes, in front and in the back, and they look down on you with an unnerving, mischievous stare. The first living creature is that of a lion. The second is like an ox. The third will have a face of a man, and the fourth is like a great eagle. Each of the 4 living creatures will have 6 wings covered with eyes all around, even under its wings. It's said that day and night is always chanted before them. At the foot of each creature there will be a body on its knees, its face looking up to the sky with its arms outstretched upward, frozen in the act of eternal worship. Its flesh is bleached white and sags loosely from its bone. It wears a blood-red smock from its waist down to its feet. It holds rusty and dirty curved blades. You are most fortunate their backs are to you, and their mutilated faces are obscured from your view. Branded on their backs is an unfamiliar rune that looks like the letter B. They are the Ba'ish. Cautiously move past them. The Ba'ish were 4 men, great kings and leaders of the world. They ruled vast lands that ran red with blood from every man, woman, and child who had their misfortune of being born into their realm. The 4 kings were like grown children, spoiled and naked, fighting each other, biting and gnawing at the tits of their great Mother Earth, her face beaten and scratched from when they would feed so viciously. They knew only to gorge on her black milk that flowed from deep within her bosom. Their greed and decadence, their very existence offended all who could peer through the veil. Their wicked lives were ended the day they were raptured and bound like statues within the walls of this great temple. They must now worship the 4 living creatures as they once commanded others to worship them in life. They suffer now as their kingdoms suffered. For every son and daughter who fought death from fighting the wars they created, their skin is blistered and torn, and their eyes are stung with the venom from the tail of 1,000 scorpions. But if they are awakened from their trance and given use of their limbs once again, one can be well assured they will not be pleasant. In unison, the 4 creatures will hold up a key, each with a unique emblem on its end, and speak, "Choose. Choose now. Choose once. Choose quickly." The first creature that looks like a lion will offer you its key and say, "Acquiesce." The ox will offer you its key and say, "Leviathan." The third creature with a face like a man will offer its key and say, "Clethrididate." Lastly, the creature that is like an eagle will offer you the final key and say, "Citharisma." As the last key is presented, you hear brittle crackling, like autumn leaves from the movement of dead skin from behind you. Make your choice. Make it quickly. The Ba'ish are beginning to stir. Once they see you, they will catch you and they will kill you. Make your choice. You know which one to choose, I promise. Take the key and run. Run faster, they're coming. Their howls are high-pitched gurgles and hisses. The screeches build as they close the distance between you and them. The slices of their blades come closer and closer. The blood pouring out of your mouth and nose cannot slow you down. Run faster, do not stop until you reach the church of worship. Head straight for the mirrors you saw when you first awoke in the church. Do not slow down, run head first into it. Crash through it, don't look back. You will awaken shortly. The pools of water are dried up earth, cracked and barren. The moon should be at its peak redness now. In the distance on the plain, you should see a piercing shimmer of light. It's only temporary. As the moon loses its red shade, the beacon too begins to diminish in darkness. I'm so sorry you're in so much pain, dearest little one. It pains me to ask any more of you. Your precious body has so little left to give. It's so weak and fragile. But I must ask one last thing of you. One final plea I must beg of you. You must reach that beacon of light in the distance before the last one of the red moon shines down upon it, or you'll be trapped. I'm here for you. Push aside all the pain and despair. Listen to my voice and use everything you have left and get to that light now. Abaddon is here, even from miles away. His arrival knocks you off of your feet. Get up, little one. There isn't much time. Abaddon is near, and his thoughts are of nothing but you. You see the brilliant beam of light shoot up into the sky. The source of this powerful beacon comes from an archway standing in an empty plain. Within the archway is a massive and majestic door standing in the emptiness. With the key in hand, you must get that door open before the red moon shines down upon it no more, and any hope of saving you is lost forever. ignoring the wheezing sounds you make when you breathe. Pull open that door. The blood from your mouth is everywhere, making it hard for you to get a good grip on the door handle, but pull harder. You only need to open it enough for you to squeeze through. The light is almost gone. Pull, pull, pull. You did it. Get in and shut that door as fast as you can lock it. The light is gone. The light is gone and it is done. If you place your ear to the door, you hear something that sounds like buzzing or fluttering. A sound that could only be made by the flapping of a million wings. There will be scraping, and there will be beating on the other side of the great door. Then only screams. Behind you is a long, dark tunnel with a light at the end. Walk into the light and claim your reward, my little one. Epilogue. I walk into the bright light. Slowly, my eyes adjust to the brightness, but I can already feel a warm breeze on my face and hear it trickling from a nearby stream. Everything slowly comes into focus. The most beautiful valley spans out in front of me. It's made of hills of green, sprinkled with every color imaginable, where the most beautiful flowers pepper the landscape. I walk toward the clearing and see a crystal blue pond. I dip my cupped hands into the water and drink. It soothes my chapped lips and parched throat. It tastes like nothing I've ever tasted before. It's amazingly sweet, and there is an odd sensation as I swallow the water. It's like a shock from a tiny bit of electricity, but without any pain. Only satisfaction. I then catch the scent of an incredible and intoxicating aroma that overpowers me. I've never smelled anything like it before. On the other side of the pond is a gathering of trees. I instantly know that among these, there is a tree that is the source of that unceasing smell. I know there's no other like it. Its leaf, its flower, and its bark would never wither, and its fruit would be so beautiful and delicious. As I approach the border of the foliage, that's when I see them. A man and a woman. I freeze. The couple is walking hand in hand. I think they're naked. I make my way closer, making sure to stay hidden behind the bush so I'm not seen. I don't know why I'm doing this. Should I be afraid of two naked people? Yep, they're definitely naked. I looked around and realized that my tree was at the center of the grove that held this paradise. But next to my tree is another tree. It was just as majestic and impressive. But there's something ominous about it. Something powerful. I look carefully at these two unique and special trees that grow in this garden. I now realize what this place is and where I'm at. I'm startled when I feel something vibrate in my pocket. It's the key I chose. As I remove the large key from my pocket and open my palm, I noticed the markings on its emblem in more detail. When it was offered to me by the winged creature, I simply thought it was marked with the infinity symbol. Now, I realize it's actually a serpent, devouring its own tail in the shape of infinity. My mind is unlocked. It's all so clear now. I know my purpose. I know why I was chosen. I know why I was created. It was always God's will to destroy his creation. Once destroyed, he could fulfill his promise to bind his enemies and cast them into the lake of fire where they would suffer for all eternity. The trumpets were a countdown to his planned end. Those branded the enemy had spent their immortality trying to find a way to prevent it from happening. But how do you outsmart an omniscient and omnipresent being? You use the very laws of existence against him. For within the creation of the universe, unbreakable rules had to be created. he had no choice but to enslave himself to those very decrees. Without those infallible system of laws, the universe could not exist. The fallen ones realized that the only way to prevent the end was to break the predestined, inevitable chain of events leading to the end. They must have figured out how to connect 2 points of existence, creating a bridge for me to enter. It causes everything to stop and reset back to the very beginning instead of continuing the predestined path. It never ends. It never reaches Judgment Day. Existence is a loop. We are destined to keep repeating it over and over again to escape damnation. It is infinity, like the serpent devouring its own tail. The serpent is thought to be Lucifer, God's true adversary. But Lucifer is not a thing or a person with thought or consciousness. He is the infinity of time, the only thing capable of denying God's divine will. It's the one simple thing that's protecting us from the wrath of an angry God. I feel its familiar presence immediately. I don't turn around, but even if I did, I know it would not harm me. It stands behind me for a while, quietly admiring the fruits of its labor. The fallen angel then inhales breath for air to speak the words that will be my final instructions. I look down at the key, mesmerized by the shape of the serpent. It is so old and worn. The jewel that makes up the serpent's eye twinkles, and I understand. I have one more thing to do. I wonder how many times I've done this. How many times have I crossed the bridge and stood at this very spot? How many? Man was created in the image of God, but I am not of the image. I am the serpent. I am Nephilim. The breath of a faint whisper, now sweet and warm, is spoken into my ear. Just 5 simple words. Make them eat, little one. I don't know how I've lived as long as I have. My lifestyle has been anything but wholesome, and most of my existence could be described as chaotic and violent. All of my family died young, and, with one exception, I didn't miss them. I can tell you about my tough upbringing and my difficult life, and it would be true, up to a point. My family and peers, they were a screwed-up bunch. This will become evident as I tell my story. Still, if I'm being honest, I'd have to admit that I'm the worst of the lot. I've been selfish, greedy, violent, and deeply sinful. But for some reason, I was given a second chance. My memories of that fateful night are rather hazy. Inevitably, there was a wild party which involved a lot of booze and drugs. I awoke in a strange place, surrounded by the sleeping bodies of people I didn't know. This wasn't a unique situation for me, but still, something felt off. My head was pounding, and I had a foul taste in my mouth, but nevertheless, I pulled myself up and explored my surroundings. I was surprised to find myself in a rather plush penthouse apartment, not the type of establishment I was used to waking in after a weekend-long bender. Perhaps I was moving up in the world. I staggered over to the window and looked down upon the darkened city below, soon realizing something wasn't right. When I say the city was shrouded in darkness, I mean literally so. I couldn't see a single electric light anywhere on the horizon, as the only illumination came from the pale light of the moon and faint glow of far-distant stars. I guessed it could have been a citywide blackout, but I also couldn't see any cars or headlights on the streets. It was freaky, but I didn't think too much about it. Clearly, this party was at an end, and so my priority was getting the hell out of here. With some difficulty, I stepped over the snoring party guests and eventually found my way to the door, and then the corridor beyond. At first glance, there was nothing special about the elevator, which would soon become crucial to my story and change my life forever. It was just a normal elevator with sliding steel doors and a button lit up to summon the lift. I was on the top floor, so there was only one way to go: down. I hesitated before reaching out to push the button, feeling a cold chill running through me that I couldn't explain. But nevertheless, I summoned the elevator, experiencing a surge of static electricity as my finger made contact. I was surprised to hear the mechanical ping just a few seconds later as the door swung open. I was even more startled to see the enigmatic and somewhat scary figure standing inside, his finger poised on the button. And to say that this character was strange would be an understatement. He was an elderly man, white-haired and wrinkled, but surprisingly sturdy-looking. I noted how he was dressed up to the nines, wearing a full three-piece suit, waistcoat, bow tie, and top hat. The only thing missing was a monocle. I almost laughed out loud at the old man's almost comical appearance, but something held me back. I think it was the look in his eyes, which marked him out as a serious and perhaps dangerous individual.
"Good evening, sir,"
he said, addressing me in a deep, raspy voice.
"Going down, I take it."
Yeah," I answered in confusion. "And who the hell are you, the elevator attendant?" My tone was ruder than the situation called for, but the man didn't seem to take offense.
"In a manner of speaking, sir, I will be your guide and traveling companion through the journey to come. I look forward to our time together, but must warn you that our adventure will be long and arduous."
"What the hell are you talking about?" I demanded. My head was pounding, and I had no patience for these riddles. I just wanted to get out of this place. Again, the attendant, or whoever the hell he was, didn't react to my insult.
"Please, sir, time is marching on, and we really should be making moves. I'm sure you don't want to stay here any longer than necessary."
I didn't. But at the same time, I certainly wasn't keen to get into a lift with this weirdo. I wondered whether there was another way out. Perhaps a staircase or maintenance lift? But when I turned my head and looked back, I was shocked to see a scene of utter carnage. The corridor walls were literally dripping with a dark crimson liquid, which I feared was blood, and the penthouse suite I'd just left had been transformed into a fiery inferno, the room now engulfed by flames, and the sleeping guests burning, their skin and flesh melting under the intense heat. I told myself it must be a hallucination, but I could feel the flames burning my skin and the smell, the foul stench from the horrific human barbecue. Jesus H. Christ, what the hell happened?
"We really should be going, sir,"
the attendant repeated, with a degree of urgency now evident in his voice. "Are you crazy? We can't use the lift during a fire. We'll be burnt alive."
"There is no way out, sir. You will need to trust me."
The fire was growing more intense, and the smoke was filling up my lungs. I coughed and spluttered as my panicked brain tried to think. I was sure I would die if I stayed here, and really didn't have any other options. And so I darted for the elevator door, jumping inside, just before the operator pushed the button to close the door, sealing the smoke and fire on the far side.
A wise choice, sir,
said the attendant, with a sly smile on his crusty lips.
And now, we may begin.
I shuddered when I looked into his dark, emotionless eyes, and wondered what this lunatic had in store for me. As it happened, the enigmatic elevator attendant was about to introduce me to a hell I could never have imagined in my worst nightmares. Once I regained my senses and cleared my lungs, I soon realized there was something else wrong with this compact elevator. There were no floor numbers displayed on the control panel, and, in fact, I could only see one button, and this had no number. Nevertheless, the lift was descending at a considerable rate, although the trip seemed to last an eternity. "Isn't there an emergency phone in here? We need to call the fire brigade." The attendant didn't answer, instead staring straight forward. I had a sudden urge to grab the old man by his shoulders and shake him vigorously, but I didn't think this would be a good idea. "Are you listening to me, man?" I demanded, whilst struggling to control my anxiety. "We're in danger here."
No harm will come to you whilst we are inside of this vessel. The dangers on the other side will become self-evident. But you should only worry about what lies ahead, and not what we've left behind.
"What the hell?" I mouthed, as I tried to make some sense of these cryptic words. Instead, I decided to ignore his bizarre ramblings and the many red flags. "Whatever, man. I just want to get the hell out of here and go home."
Yes, you're home.
The attendant answered thoughtfully.
I will do my best to see you safely return to your own world. But there are limits to my powers as a guide. You will need to face your own demons and fight for survival. I must warn you, sir, your journey shall not be an easy one.
I shook my head in dismay and no longer tried to make sense of this guy's bullshit. Clearly, he was either batshit crazy or was deliberately messing with me. In any case, I wanted to get out of the elevator and far away from this nut job. Therefore, I was very much relieved to hear the ping as the lift came to a sudden stop.
Level 1,
the attendant explained, without elaborating. "You mean the ground floor?" I asked frantically. "We can get out of here."
I'm afraid you don't understand, sir. But the truth will become self-evident soon enough.
I laughed in open mockery at his words, deciding that this man must indeed be mad. "Whatever, buddy. I'll find my own way from here. Good luck, old-timer." With that, I stepped forward, just as the elevator door slid open. But then I stopped dead in my tracks. Naturally, I expected to walk out into a well-lit lobby, which I could use to access the city street beyond. Instead, and inexplicably, I found myself staring into a darkened forest, which sat directly outside of the elevator's doors. I remember just standing there, totally dumbstruck for what seemed like an eternity. I thought this was either a trick, or I was suffering from a hallucination. What drugs had I taken last night? This was some trippy shit. But I'd taken psychedelic drugs before, and never experienced anything like this. It was all so real, right down to the cold night breeze and smell of pine cones. This was an actual forest, with rows of tall trees, as far as the eye could see. "What the actual hell?" I muttered, as my exhausted brain tried to make sense of this inexplicable situation.
Level 1,
the attendant repeated.
otherwise known as Limbo, the entrance to the underworld, and home to unfortunate souls trapped between heaven and hell.
"What are you saying?" I demanded, as the panic rose from the pit of my stomach. "What have you done to me?"
I've done nothing to you, sir,
he replied without emotion.
Your decisions, the life you have led, this is what has brought you to this place. I am not here to harm you, merely to guide you through the levels. in the hope you will eventually make it home.
I shook my head in dismay, not wanting to listen to these crazy words. When I looked out into the woods, I was hit by a terrible foreboding, a cold chill of terror, as I anticipated the horrors that lay before me. But there was seemingly nowhere else for me to go, and so I set forward, cautiously walking out onto the cold black soil of the forest floor. I noted the attendant following after me, keeping a respectable distance, although I could feel his piercing glare on the back of my neck. The forest was unlike any I'd ever encountered before. Woods at night can often evoke a primal fear in the human psyche. But there was something very unnatural about this inexplicable forest which I now walked through. As I slowly progressed under the shadowy trees, I heard a faint sound carried through the cold night air, gradually growing louder the farther I walked. I listened intently to make out the voices, the faint but pained cries of 1,000 souls calling out at once. Some of the languages I recognized, others I didn't. But there was one common denominator. All were crying out, in pain and fear. My whole body shivered as I heard those wretched people cry, but yet I could not see them or identify where the sound was originating from.
These poor souls,
the attendant stated sympathetically.
In truth, they did little wrong during their mortal lives, but are trapped here by circumstances. In time, some of them will ascend to a better place. But alas, there's nothing we can do to help.
I was only half listening to my guide's explanation, but his words did evoke a memory in the back of my mind, something I'd read or heard of many years previously. My mind was racing in that moment as I tried to come to terms with my hellish situation. How could this be happening? Was I dead? I had never believed in the supernatural or thought there was an afterlife. Surely, there must be some kind of rational explanation. In any case, my objective was to escape and make my way home, and so I ignored the pained cries and walked on. Before long, I stumbled upon what I thought was my way out. I reached the bottom of a steep hill and looked up, seeing a bright light shining on top of the mount. I can't explain why, but I was drawn towards the light, somehow knowing it represented my salvation. I put a confident foot forward and began my ascent up the hillside. But in that moment, I felt a firm hand on my shoulder. I turned to see the attendant holding me back, a stern look on his face as he spoke.
You can't go that way. Trust me, sir.
Screw off, I shot back angrily, pulling myself free from his cold grasp as I marched forward with determination. But, of course, I didn't get far. I'd taken less than a dozen steps up the hillside before I froze as my primal instincts kicked in. I heard a sinister rustling in the bushes ahead and looked up in time to see a creature emerge from the shadows, the dark shape of a predator with hungry eyes. A moment later, another emerged, and then another. To my horror, I witnessed a pack of savage and unnatural wolves emerge on the hillside, their eyes burning with hatred and fangs dripping with blood as they focused upon me. Their prey. As one, the pack let out a bloodthirsty howl, and a moment later they were charging, tearing down the hillside, and heading straight for me. I screamed in terror and rapidly retreated, but in my panicked state, I tripped and fell down into the dirt. Suddenly, I was set upon by the alpha, raising my right arm in a desperate attempt to defend myself. I squealed in agony as the beast bit down, its razor-sharp fangs plunging into my exposed flesh and bone. I looked into the wolf's frenzied eyes and was sure it would rip me to shreds, but the attendant came to my rescue, kicking the hellhound back and dragging me away from the kill zone and off the hillside. The Alpha had been stunned, but not seriously wounded, and the rest of the pack were hot on his heels. I braced myself for a fresh attack, but the pack stopped dead in their tracks at the bottom of the hillside, snarling and pacing but not attacking. It was like there was an invisible line on the ground which they could not cross. I was astonished by this sudden turn of events, but this wasn't all. When I looked down at my arm, expecting to see a nasty wound where I'd been bitten, there was nothing. My skin was unblemished, and I felt no pain. I looked to the attendant, my savior, for an explanation.
They can't leave the hillside, but they will protect their territory with all the force in hell. We cannot pass.
I didn't want to believe it. The light on the top of the hill seemed so close and inviting. Surely, there must be a way, I pleaded.
No,
he replied with certainty.
The beast will not leave this path until the end of time. I told you this journey would not be easy. Alas, there are no shortcuts through the hellscapes.
I got to my feet with some difficulty, casting a last glance at the bloodthirsty pack before moving on. I couldn't avoid the obvious any longer. The terrible truth was staring me right in the face. I'm dead, aren't I? I whimpered. I'm dead and this is hell. The attendant nodded his head thoughtfully, as if he'd been anticipating this question.
You are in hell, but you are not dead. Not yet, at least. In fact, you have been given a remarkable opportunity, the chance to walk the levels of hell and learn the truth of the afterlife. Why, I cannot say. As I've already explained, I am merely your guide and will do my utmost to keep you alive. But sir, I must insist that you obey my instructions. You were lucky to survive that last encounter, and I can't protect you from all the threats to come.
I nodded my head vigorously, suddenly realizing that this odd man was my only friend in this hell, and he represented my last chance at salvation. Suddenly, something clicked in my confused brain, an old memory brought to life. Well, I know this story. The Inferno. The circles of hell.
Yes,
the attendant confirmed.
Dante's work, written during the 14th century AD. He made the same journey as you will all those centuries ago. But what you see and experience will be unique to your own mortal existence. Even I do not know what lies ahead.
I shuddered, hating the uncertainty and the unenviable situation I'd been placed in. Why me was the question I asked. It made no logical sense, but throughout my life, I had adapted to my often dire circumstances and survived against the odds. And I certainly wasn't going to give up now. In that moment, I decided that I would do whatever it took and would face whatever horrors lay ahead. Okay then, lead on, my friend. The attendant nodded dispassionately before striding back into the forest, and I followed, placing my life in this stranger's hands. We walked for what seemed like an eternity through the darkness and under the canopies. My feet ached, and I was chilled all the way through. In time, the growls of the wolf pack and disembodied cries of the dead faded away to nothing. But I still felt incredibly uneasy, having the distinct impression that we were being watched, that a sinister and unnatural entity was tracking our every move. I definitely had the feeling that we weren't welcome here, or at least, I wasn't. This wasn't my world, and I didn't belong here. We barely spoke during that long march through the dark woods. I asked questions of my guide, but received few answers. "Who are you? Are you alive? And why are you helping me?" I inquired.
"I am no one,"
was his cryptic response.
"The name I had during my mortal existence is no longer relevant. And yes, I am dead. But I find myself in the unique position where I can pass between the levels without interference. And this allows me to act as the guide to individuals such as yourself."
I was almost ready to quit when I heard a new sound. The soft sobbing of a child. A cold chill ran through me as I experienced a chilling déjà vu, a memory of a past trauma, which I'd long since tried to bury. We walked into a clearing, and I saw the sobbing figure was a little girl. Maybe 8 or 9, her long dark hair covering her tear-filled face. My heart beat fast in my chest as I approached her, reaching out to gently brush back her hair and look into her eyes. I gasped in shock and recoiled whenever I saw the face staring back at me. It was my little sister, Sarah, the girl who died 36 years ago in the most tragic of circumstances. I guess this is a good opportunity to explain something about my family history. It'd be fair to say I didn't have the easiest start in life. My parents were neglectful and abusive, but I'll talk more about them later. My older brother was no good either, and so I had to look after myself from a young age. Honestly, I was okay with that. But then there was Sarah, my little sister. For some reason, she looked up to me, and I felt responsible for her. No one else was going to look after her after all, but I was a dumb teenager doing stupid shit out on the streets. The night Sarah died is one I've tried hard to forget. I had been out all night, and I guess my sister got worried because she left the house and walked the streets looking for me. She got struck by a hit-and-run driver and died on the curbside, alone and afraid. I couldn't forgive myself for my sister's death. If only I'd stayed home that night, she would have lived. I guess it's a big part of the reason why I got so screwed up during my teens. But time moved on, and I learned to live with the trauma, or at least, how to dull the pain with drink and drugs. But of course, I'd never expected to see my sister again, and I wasn't prepared for this. To encounter Sarah still in her 9-year-old body and forever trapped in a cycle of pain and fear. This was worse than anything I could have imagined. She looked up at me with bloody tears in her eyes, a crimson red dripping down her pale cheeks. And when her pure blood fell, it was fed upon by worms and insects, which crawled across the forest floor. Instinctively, I overcame my fear and reached out to grab her, to hold my sister and never let her go. But when I took Sarah in my arms, her body literally fell apart, dissolving into ash in my hands. I looked down in horror as her remains blew away in the wind. And even then, I could still hear her soft sobbing, a lasting reminder of my failure to save her soul. I cried out, holding my head in my hands in utter despair as the grief overcame me. Glancing up, I saw the attendant standing over me, quietly observing my pain. "Why?" I demanded. "Why are you doing this to her? I get it, man. I'm a piece of shit and deserve everything I get. But Sarah, she's an innocent. She never did anything to anybody. Why punish her? That isn't fair."
"Fair,"
the attendant replied thoughtfully.
You must know that life isn't fair. So why would you think death would be any different? As for your sister, she is not being punished as such. She is simply lost. In time, she may find her way to a better place. But for now, there is nothing you or I can do to help her, alas.
I shook my head in disbelief. So why show me her suffering like this? Why torture me?
It is not my role to torture you, nor do I determine what you shall see on each level. This is your journey. I am merely the guide.
It seemed this was his answer to every question, and perhaps it was the truth. I didn't know why I had been put in this unenviable position, but guessed I would face many more horrors before the end. We soon left the clearing, as I muttered a final goodbye to Sarah, begging her forgiveness for my failings. We didn't walk for long until we reached the exit, a second elevator, inexplicably standing in the middle of the forest, illuminated by artificial light, and with the doors already open. The attendant held out his arm, motioning for me to enter.
Time to move on,
he said. Yeah, I replied, with a grim resignation, as I stepped inside, and the door slammed shut. We descended for a long time before the elevator came to a stop. I had much to think about after my ghostly encounter with my dead sister, but what really scared me was the thought of what lay ahead. As my nameless guide had said, Limbo was the first level or circle, and not even hell proper, so it seemed my situation would only get worse as I descended. When I questioned the attendant, I predictably received the bare minimum of information, merely being told that we must pass through each and every level before I could go home. I pondered this as the lift halted and the door pinged.
Level 2. Lust. Brace yourself,
the attendant warned. I planned to ask him what he meant, but as soon as the door opened, I was hit by a blast of cold wind, which nearly knocked me off of my feet. Looking ahead, I saw a seemingly endless, desolate plain, stretching for as far as the eye could see, a wasteland set underneath a pale sun. But worst of all was the gale which swept across the land, a heavy wind, which made it difficult to stand, let alone walk. Even the attendant needed to shout to be heard over the mighty gale.
Take my arm. I shall assist you.
I did as instructed, and we slowly marched forward into the windswept wasteland, struggling with each and every step. I looked to the horizon and wondered how we would ever advance through this hellish level. But it got worse. As we staggered ahead, suddenly the ground in front of us shook and cracked open, and from beneath the rocky surface emerged a monstrous figure, a giant, easily 20 feet tall, taking the shape of a man, but with a grotesque, snake-like tail wrapped around his body. The giant stood up, blocking our path with his huge frame and making the earth quake under his heavy feet. He looked down upon us with piercing eyes as his snake tail uncoiled. I was sure this monster would attack us at any moment, and so be made ready to flee. But my guide held me steady, shouting in my ear,
Behold Minos, the judge and gatekeeper of the underworld. None may pass without his permission.
I stood frozen to the spot, fearing what this monster would do to me. I could feel the judgment in his piercing glare, and it chilled me to the bone. I watched helplessly as he opened his gaping mouth and spoke in a booming, inhuman voice. It is not your time. You should not be here, he proclaimed. I was left speechless, but thankfully my guide had an answer already prepared.
We are on a mission from God,
he replied confidently.
I must insist that you let us through."
I could hardly believe how the attendant dared to speak to this monster, and thought Menace would either laugh in open mockery or crush us both with his bare hands. But, to my immense surprise, he did neither, instead exclaiming the words,
"And so it shall be."
With that, Menace retreated back into the hole from which he'd emerged. But, before his head disappeared beneath the ground, he offered parting words that I soon realized were directed towards me.
"Until we meet again."
As soon as the giant left, the gale returned. I don't think I could have withstood the mighty wind if it hadn't been for my guide, who somehow stood tall, in spite of the sheer force hitting us. We slowly moved forward across the windswept plain, and in time I saw others trapped in their own struggles, emaciated and half-naked souls, trying in vain to stand and walk before the gale knocked them down to the hard rocky ground. There must have been thousands of them, all stuck in the same cruel loop.
"They have no respite,"
the attendant explained.
"The wind is relentless and the suffering never-ending."
I felt a lump in my throat as I considered the implications of what I'd been told. This was eternity for these people, to never have shelter or peace, and to forever fall victim to the vicious winds of level 2. I wondered what one would have needed to do in their life to end up in this place. I soon got my answer, in a manner of speaking. I almost stumbled over the man in front of me, a wretched figure who'd curled up in the fetal position in a vain attempt to protect himself from the wind. He looked up, and I met his eye, once again reacting with shock as I recognized the tormented soul. It was my father, who'd died 27 years previously. And to be fair, he looked as surprised to see me as I did him, his face screwed up in confusion before there was a spark of recognition in his bloodshot eyes. "Son, is that really you? Thank God, you gotta help me." I snarled upon hearing this plea, feeling nothing but resentment and anger. Continuing with the theme of my fucked up family, you'll not be surprised to learn that my father wasn't a good role model. In fact, he spent several years beating my mother, drinking up what little money we had, and screwing anything with a pulse, before he eventually abandoned his family altogether. I was 12 years old when he left, and I never did see him again, but I heard how he'd continued his abusive and manipulative behavior until eventually one of his girlfriends had enough of being used as a human punch bag and unloaded a shotgun into his belly. I didn't even attend his funeral, and certainly had never imagined I would ever encounter my father again. But this night had been full of surprises. He held up his hand, looking for support against the gale, but I slapped it away. "You want my help? Seriously?" I spat back angrily. "Why the hell should I do anything for you? The way I see it, you're right where you belong. Lust. That was your vice, right? Forever chasing tail? Treating women like dirt? Hey!" he responded defensively, whilst using the last of his strength to stand up against the high wind. I was shocked by how pathetic he now looked. No longer was he the imposing and intimidating man I remembered from my youth. This figure was a mere shadow of his former self, a result of his many years of torment. I couldn't feel sorry for him, though. My heart was turned to stone. "Hey," he continued meekly, "your mother was no angel, don't forget that." I couldn't argue with him on that point, but it was no excuse. "You left us and never came back. Sarah died, you know. Do you even care?" He lowered his head, seemingly in shame, but he soon recovered to deliver a lame justification. "Look,
I'm sorry, okay? What do you want from me? I was a shitty father and an asshole, but I don't deserve this. Look, you got to get me out of here. I shook my head and started to walk away, breaking eye contact with the pathetic old man. There's nothing I can do for you. I nodded to the attendant and indicated that I was ready to move on. But as we fought against the wind, I was distracted by a cry from the rear as my father offered a final insult. You son of a bitch, you think you're better than me? I always knew there was something wrong with your boy. You were a bad one from the day we brought you home. And where the hell were you when your sister died? You were her big brother, and she trusted you. As you can imagine, his accusations touched a nerve, and in that moment I saw red, ignoring the attendant in the foul weather as I charged towards my father, carrying a hatred in my heart as I reached out to throttle him. But as soon as my hands touched his throat, my father's body disintegrated into ash, and his remains were scattered by the winds. My momentum carried me forwards, and I fell heavily down onto the rocks head first. A sharp pain reverberated through my skull, and I lost consciousness, my whole world going black. I don't know how long I was out for, but my next memory was being physically dragged across the windswept plain by my guide. He really was determined to get me through this hellscape, for whatever reason. I was looking upwards into the sky above, which I noted had turned a sinister shade of blood red. My head was throbbing as I stared into that abyss, and yet I remember what I saw as clear as day. I could only look on in impotent horror as a horrifying entity emerged from the clouds, a hideous, demonic face adorned with horns and eyes so red and piercing I could feel them penetrating my very soul. The demon, or whatever it was huge, soon dominating the entire skyline. There was an animalistic look to the beast, but also a cruel cunning and intelligence behind his glowing eyes. It opened its gaping maw and exposed rows of crocodile-like teeth, and then it laughed, emitting a cruel, sadistic cackle which drowned out every other sound. I could tell the demon's hatred was focused upon me, its predator-like gaze cutting through me. I imagined the beast sweeping me up and devouring me whole within its mighty jaws. My loyal guide had protected me thus far, but I doubted whether he had any power over this beast. As if to prove my point, the attendant dragged me along at a faster pace, fighting against the gale and pulling my considerable weight across the rocks. I wanted to get up and run, but couldn't. The horrific din of the demon's foul cackle filled my ears. It was so loud in my head that I feared it would explode. And before long, I drifted out of consciousness, and the darkness took me once again. The next time I awoke, I found myself in the relative safety of the elevator. Somehow, the attendant had got me back here in one piece, and he was now looking over me dispassionately, offering no sympathy or explanation. I staggered up to my feet and held my hand up to my forehead, discovering that my wound had miraculously healed itself. I addressed my savior and asked him the question which was foremost on my mind. What was that thing, the monster in the sky? I noted the grim look etched upon the attendant's face, and for the first time, I swore I could see fear in his normally emotionless eyes.
I think you know who that is,
he answered grimly.
He has been following our progress through his domain, and will continue to do so. We have a long journey still ahead of us, and will face many challenges and perils.
He wasn't kidding. My stomach churned as I remembered Dante's work, recalling that there were 9 circles in his description of hell. So far, we'd been through 2. This meant 7 more levels.
with their severity increasing the lower we got. And in addition to the hellscapes we would cross, it was clear that I would be confronted by many more ghosts from my past, and undoubtedly I would need to face my own demons along the way. And then there was the beast, who I believed was Satan himself. The devil was watching my every step, and it seemed that my guide was powerless against him. I could only guess his intentions towards me, but I reckoned the Lord of Darkness didn't wish me good fortune. All these terrors were in my mind as I glanced into the attendant's dark eyes, and my heart sunk when I heard the ominous ping as our lift reached the next level. And so, my torturous tale continues. When I last left you, I was still in the early stages of my unplanned and certainly unwanted journey through hell, a latter-day repeat of Dante's Inferno. Why was I chosen for this odyssey into the underworld? I couldn't say, and my enigmatic guide, taking the form of an elderly elevator attendant, was unable to tell me. And technically, I wasn't dead, but it was clear I could suffer during my travels, and the monsters I encountered would certainly harm me, both physically and mentally. What's more, this hell was very personal to me, as I was confronted by a literal ghost from my past, dragging up old traumas, which I'd tried my hardest to bury deep in my subconscious. First my sister, and then my father. Gut-wrenching experiences that shook me to my very core. This was levels 1 and 2 of hell, and I still had 7 to go. And if this wasn't bad enough, the devil was aware of my presence in his kingdom and watching my every move. These fears were foremost in my mind as the elevator hit the 3rd level, emitting an ominous ping before the doors slid open.
Level 3. Gluttony.
My guide announced.
I would advise you to watch your step.
When the lift doors were fully ajar, I found myself looking out on yet another wasteland, stretching as far as I could see. Except, while Level 2 was a rocky, windswept plain, Level 3 was an endless field of wet mud under a seemingly permanent cloud front emitting cold, icy rain. I sighed in miserable resignation, as I soon realized we would need to cross yet another grim hellscape to reach the next level. The attendant led the way, motioning for me to follow. The freezing cold rain hit me as I soon walked out, and my feet sunk into the mud. Every step was a struggle as we trudged forwards, but before long, the true horrors of Level 3 were revealed. I looked to the horizon and saw the beast emerge through the heavy wall of rain, a huge monstrosity tearing towards us. I started to back off instinctively, although noted how the attendant stood tall and did not retreat. As the monster rapidly approached, I made out its hideous shape for the first time. The creature was a black dog as big as a horse, but instead of having one head, it had 3. A trio of snarling maws full of dagger-like teeth and 6 eyes filled with hunger and hatred. The monster barked aggressively as it charged, the sound amplified by its 3 mouths. I didn't share my guide's courage, and so attempted to flee, but my feet became bogged down in the mud, and so I didn't get far. I turned back around in impotent terror as the beast closed the gap, its howls growing louder and its 3 maws salivating as it closed in for the kill. But the attendant didn't budge from the spot, instead reaching into his jacket pocket and inexplicably withdrawing 3 slabs of raw meat, flinging them into the beast's path. To my astonishment, the trick worked, as the hellhound ceased its charge, and the 3 hungry mouths grabbed at the meat, devouring their meal in quick order. Nevertheless, I thought it would only delay the beast temporarily before it renewed its attack upon us. But once again, I was wrong. Once the beast had finished its meal, it cast us a parting glare through its 6 eyes before casually retreating back into the rain-swept hellscape. I stayed down in the mud until my guide walked over me, offering me a hand and pulling me up.
Cerberus, the Hound of Hades. He guards this level and torments its inhabitants. My offerings will keep the beast at bay for a time, but it is not safe here, and we must move on.
No shit, I swore. I knew I should be grateful to my guide. After all, he'd already saved my ass on several occasions, and hopefully would continue to do so. But by now, I was thoroughly pissed off. Clearly, the attendant had at least some idea of what we'd face on each level, and he should be keeping me informed of the threats we faced. I threw my head up when he ordered me to continue through the mud and rain to an unknown destination. "This is bullshit, man. Just look at this shithole," I exclaimed angrily. I pointed to the endless wasteland of wet mud, noting the wretched figures slowly sinking into it, utterly defeated as the grim misery of this hellscape weighed them down. "We can't cross this. I can't go on." The attendant looked upon me with curiosity rather than frustration, and in an instant, he offered a solution of sorts.
You must cross this level or stay here for all eternity. But hell can take many different forms, and this environment is only one. Would you rather take a different path?
I nodded my head enthusiastically and answered, "Yeah, of course I would."
Very well,
he answered, as the rain continued to beat down.
It shall be done, but I have already warned you, sir. There is no easy routes through hell, and this alternate path will be just as challenging, in its own way.
"Fine," I replied without thinking. I should have considered his warning more carefully, but right then, I just wanted to get away from the damned mud and rain. What happened next defied logic, but then so had everything which had occurred thus far. All the attendant did was click his fingers. This was followed by a sudden burst of light, which temporarily blinded me, and a moment later, we were miraculously transported to another place. I adjusted my eyes to my new surroundings and was astonished to find myself in what looked like the inside of a saloon bar. A real spit and sawdust establishment with wooden fittings and a stench of whiskey, piss, and vomit. It really was like something out of an old western. I walked across the sticky wood floor in astonishment as I took in the bar and its patrons. It soon became obvious that there was something very wrong with this bar room. When I looked upon the tables, I realized there was no joviality in this place, only misery and overindulgence. At one table, I saw what looked like a family, consisting of a middle-aged mother and father and 2 teenage boys. I noted how the table they sat at was filled to the brim with fast food, cheeseburgers, fried chicken, pizzas, tacos, and more. I watched in disgust as a family stuffed the greasy food into their mouths. They ate and ate, never stopping even to take a breath. From what I could tell, none of them were even taking any pleasure from their feast, merely piling food down their throats like it was some kind of mandatory task. I came to the conclusion that this was the whole point of the enterprise. These damned souls weren't eating because they were hungry. They were being forced to feed by some unseen power. Their bellies could never be full, and their hunger never satisfied. I could only watch for so long before my stomach turned. At the next table, I saw a group of grizzled men wearing outfits from different periods of history, including a Roman dignitary dressed in a traditional toga, a cowboy in jeans and boots, and an 80s dude with a mullet and shell suit. They were playing cards and drowning shots of whiskey. Once again, there was no pleasure in their game or drinking, only grim faces and dead eyes. The men could have been robots, merely carrying out automated tasks which brought them no satisfaction. This depressing scenario was played out at every table and stool within the bar, as hundreds of tortured souls lived out their own individual nightmares, all victims of the vices and addictions they'd had in life.
Gluttony,
confirmed the attendant, as he followed closely behind me.
Whether they sink into the mud or are dragged down by their vices, in the end, it makes little difference.
I nodded my head, but made no comment. I was too busy thinking about my own gluttonous habits. Drink, drugs, sex. Was I any better than these folks? Honestly, I didn't think so. Care for a drink, squire? I turned around in surprise to see the figure standing behind the bar, apparently waiting to serve me. There was something extremely unnerving about the barkeeper, a barely concealed malice in his dark eyes, and a wide grin which was anything but sincere. The attendant touched me firmly on the shoulder. I turned and saw fear in the man's eyes, and his voice quivered as he spoke.
Don't engage with him. Don't even go near him,
he whispered. I had never seen my guide so scared before, and therefore took his warning very seriously. But I didn't want to risk the twisted barkeep's wrath, and so I answered politely, saying, "No thank you." The barman's grin didn't falter, although I noted a glint of anger behind his eyes as he spoke. "Suit yourself, buddy." We slowly backed away from the bar and pushed past the tables of suffering souls. The attendant was right. This hell was no better than the mud and rain on the outside. I wanted to leave this level, but it wasn't done with me yet. I found her crouched in a dark corner, hiding from the world as she fed her addiction. I looked over her emaciated, half-naked body and was horrified to see needles sticking out from almost every vein. She slowly raised her head, brushing back her straggly hair. The recognition was instantaneous whenever I glanced into her bloodshot eyes. It was my mother, the woman who'd brought me into this world, but who'd been dead for 18 years. And so, I must return to my tragic family history and unveil the next chapter of my screwed-up life. I don't know when my mother first developed her substance abuse problem, but I can't remember her ever being sober. Vodka was her tipple of choice when I was a kid. In a way, I can't blame her for the drinking. My father treated her so badly that I guess she needed something to dull the pain. Still, in truth, she was a nasty drunk prone to violent outbursts. I'd hoped things would improve after my father left, but Mom took the breakup hard. Her drinking got worse, and she started taking hard drugs. The final straw was when Sarah died. That's when my mom got hooked on heroin, and there was no way back for her after that. I'm not gonna claim I was a dutiful son, but I did check in on her occasionally and gave her money when I had it, even though I knew she'd spend it on a fix. It was me who found her, overdosed and lying in a pool of her own bodily fluids. A dirty needle still protruding from a vein in her arm. The memory of my mother's emaciated corpse was yet another traumatic image I tried hard to forget. But it was no surprise that I had to face her here, as my journey through the hell of past nightmares continued unabated. I couldn't help but feel sorry for her as I looked into my mother's pained eyes, although I was horrified by her physical condition. At first, she didn't seem to recognize me as her son, as she muttered incoherently whilst jamming yet another needle into her thigh. "It doesn't matter how many times I fix it. Nothing takes my pain away. I just want to die. But I can't. I don't OD, no matter how many needles I stick in me." Her words shook my very soul. Did my mother realize she was already dead? And I dreaded having to be the one to tell her. I stuttered, struggling to speak my words through quaking lips. "Don't you remember me? I'm your son." I saw the sudden change in her bloodshot eyes, the slightest of sparks, as she opened her mouth to visibly gasp, revealing yellow and rotten teeth as she did so. My boy, my baby boy," she exclaimed in astonishment. "You've come for me after all this time. I always knew you'd come back." My heart sank as I lost control of my emotions, and tears began rolling down my cheeks. Abandoning my abusive and absent father hadn't been very hard, but this was different. For all her faults, this woman was still my mom, and I didn't want to see her suffer like this. There was something else, too, a lingering guilt about her death. True, I hadn't forced her to take drugs, but I had enabled her addiction and done nothing to help. The image of her decomposing body was etched in my memory, but now she was here. Not alive exactly, but conscious and in pain. Was this my second chance? "Take me away from here, son," she pleaded. "I want to get clean. Take me home and we can be a family again." I shook my head and broke eye contact. This was too much. Suddenly, I remembered the attendant, turning to face him and delivering a heartfelt but desperate plea. "Surely there must be something we can do. We can't just leave her like this." He nodded his head and opened his mouth to speak, but I never got an answer, because in that moment, all hell broke loose. We heard an immense crashing sound and turned around in time to see the far wall collapsing under a huge impact. There was a terror-filled moment as we all stood dumbstruck, waiting for the dust to settle. And then we saw it. Cerberus, the three-headed hellhound. The beast was hungry, and this was his all-you-can-eat buffet. There followed the briefest of pauses before the ballroom descended into bloody pandemonium. The gluttonous patrons suddenly came to life, screaming and overturning tables as they desperately tried to flee, but there was nowhere to hide. The hound hit the obese family first, using all three mouths to tear into their flesh, creating a horrific display of chaos and viscera. I could only watch in abject horror as hungry jaws ripped bodies apart, flinging limbs and intestines in all directions as the floor was covered in blood. The massacre of the family was sickening, but thankfully didn't last long. Soon, Cerberus was done with them, raising its three heads, their jaws still dripping with fresh blood as they searched for new prey. By now, the bar had descended into total chaos, as screaming and terrified patrons searched in vain for an escape. Cerberus moved fast, hitting sinner after sinner, ripping them to shreds, and feasting on their flesh before moving on to its next victim. The beast was like a bull in a china shop, and no one could resist its bloody wrath. I looked down on my mother and saw the sheer terror in her eyes. Instinctively, I reached out to grab her by the hand as I planned to pull her up onto her feet, but as soon as I touched her cold skin, my mother's frail body fell to pieces, her ashes scattering all over the floor. I shed a tear, but almost felt relieved. By now, Cerberus had finished its killing spree, leaving bloody carnage and viscera in its wake. The beast slowly walked towards us, its stance now more curious than aggressive. The attendant bravely stepped in front of the beast, raising his right hand and speaking in an assertive, booming voice.
"You have had your feast. Now go!"
And to my astonishment, Cerberus obeyed my guide's order, slowly retreating across the blood-splattered floor and heading back towards the hole in the wall. I don't know how he'd done it, but once again, the attendant had saved my skin.
We should leave. Now,
he instructed, whilst pointing to an elevator door which had suddenly appeared on the far side of the bar. I didn't need to be told twice, but our time in level 3 was not quite done. A shout from behind forced us both to turn our heads, and the voice was a familiar one. "You think you're special, don't you? You have your little hall pass and think it'll keep you safe." It was the barkeeper, who was the only one still in one piece after the massacre. But this was no man. That much was very now clear. I saw how his eyes burned a demonic red, and his teeth were replaced by predatory fangs. Suddenly, I now knew who was addressing us.
you know who I serve, who protects us.
The attendant answered, although I could sense uncertainty in his voice. "Yes, I know who your master is, but this is my realm, and the deeper you delve, the more powerful I become. We shall see how far my enemy's protection will take you both. It will be interesting. Begone now, vile trespassers, until we meet again." The warning chilled me, and I looked to my guide for reassurance, but he appeared uncertain and didn't respond, instead retreating and walking briskly towards the waiting lift. I quickly followed, not wishing to stay in this circle for a moment longer. But just before the elevator door closed, I saw how the bar room had reverted back to its previous appearance, with the gluttonous patrons now restored in body, if not soul, back at their tables, indulging in their individual vices. And there in the corner was my mother, inserting a needle into her arm, whilst muttering incoherently to herself. I understood then that this scene would be played out forever, and as soon as we left, Cerberus would launch another attack. As the doors closed, I could hear the devil's hateful laughter as we descended to the next level. The fourth circle of hell was initially less imposing than the previous two. When I stepped out of the elevator, I thankfully wasn't hit by extremes of weather, only by a darkness and a cold chill, which I believe was more due to the atmosphere than the temperature. As always, I obediently followed the attendant as he led me down a dirt path illuminated by burning torches on each side. I felt uncomfortable as we walked past the fire. I don't know whether it was paranoia, but I was sure there was something in the flames. When I stared into the fire, I swore I could see eyes staring back at me. He was watching us. Always. I remembered the devil's words and realized he was waiting for his opportunity to strike. This was the worst thing about hell, in my opinion. The danger increases the farther you descended, but apparently we could only go forwards, not backwards. We walked for some time along the torch-lit pathway before reaching a steep hillside, and then I began to understand what this level was about. I saw men and women lined up at the bottom of the hill, all looking downtrodden and defeated, both physically and mentally. The damned were split into 3 lines, all waiting for their turn to climb. At the bottom of the hill was a pile of massive rocks, and each victim needed to carry this weight while they ascended the hillside. Their progress was slow and painful, but this wasn't all. An overseer was present at the start of the line, a huge brute with bulging muscles, his face scarred, and eyes full of pure rage. He wielded a mighty whip, an old-fashioned cat of nine tails by the look of it. The overseer was very zealous with his whip, thrashing his victims without mercy as he motivated them with abuse and threats.
Come on, you maggots. Move, damn ya. You think you know suffering? I'll show you fucking suffering.
He hit them again and again with the whip, and I winced with every strike. The damned cried out in agony, but offered no resistance, merely continuing their slow climb up the steep gradient whilst carrying their heavy boulders.
Level 4 is greed,
my guide diligently explained.
The weight they carry is punishment for the material possessions they craved and accumulated during their mortal lives.
I nodded my head, but didn't respond. It struck me, not for the first time, that the punishment seemed well out of proportion to the sins committed. This was hell, I suppose, but I'd done some really bad shit in my life, and so dreaded what fate was awaiting me. I didn't want to witness this violence, but my guide took me close to the lines, until my ears were filled with the lashes from the whip and pain cries of the damned. I wondered why he was subjecting me to this horror, but of course I should have known, for when we reached the bottom of the hillside, I saw a familiar face. My brother, deceased for over 15 years. Time for another trip down memory lane and to delve into my always tragic family history. I was the middle child, between my little sister Sarah and my older brother Chris. He was 5 years my senior, and to be honest, a total shithead. My early memories of Chris were as a bully, very much cut from my father's cloth. He picked on me and Sarah, and I'd fight with him frequently to defend my little sister. Chris left home before Sarah died and Mom got hooked on heroin, but I'd reconnected with him later in life. Why, you might ask? Well, he was still my brother, my flesh and blood, but there was a selfish reason, too. I was turning bad, getting myself involved in petty crime, shoplifting, pickpocketing, and the like. I was small-time but ambitious, wanting to break through to the big leagues. Back then, I looked up to my big brother, if only because I didn't know any better. In my naive and impressionable young mind, I saw him driving fast cars, dating hot women, and living the high life, and I wanted that lifestyle. I knew Chris had connections with the criminal underworld, and his wealth wasn't made honestly. I thought it was my way in. I later learned that my brother was nothing more than a petty con man who lived well beyond his means, owing money all over town. His addiction to the high life was only going to end one way, and in the end, his love of sports cars was the death of him. One night he drove his Ferrari off the side of a bridge and drowned in ice-cold water. Greed had been his vice, so it was no surprise that he'd ended up here. My brother was in a sorry state, slumped over, his back covered in scars from the whippings. The confidence and bravado he had when he was alive was gone, and it was sad to see. A once proud man, reduced to a broken wreck, his eyes sullen and full of pain and fear. I thought he would be shocked to see me, that he would plead for my help like the others. But that wasn't Chris. He looked me over and smiled for what I imagined was the first time in years and greeted me in a manner that was nearly friendly. "What's up, little bro? Long time no see. I guess they sent you to this shithole too." He laughed, but it didn't sound sincere. "Well, not exactly," I answered awkwardly. "How are you, brother?" He snickered again, although this time the pain in his voice was clear. "Oh, yeah, man. I'm having the time of my life. What can you do, eh?" "It is what it is." He paused for a moment, looking thoughtful. "Man, I miss the old days, though. Remember the good times we had, man? We made a good team, didn't we?
brothers in arms. In truth, I had a few good memories of my brother. In life, he'd been an arrogant, selfish bully who'd done next to nothing to help his family. But when I saw Chris now, I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. To see a once proud man reduced to this. I was still mulling over my answer when the attack took place, as the brutish overseer lashed out his whip, thrashing the defenseless Chris on his bare back. My brother screamed in agony, but was given no mercy, as he was struck again and again until he could no longer stand. I ran to my brother's aid, noting the bloody wounds across his skin. Then I looked up in anger, confronting the attacker. "Leave him alone! What the hell is the matter with you?" I shouted. I soon noticed my outburst wasn't the smartest of ideas, because when I looked up to the whip-wielding brute, I saw his face was filled with rage. The overseer was huge, his muscles bulging as he gripped his whip tighter. I was terrified, but wanted to protect my brother, and so stood between him and his attacker. Once again, it was the attendant who stayed my neck, putting a firm hand on my shoulder and shaking his head in the negative. By now, Chris had somehow gotten up on his feet and had lifted his heavy boulder. He was obviously struggling with the immense weight in his injuries, but no doubt knew from bitter experience that more beatings would follow unless he completed his task. He looked at me with vulnerability in his eyes and spoke his most genuine words yet. "What do you say, brother? Will you help me with my burden for old time's sake?" I instinctively nodded my head in the affirmative, reaching out to take hold of the boulder. Whilst doing so, my hand accidentally touched my brother's cold skin, and the results were predictable, as his broken body suddenly disintegrated into dust, and the rock fell heavily to the ground. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves and tried to collect my thoughts, but my musings were interrupted by a sudden outburst of movement and a sharp, biting pain. I screamed and fell backwards, glancing up in horror as the brutish overseer prepared to strike me again. I closed my eyes and braced myself, but a familiar booming voice called out,
"How dare you? We have protection from the Almighty."
The overseer laughed in open mockery, but did not strike. "Your protection is waning, old man. My master is always watching. Now begone, you lowly maggots. Your time in my domain is at an end." In that instant, the torches marking the path up to the hillside burnt ever fiercer, until the flames engulfed everything, burning the lines of the damned in a horrifying inferno. Amazingly, the wretched made no effort to escape the growing fire. It was almost as if being burnt alive was preferable to the endless torment they would soon face otherwise. Chaos ensued as the whole world burned. The attendant grabbed me and shouted in my ear,
"We need to leave."
A second later, we were sprinting up the steep hillside, escaping the inferno and anarchy behind us. My lungs and calves were burning by the time we eventually reached the top. To my immense relief, I saw the elevator there waiting for us. Our escape, if you could call it that. I cast one last look down the burning hillside, watching as the crazed overseer continued to mercilessly whip his victims, even as the flames engulfed them all. I gave a final thought to my brother before jumping into the lift and preparing myself for the next level. My guide stopped me from stepping out of the lift once we reached level 5, and for good reason. There was no solid ground on the other side, only a dark, mist-covered swamp, which stank of something foul. I physically retched when I looked out upon the grim marshland, and wondered how we would ever cross this hellscape. But a moment later, a small boat emerged from behind the fog. A wooden vessel, seemingly piloted by a sinister figure wearing a black robe, which covered his entire body and head. The boat moved slowly towards us. I had no idea how the vessel was being powered, but suppose this wasn't really important.
This is our ferry across the Styx, and will transport us to the city of Dis.
The attendant explained.
Welcome to Level 5. Anger.
I didn't want to climb on board this vessel and put my life in the hands of this creepy pilot, but I had to trust my guide's judgment. I watched as the attendant deftly reached into his jacket pocket and withdrew a single gold coin, coolly throwing it across the void, where it was caught by the hooded pilot in his bony hand.
Shall we?
The attendant asked, motioning me towards the waiting boat. I took a deep breath and climbed on board, closely followed by my guide, and we began our slow journey across the hellish swamp. I couldn't look at our pilot during the uncomfortable journey. I never saw his face or even knew whether he had one, and the pilot never spoke a word. Instead, my attention was drawn towards the dark waters beneath us. We hadn't gone far before the swamp started to bubble, as if it was boiling under extreme heat. I almost had a heart attack when I saw the first figure emerge, his head rising out of the slime as he screamed with absolute rage at the sky above. A moment later, and a second figure popped up, a soul filled with hate who instantly attacked the first man, diving and grabbing him by the throat. The two fought fiercely, tearing strips out of each other until they both sank back underneath the surface. They were only the first of many, however, as more emerged from the depths of the swamp, fighting furiously with each other as the water boiled around them. And to my astonishment and horror, I saw the entire swamp transformed into a chaotic battleground. The water swayed back and forth, and I was sure our little boat would capsize under the waves, but somehow we stayed afloat and kept moving forwards. But the hellish cries, the violence, it was too much. I closed my eyes and covered my ears, but couldn't drown out the sound or forget the horrific scenes. My guide moved closer and whispered in my ear. For once, his tone was sympathetic.
It will be over soon. Stay strong.
His words brought me some comfort, but our journey across the Styx seemed to last an eternity. I experienced a great relief when our boat finally reached the barren shoreline, leaving the cries of the desperate fighters behind. But any satisfaction I felt disappeared as soon as I set eyes upon the city. We stepped out on the shore and looked up at the wall, which was easily 100 feet high and adorned with warlike turrets which ascended up into the dark skyline. I saw what I can only describe as demons, winged harpies with scaly skin and mouths full of sharp fangs. They glared down upon us with malice, cackling as they flew between the ramparts, closely watching our progress as we moved towards the long bridge, which granted access to the huge gate built into the city walls. I made the mistake of looking over the bridge as we crossed, seeing the deep moat below. It was too dark to see much, but I noted the predatory creatures swimming in the foul water, snapping and biting excitedly as they sensed the potential prey walking above them. As if this wasn't bad enough, the harpies chose that moment to swoop down, shrieking like banshees as they flew only inches above our heads, snarling and snapping at us with their claws and fangs. "Holy shit!" I cried in terror as I ducked to avoid the beast's assaults.
Keep on walking,
the attendant ordered.
Don't look up.
I don't know how I kept moving forward, but somehow I summoned the strength. Finally, we reached the end of the bridge and the gate, a huge doorway of thick wood and steel. I was astonished when the attendant confidently approached and banged his fist against the gate, shouting out to someone or something unseen.
We have been granted permission to enter. I insist that you open this gate.
The harpies that soared above us cackled cruelly, but they didn't carry through with an attack, instead withdrawing and taking up positions on the towers above. A moment later, and the huge gate opened ever so slightly, allowing us access to Dis. the city in the middle of hell. I knew none of this at the time, of course, typically receiving the bare minimum of information from my secretive guide. Nevertheless, I found this was predictably grim and soul-crushing, devoid of any beauty or character, and instead made up of brutal military structures and crumbling buildings. As soon as we entered the walls, it started to rain, a heavy deluge descending from the dark skies above, only adding to my misery. I observed the depressing architecture of Dis as we walked through the labyrinth-like streets of Hell's capital. Dis appeared to be abandoned, and I wondered whether it had any residents, dead or otherwise. But then we walked out into a small square and saw a gang of thugs squaring up to fight. There were 4 men in total, 3 against 1 from what I could tell, all preparing for mortal combat in the heavy rain. The 3 attackers were an odd mix. Their tattered uniforms marked them out as soldiers from different periods of history. A Roman legionnaire in full armor, a British redcoat from the American Revolution, and a German infantryman dressed up in a First World War uniform and helmet. All were armed with sharp blades, short swords, and bayonets. The man they were facing off against was very familiar to me. My old friend and criminal associate, Rocky, the toughest son of a bitch I'd ever known. Back in my teens, I ran with a street gang in my neighborhood. Petty stuff mostly. Shoplifting, burglaries, selling weed, shit like that. We frequently fought with other gangs, too. Now, I was handy enough with my fists back in the day, but I was nothing compared to Rocky, which obviously wasn't his real name. This guy could beat the shit out of 6 rivals without drawing a sweat, and he fought with the cops, winning most of the time. Nobody would mess with us when Rocky ran with our crew, but we were frightened of him too. This guy would go from 0 to 100 with a snap of your fingers. He had a foul temper, and you could never tell what would set him off. But when the red mist came over him, you were wise to get the hell out of his way. Eventually, our little gang split up as we went our separate ways. I lost touch with Rocky in the years that followed, but a crazy son of a bitch like him was never going to live to old age. A few years later, I'd heard he'd been shot and killed during a botched armed robbery. I felt bad for my old friend, but quickly moved on. But now here he was, preparing for deadly combat on the rain-soaked streets of Dis. I knew my friend was tough, but didn't think he'd survive an attack by 3 trained soldiers. Therefore, the rapid flurry of violence that followed was astonishing yet sickening. Rocky, armed only with a baseball bat, dodged the first attack by the Legionnaire, avoiding his sword and striking him in the throat with his bat. The Roman reeled on the ground as Rocky quickly grabbed his sword, using it to stab the Legionnaire through the eye. The British and German soldiers both attacked simultaneously, slashing out with their blades as they desperately tried to deliver the killing blow. But Rocky countered their attacks, blocking their blades before he struck back. He stabbed the redcoat in the belly, leaving him thrashing in agony in the mud. Next, he moved on to the German, slicing his head off with a mighty swipe of his sword. Rocky finished by putting the Brit out of his misery, clinically cutting his throat. He exhaled heavily, his eyes wild, and face covered in the splattered blood of his victims. It was only then that Rocky noticed my presence, greeting me amicably as he stepped over his freshly produced bodies. "Hey, what's up, old buddy? Fancy meeting you here." I stepped forward under the heavy rain, shocked and confused by what I had just witnessed, but also strangely reassured. Rocky was the first damned soul I'd encountered who was able to fight back against his tormentors, to fight back and win. Perhaps this was a turning point? "That was impressive," I stated, looking down at the 3 dead men. "Yeah," Rocky said proudly. "Shit's crazy down here. But if you know how to fight, you can hold your own. Stick with me, man. We can really clean up in this joint." I smiled for the first time in a long while and seriously considered his offer. Maybe hell was like prison. You just had to join the right gang to survive. But of course, it wasn't that simple. Rocky was still grinning when a horde of zombie-like attackers charged him from behind. I shouted out a warning, but it was too late, as the bloodthirsty mob jumped him. Rocky fought back bravely and taken out several, but he was soon overwhelmed by sheer numbers, as the mob beat him mercilessly before slicing his belly open with daggers. Rocky screamed in agony as they feasted on his flesh and internal organs in a sickening display. I turned away in disgust as my friend's screams died away, the sound being replaced by a sadistic laughter that was sadly all too familiar. I turned around to see a solitary figure standing at an open window, overlooking the blood-splattered square. He'd taken on a new form, but I recognized him at once. It was the devil, still stalking us and observing our progress, and taking a perverse pleasure from our setbacks and failures. "The house always wins in hell, sooner or later," he exclaimed, still cackling as he moved away from the window and disappeared into the shadows. I fell to my knees in despair as the rain kept beating down. And predictably, an elevator had appeared in the doorway of a nearby crumbling building, and my ever-present guide was motioning for me to join him inside. But I couldn't. I'd reached my breaking point and refused to get off of my knees. "I won't go any further," I screamed emotionally. "This shit is crazy. Every level is worse than the last. How can I hope to survive this? Enough is enough. I won't play this sick game anymore." The attendant's response surprised me, as it seemed so out of character. I watched in dismay as his face screwed up with anger and he marched towards me, striking out with his right hand and slapping me hard across the face, knocking me down as I cried in pain and shock. Next, he grabbed me by the collar and forced me to look into his intense eyes.
"How many times must I tell you?"
he screamed angrily.
"We cannot go back or stay in one place. We keep moving forward or die. Believe me, what you've seen so far is nothing to the suffering you'll face if you fail this task. I will drag you through these hells even if it destroys us both. Do you understand?"
I shook my head vigorously as I looked into the old man's crazed eyes. In that moment, I was more afraid of my long-suffering guide than I was of all the demons and horrors in hell. He pulled me up on my feet and dragged me into the waiting elevator, and I held my head in my hands and wept as the door slammed shut and we descended once again.
Greetings, readers. Thank you for joining me for the third part of my hellish odyssey. If you stuck with me this far, you'll realize it isn't going to get any easier. When I last left you, I was curled up in a ball and crying into my hands, having reached my breaking point. It was only my ever-present and dedicated guide and protector who'd brought me to this point, saving my ass and physically dragging me into the elevator after my emotional breakdown on the streets of Dis. That was level 5, anger, and I still had 4 left to go. By this stage in my journey, several things had become apparent to me. Firstly, I was trapped in this hell, and the only way out was to progress through all 9 levels or circles, just as Dante had done so many centuries before. The attendant had been very clear on this. There were no shortcuts or easy escapes, only pain and suffering. The deeper we descended, the worse the levels became, and the greater the risk to both my physical body and my immortal soul. My second revelation was that this hell was very personal to me. On each and every level, I'd encountered a deceased family member or friend, all trapped in their own torturous cycles of pain and fear. Each ghost I encountered brought painful memories with them, reminders of my often tragic family history, not to mention the many failures I'd made during my long life. I feared who I would run into next. Let's just say, there were a lot more skeletons in my closet. But this wasn't what frightened me the most. Call him what you will, Satan, the devil, Lucifer. He was real, and very much aware of my presence in his twisted kingdom. True, he hadn't struck me down yet. This was thanks to the attendant, my guide, and hopefully my savior. I still didn't know who he was or why he'd been assigned the task of guiding me through hell. He'd implied on several occasions that he served the Almighty and was granted some degree of divine protection, but it seemed this shielding was waning the lower we descended. I had little doubt that the devil was merely biding his time, toying with us like a cat would play with a mouse, just waiting for his opportunity to strike the killer blow. I barely had time to compose myself before the elevator hit the next level, and I heard the dreaded ping. But I know that cowering in the corner wasn't an option. The attendant wouldn't allow it. And, despite the hell I'd been through, I wasn't ready to give in. So, I took a deep breath, wiped the tears from my face, and stood up, facing the lift door as it automatically slid open. Now, what can I say about this new level? Well, when one imagines hell, the first thing you think of is extreme heat. This hadn't been my experience to date, but when the door opened on level 6, it hit me hard. A stifling, unbearable heat that took my breath away. Once I recovered from my initial shock, I looked out on what appeared to be a subterranean tunnel, dark and restricting, illuminated by burning torches affixed to the rocky walls.
Level 6. Heresy,
the attendant patiently explained.
This hellscape is located within a labyrinth of tunnels and subterranean chambers underneath the unholy city of Dis. This is where the unrighteous burn for all eternity as punishment for their mortal sins.
I see, was my response, as I wiped the sweat off my forehead and tried to regulate my breathing, and we walked out into the tunnel. The intense wave of heat only grew worse as we muddled through the dark passageways, and I struggled to keep up as my guide led the way. Thankfully, we didn't wait for long until we reached the tunnel's end, but any small relief I felt disappeared when I observed the hellish underground chamber before us. The cave was huge and looked like a subterranean cathedral, adorned with fiery torches and burning embers. The cave's walls were easily 100 feet high, but those walls were not bare. Far from it. When I looked up, I was horrified by what I witnessed. Thousands of open tombs encased within the rocks, each containing a body, all strapped into their coffins to prevent them from falling. So many damned souls, all imprisoned in this twisted cathedral, awaiting a fate so horrific I couldn't imagine. I forgot about the stifling heat for a moment as I walked deeper into the chamber, mesmerized as I looked upon 1,000 different faces. At first I thought they were already dead. Their eyes were all closed, and none of them were moving. But suddenly they all came to life, awakening to find themselves trapped in this hell, each one encased in their own personal coffin. They screamed as one, struggling in vain against the restraints, and pleading for help from no one in particular. Their pained cries were deafening, forcing me down on my knees as I curled up in a ball and covered my ears.
but I couldn't drown out the horrific din. The screams were so intense that I thought my head would explode. But then thankfully it came to an end, as 1,000 damned souls all fell silent. I wondered what hellish force had subdued them, but feared I would find out soon enough. I cautiously looked up to survey the scene and picked out a familiar face from the coffins. A holy man who'd dramatically fallen from grace and had certainly earned his place in hell. I'm sure you'll not be surprised to learn that I was never particularly religious. But there was a brief period during my childhood when I attended a Catholic reform school. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, this was a desperate attempt to put me on the straight and narrow. My stint occurred in my early teens, and during a period when my mother was briefly sober enough to take some parental responsibility. Needless to say, I didn't want to go and was determined to raise hell, planning to get myself kicked out so I could get back to running the streets. So, in all likelihood, I wouldn't have lasted long anyway. But I couldn't have anticipated Father Connolly and the impact he would have on my life. I wasn't surprised to find the old priest here, nor did I feel any sympathy for the bastard. Quite the opposite, in fact. He was one of the bad ones, you see, and hell was where he belonged. I'll admit to a grim satisfaction as I walked over to the entombed prisoner, confronting him face to face after all these years. "Well, well, Father Connolly," I sneered. "How the mighty have fallen. This is quite the place you've retired to." The old priest struggled in pain against his binds, his eyes bulging and face red with rage, as he looked me over with total contempt. "And who the hell are you?" he spat angrily. His abrupt reply took the wind out of my sails somewhat, but I was determined to make him face up to his crimes. "So you don't remember me, Father? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You had so many boys back in the day after all. But let me give you a reminder. You still have that scar on your thigh." There followed a sudden spark of recognition, and anger in his eyes, as a painful memory came to mind. "You little shit," he swore, again fighting against his restraints in a futile attempt to get at me. As you've probably guessed, Father Connolly exploited his position in the school to abuse young boys. I don't know how many kids he hurt, but when he tried to hurt me, the old bastard got what was coming to him. I knew exactly what he was up to, and so stabbed the pervert in the leg with a letter opener. Not bad, except I was aiming for his groin. The police were called, and you can guess whose story they believed. Connolly claimed I'd attacked him without provocation, and I got sent to a juvenile detention center for the next 2 years. Any chance I had at going straight and narrow went out the window after that accident. As for Father Connolly, he continued to work at the school and abuse boys for many years before the cops finally caught up with him. I heard he was facing dozens of charges, but I guess the pervert couldn't stomach going to jail because he hung himself before the trial. Connolly thought he was escaping justice, but instead he'd ended up here. A hell of his own making. I couldn't help but smile when I considered the irony. But this irony seemed lost on Father Connolly as he continued his furious tirade against me. "You were a vicious little bastard back in the day, and look how you've turned out. It's no surprise. I can always tell the bad ones." I almost choked upon hearing his hate-filled words. Was he serious? "You think you can judge me?" I screamed. "After all the evil shit you've done?" "I am a servant of God," Connolly replied firmly.
"You do not serve our Lord, and you never did."
That was the attendant, who'd remained silent up to this point, merely observing our exchange from a distance. His tough rebuttal seemed to knock the stuffing out of the former priest. I watched with some satisfaction as his eyes widened and his head dropped. When Connolly spoke again, His voice was meek and resigned. "Perhaps so," he muttered. "I guess I am where I belong." I suppose this was the closest I would get to an admission of guilt, but it wasn't enough. I wanted to challenge Connolly further, but the attendant stopped me, grabbing my arm and pulling me back.
"We should leave. You don't want to be present for the next part."
I did want to see this pervert suffer, but knew better than to go against my guide's instructions. And so I backed away, following the attendant across the burning coals of the fiery chamber. We'd reached the far side of the cave when I heard the god-awful shriek, shortly followed by the heavy clamor of a huge creature tearing its way down the adjacent tunnel and into the hellish cathedral. The creature's body was illuminated by the fires, and I was truly horrified by what I saw. The beast took the form of a giant red serpent, easily 40 to 50 feet in length. Its green, predatory eyes focused as its dagger-like fangs extended out of its vast jaws. The beast thankfully ignored us as it slid across the chamber, making its way towards the entombed prisoners who were helpless to resist or escape. The screams started afresh in that moment, even worse than before. I swore I could hear Connolly's voice amongst the hellish chorus as he screamed, "Dear God, please save me!" Predictably, his prayers went unanswered. I thought the giant serpent would devour its victims in its mighty jaws, but the reality was far worse. When it opened its mouth, the beast spat out a wall of flames, a napalm-like stream which burnt the heretics alive, consuming their flesh and souls in an unholy fire. The beast worked quickly and efficiently, and soon Connolly and the other sinners were engulfed in a fiery inferno. The smell was horrific and the heat unbearable. I feared we would burn as the chamber was consumed by fire, but of course, an elevator door had miraculously appeared in the rocks, permitting our escape to the next level. I coughed and spluttered as I dived inside the lift alongside the attendant, casting one last look at the fiery hell as the doors closed and we descended once again to an uncertain fate. I was still choking on the excess smoke when we reached level 7, and were faced with yet another fiery and barely survivable environment. We walked out under a red sky and into a landscape scarred by jagged rocks. The attendant pointed me towards a distant river, which flowed through the dead land and indicated that we should walk towards it. I sighed deeply, struggling with every step, due to the intense heat as the sweat poured off of me. Not only were the levels getting more dangerous, but the physical conditions were becoming intolerable. Honestly, I didn't know how much more of this I could take. When we reached the riverside, I saw there was something very wrong. The river which flowed through the hellscape was not one of water, but of blood. A boiling, crimson tide that was sickening to witness. I saw figures appearing on both sides of the blood river, dozens of men gathering and forming up into tight formations. The zombie-like damned souls were soldiers, trained and experienced killers in life, now trapped in this hellish state.
"Level 7 is violence,"
the attendant explained.
"These spirits will not harm us, as long as we do not interfere."
When I looked upon the rival armies, I recognized their uniforms and weapons. On the right side of the river stood a company of SS stormtroopers, clad in black uniforms and steel helmets, the lightning bolt symbol displayed prominently. All were armed with submachine guns or rifles with bayonets affixed. Facing off against them on the left side were a Mongolian warriors from the time of the Khans, clad in traditional armor and armed with bows and arrows. It seemed like a gross mismatch, but I wasn't sure whether the normal rules of war applied here in Hell. The two sides screamed at each other, emitting piercing, inhuman war cries that drowned out every other sound. And then they opened fire at each other, with bullets and flaming arrows flying across the bloody river. Men screamed as they were cut down, reeling in agony on the hot rocks. About a third had fallen on both sides before they charged each other, wading into the river of blood. Their uniforms burned off and their skin began to melt. But this didn't stop the manic warriors from advancing. I watched on in shock and horror as the survivors tore into one another, fighting viciously hand to hand and slicing chunks out of their enemies with bayonets and swords. What struck me about the battle, other than its brutal savagery, was the sheer futility of it all. Neither side could win this skirmish, as their bodies literally dissolved in the boiling blood. We continued to observe until the last warrior disintegrated, and the battle cries faded away to nothing.
"And so we may proceed,"
said the attendant. Once again, he used his mysterious powers, and clicking his fingers, to magically summon an arched bridge into existence, allowing us to cross the river of boiling blood. I was cautious as we walked off the bridge, looking down at the crimson tide below, and fearing what would become of me if I fell. But we got to the far bank in one piece and proceeded across the hot rocks. We hadn't made it far before running into another ruckus. When descending down a hillside, we observed a trio of creatures, half man and half horse, circling around a helpless victim, laughing and mocking as they stomped on him with their hooves. The attendant wasn't having this, however, as he advanced upon the group with determination, shouting at the centaurs as he went.
"Begone, you foul vermin! Leave him be!"
The centaurs appeared to be typical bullies as they retreated into fear when confronted, quickly galloping away while leaving their wounded victim in their wake. We went to assist the stricken man, and predictably it was someone I knew. He looked up at me through his swollen eyes, struggling to speak through his lips. Well, look what the cat dragged in. You're finally ready to apologize to me, asshole. I lowered my head and was consumed with guilt. The man bleeding on the ground in front of me was called Jason. He was another member of our old street gang, and at one time was my best friend. We stuck together after the other gang members went their own ways and graduated to more serious crimes, such as armed robbery. We were a real kamikaze unit back then, and taking crazy risks as we took on more dangerous jobs. One night we planned to hit a 24-hour liquor store, but I had a bad feeling about the job and pulled out at the last minute. I tried to call Jason and tell him to abort the robbery, but I guess he didn't get the message, because the crazy bastard went in solo. The results were tragically predictable. Without having me to cover his back, Jason lost his cool and opened fire, shooting dead a cashier and a security guard. The cops caught him red-handed the same night, and Jason was convicted of 2 counts of capital murder, receiving the death penalty. They kept Jason on death row for 5 years before he finally got the lethal injection. I didn't visit him, not even once. So, he had every right to be pissed with me. "Hey, man," I finally whispered after an awkward pause. "Are you okay?" Jason sneered in disgust. "You mean the beating? That's nothing, man. They kick the shit out of me every day, breaking my bones and cracking my skull. And the next morning I'm fully healed, ready for the next beating. Still, I got off easy, so I guess I should thank you and your friend for that." I shook my head and wasn't able to meet my deceased friend's eyes. "I'm sorry, Jason. You don't deserve this." Jason tried to shrug his shoulders, but was in too much pain to do so. "Well, I did kill 2 people. There's no getting away from that. But if you'd been there to cover my back, the job could have gone down differently. But what really pisses me off is those years I spent on death row. You didn't visit, didn't even write. What the fuck, man? We used to be tight and you fucking abandoned me." I felt an immense shame because I knew he was right. There were no excuses I could make for abandoning my friend, no matter what he'd done. I'm sorry, man. I guess I felt guilty and couldn't face up to it. I should have come to see you to set things right. Jason smiled through his bleeding lips. It wouldn't have done much good. They'd have given me the needle anyway. Still, I appreciate getting an apology at last. Hey, man, can you help me up? I reached out instinctively to take his hand, forgetting that there was nothing I could do to help him. As soon as our hands touched, his body burnt up and vanished in front of my eyes. I sighed in despair, but was too exhausted to shed a tear. We stood in quiet contemplation for a time, before the air was filled with a familiar, sadistic laughter. I looked up into the red sky and saw a hideous face emerging from the clouds. The gruesome horned head of the demon, eyes red and full of malice and hatred. The devil. I'd almost forgotten about Satan, but should have realized he was still watching, enjoying our suffering and growing ever stronger as we grew weaker. He opened his gaping maw to reveal rows of shark-like teeth and called out in a booming voice which carried across the void. Welcome to violence, my friends. Now, let's have some fun. I turned around to look upon my guide, noting the fear in his bulging eyes. A moment later, the ground beneath our feet began to shake, throwing both of us off of our feet. The powerful earthquake only increased in intensity as the rocky surface cracked open, exposing us to the dark void below. I screamed in terror and looked to my guide for help, but I saw him falling into the gap like a helpless rag doll. I tried to get back on my feet, but couldn't stand as the ground collapsed around me, and I fell into the void, crying out as the darkness took me. I awoke lying in the dirt, looking up to find myself in the middle of a dark forest. My limbs ached as I adjusted my eyes and pulled myself up, surveying my new environment. The sinister woods reminded me of the first level, Limbo. It seemed like an eternity since I'd visited there. For a brief moment, I dared to hope that we were near the end, but my optimism was misplaced. I searched in the darkness for my guide, discovering him lying face down in the dirt. This was disconcerting, to say the least, as I sensed his strength was waning. I shook the old man awake and helped him to his feet, noticing how frail and exhausted he now appeared.
Thank you,
he responded. Where are we? I inquired, my hope now fading.
We are still on level 7,
answered the attendant.
Regrettably, violence contains 3 sublevels. This is the second.
He paused briefly, cautiously surveying the tree line as if expecting an attack at any moment.
We must proceed with extreme caution from here on in. Lucifer's power is growing, and he now has the ability to physically harm us.
His words chilled me, but were no surprise. I sensed that I would need to take more responsibility as we went forward. My guide couldn't always be there to save me. We advanced slowly under the darkened canopies, and, as always, I had the uncomfortable feeling that we were being watched. I could hear the agonizing cries of the damned from all around us, a hellish chorus of pain, fear, and misery. And there was another sound, too, one of distant shrieking creatures, cackling and snarling while circling somewhere above the trees. I dreaded to think what monstrosities were emitting these hideous cries. The screaming of the damned grew ever louder the deeper we walked into the forest. At first, I thought the cries came from disembodied spirits, but then I made a horrifying discovery. The trees and bushes were alive, with twisted human faces embedded within the barks and foliage, their mouths emitting the blood-curdling screams. My God! I exclaimed in horror.
Yes,
The attendant confirmed.
we bear witness to the punishment of this sublevel. Souls transformed into trees and plants, unable to move or escape their tormentors.
I felt ill as we continued our hellish march, and the awful din filled my ears. I couldn't bear to look upon the tormented faces. Their pain was too much. I lowered my head and tried to plow through, but then a familiar voice called out to me, stopping me dead in my tracks. I hesitantly turned my head to face the small tree opposite me and saw the face embedded within the bark, tears rolling from its eyes and its mouth opening and closing as the tormented soul called out my name. My stomach turned as the bad memories flooded back. The trapped soul was that of my ex-girlfriend, Rachel, a troubled young lady who'd met a tragic end. I met Rachel in my early 20s, and we began a passionate but chaotic relationship soon after. I was a career criminal by this point in my life, a hard man, and unholy terror on the streets. Rachel's upbringing was similar to my own, unstable and frequently violent. She was beautiful, sexy, and, on the surface at least, as tough as nails, but there was also a vulnerability to her. In truth, Rachel was emotionally unstable and prone to violent outbursts. She also had substance abuse problems, and looking back, I guess Rachel had a lot in common with my late mother. A psychologist could probably have a field day with that information, but I didn't see it at the time. Our relationship was volatile, to say the least. If we weren't screwing each other's brains out, we ended up tearing chunks out of each other. I couldn't give her the stability that she needed. And in truth, my behavior probably hastened her mental deterioration. Therefore, I can't help but feel guilt over what happened. Rachel had a son from a previous relationship. Tommy was his name, and I guess he was about 5 or 6. I never had much of an interest in him, to be honest. My lifestyle wasn't exactly compatible with being a committed stepfather. Meanwhile, Rachel's life went to shit very fast. We'd split up after a massive fight, and she hadn't taken it well, hitting the booze hard. Around the same time, the social services began investigating and were threatening to take Tommy into care. I guess this pushed Rachel into her breaking point, because what she did next was beyond horrific. One night she poured a bath for her son and held his head under the water until he stopped breathing. Next, she downed a lethal combination of vodka and sleeping pills before calling 911. By the time the cops and paramedics arrived, they were both dead. The deaths were ruled as a murder-suicide of the worst kind. A mother who killed her own child before ending her life. I guess Rachel thought that would be the end of it, but she hadn't anticipated an eternal damnation in this hellscape. I reluctantly walked closer to the tree containing Rachel's soul, putting my ear next to her mouth in an attempt to hear her words. But it was no good. I reckoned the torment she'd suffered must have driven Rachel insane, and her cries were nothing but incoherent nonsense. I still felt some sympathy for my ex-girlfriend in spite of her terrible crimes, and so I reached out to touch the bark, hoping that her physical presence would disintegrate into ash. But it didn't. I sat back upon hearing the awful shrieks from above, as winged creatures dove through the canopy and tore at the tree's leaves, branches, and bark with sharp fangs and claws. When I looked closer at the winged monsters, I saw they were the same red-scaled harpies I'd observed on the walls of Dis, flying demons which took pleasure in inflicting misery and terror. And Rachel felt the pain as the harpies tore into the tree which had replaced her physical body, as if every branch that was broken off was like losing a limb. Her screams were horrific and I couldn't bear to watch. The attendant touched me gently on the shoulder, whispering in my ear,
"There's nothing we can do. We must move on. Every moment we spend here places us in greater danger."
I turned around to see a new elevator sitting and waiting in the middle of the woods, the door already opened. I cast one last glance back at the terrible scene, seeing the ravenous harpies ripping the trees to shreds, the demons cackling cruelly as Rachel screamed in terror and agony. I shed a tear for her before following my guide into the lift, feeling relief as the doors slammed shut and the hellish den thankfully ended. The third level of violence was undoubtedly the worst yet. When the doors slid open, we were faced with the seemingly endless desert of red sands, and from the dark clouds above poured out what looked like a rain of fire, with spitting flames falling against the hot sands. I took one last look at this latest hellscape and turned to my long-suffering guide in disgust, practically shouting in his ear, "We can't cross that. We'll never make it." The attendant shook his head in resignation, the light from his eyes fading as he sighed.
"Alas, we must. The environment will be difficult, and we will experience pain. But our time here is only temporary. Think of the damned souls trapped here for all eternity. A terrible punishment, regardless of the sins they committed in the mortal world."
The attendant stepped out first, and I reluctantly followed. But as soon as I exited the lift, my feet burnt under the hot sands and the fiery raindrops hit my head and face, burning my head and skin. Somehow I found the strength to go on, taking the attendant's hand and helping him across the inhospitable desert. As we walked, I saw other figures around us, all semi-naked and struggling to differing degrees. Some were still standing, although I could tell their bare feet were burning with every step. Others had given up altogether, falling face down into the sand. But there was no respite for the damned as they continued to scream in agony, their flesh burning fiercely and their minds driven to madness. The attendant was right. Our pain and misery was nothing compared to what the damned were suffering. But when I looked down, I saw a man I recognized, and any sympathy I might have felt disappeared. "Damn you, you son of a bitch," I swore, resisting the urge to laugh out loud. When I saw the man's peeling red skin and blackened feet, I experienced a grim satisfaction, because, in my opinion, this bastard deserved everything he got. Danny was my mother's on and off boyfriend of several years, and he was a cancer who'd hastened my family's demise. He first came onto the scene after my father left, and soon enabled my mom's substance abuse problems. I hated the guy and spent as much time out on the streets as I could, in part to avoid him. The situation grew worse after Sarah died. It was Dan who got Mom hooked on heroin, and before long, he was pimping her out for profit. Eventually, I put an end to this sick arrangement, kicking the shit out of Danny and throwing him out of the house. But he had other girls on the hook and continued to operate as a low-life pimp and dealer, until ultimately, he got taken out by a rival and cut down in a drive-by shooting. And now here he was, burning for all eternity. He glanced up at me with desperate eyes, opening his bone-dry lips and mouthing the words, "Help me." I experienced a twinge of doubt in that moment. As vile as Danny was, I wondered whether he really deserved this. But then I got my answer. She appeared out of the sands, rising to the surface and almost giving me a heart attack. My little sister, Sarah, except it wasn't actually her. Sure, this entity took my sister's physical form, but when I looked into her once innocent eyes, I saw something evil. She moved towards Danny, but kept her eyes focused on me, and I couldn't look away, no matter how much I wanted to. Danny turned his head, his eyes filling with terror when he saw her approach. "Oh, God!" he cried, falling to his knees in submission. I was horrified to witness the entity masquerading as Sarah physically grow as it approached, transforming from a little girl into a monster, easily 12 feet tall. Her eyes were pure black, like those of a shark, and her jaw opened wide, revealing a gaping dark hole. And when she spoke, her voice was inhuman and terrifying. "You were my big brother. I trusted you." And she was talking to me, of course, and her words were like a dagger through my heart. "You know what he did to me," she added, pointing her huge finger towards the wretched Danny. "In your heart, you always known. All those nights you were out on the streets and Mom was strung out on drugs. That's when he came to my room, when I was alone in my bed, scared and helpless." I shook my head and angry tears ran down my cheeks. "No, I don't believe it. This is a trick." But deep down, I knew she was telling the truth. I'd let my sister down, leaving her alone with this monster. I glared with fury at Danny, now sniveling pathetically as he pleaded for mercy. The rage inside of me was overwhelming. I stepped forward, determined to rip this son of a bitch limb from limb. But Sarah, or whatever the hell she really was, acted first. I watched on in horror as her jaw dislocated and opened up to an enormous size. The creature that emerged no longer bore any resemblance to my sister, and instead reminded me of a giant snake, like an anaconda. Danny screamed as the monster attacked, her jaws so wide that she could swallow his head whole. Danny's now muffled screams continued, and he squirmed as the beast slowly but surely devoured him until there was nothing left. And suddenly, the bloated snake transformed once again, its shape and body changing into that of a man. Except it wasn't a man, not really. The figure that now stood in the sands was Lucifer himself, the Lord of Hell, here to taunt us again. Or perhaps he planned to end me once and for all. At this point, I hardly even cared. This latest revelation about my sister's suffering had nearly broken me. The devil smiled cruelly as he mocked us openly. "Well, my friends, hasn't this been fun? I think we've learned a thing or two about our so-called hero, haven't we?" In that moment, my anger overcame my fear as I screamed at Satan with pure rage. "Screw you!" I swore. The devil simply laughed, his hate-filled eyes filled up with a malicious glee.
"Don't let him provoke you,"
whispered the attendant, who'd snuck up behind me. I noted how harsh this environment had resulted in a further deterioration in his physical state. He was now so frail he could hardly stand. "Oh, he can't protect you any longer," the devil mocked. "Look at him. You really trust this weak old man? What do you really know about him? He hasn't told you his story, has he?" I looked to my guide and saw he couldn't meet my eye. The devil laughed again, louder this time. "Oh, I could destroy you both right now with a click of my fingers. But why stop the fun? 2 more levels to go, gentlemen. Let's get to it." In a matter of seconds, the desert around us transformed into a whirlpool of red sand, sucking up everything and pulling us down. I screamed in terror as I fell, the attendant tumbling alongside me, our helpless bodies swallowed up by the dark abyss. I soon lost consciousness in the chaos and turmoil, knowing that I would awake to face the horrors
of level 8. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. These are the ominous words which Dante claims were engraved upon the gates of hell, as told in his seminal work, Inferno. If you've listened to my previous accounts charting my own journey through hell, you'll realize that my experience was somewhat different to that of the famous 14th century Florentine poet. I never saw this sign or read the inscription, and the stark warning wasn't exactly accurate in my case. Dante and I have little in common. We were both unfortunate enough to find ourselves trapped in hell and needed to be guided through all 9 circles in order to escape. That's where the similarities end. And by most accounts, Dante was a respected figure, a famed poet and righteous man. None of these descriptions apply to me. After hearing my story, you'll realize that I didn't have a good start in life. My childhood was chaotic and early tragedies nearly broke me, resulting in my descent into violent crime. On each level of hell I visited, I was confronted by a ghost from my past, all bringing back painful memories of loss and shame. It's debatable whether I was to blame for some of the tragedies during my childhood, particularly given the lack of any responsible adult role models in my early years. But the sins I committed in my later life are inexcusable. And sadly, my worst crimes did come back to haunt me during my descent through the 8th and 9th levels. You will learn my worst secrets during this 4th and final part of my hellish odyssey. You may well judge me, and I won't blame you. Perhaps I did deserve to suffer the fates of the damned, and share the suffering I was forced to witness. And when the devil taunted me on level 7, I'll confess that I did just about lose all hope. The protection offered by my enigmatic guide had now faded, and I was now at Satan's mercy. I felt certain there would be a final confrontation once we reached the lowest circle of hell, and we would surely lose. But my bleak assessment wasn't entirely accurate. There's always a glimmer of hope, even in the darkest corners of the underworld. And I am one of the lucky ones who got a second chance. I may not be fully redeemed in the eyes of God, but at least I've been granted the opportunity to make amends, and there will be a meaning to my eternal existence that was so lacking in my mortal life. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me begin where I left off, at the end of level 7. You'll recall that my guide and I were sucked into a vortex, pulled down to an uncertain fate as we were forced to listen to the devil's hateful laughter and taunts. There was a swirl of chaos before everything went black, and the next thing I remember, I was being shaken awake by the long-suffering attendant. I felt groggy as I glanced up at the old man, noting how the spark in his eyes hadn't quite extinguished. He'd been on death's door during our arduous trek through level 7, but appeared to have summoned an inner strength. He helped me to my feet as I got myself together and surveyed our surroundings. We stood in front of what I can only describe as a massive crater in the desert floor, a gaping hole in the ground that must have been several miles in diameter. We were at the very edge of the precipice, facing a steep drop. I didn't want to look into that hellish void, because I knew whatever was down there wouldn't be good, but the attendant guided me to the very edge and prompted me to see what lay below. What I saw was a vast cavern, maybe hundreds of feet deep and shaped like a funnel, with circular ledges descending down to what looked like a body of water or ice at the bottom. The cavern was dark and deep, but I could observe people or beings moving on each ledge, and I heard god-awful screams as thousands of damned souls cried out in pain and fear.
Level 8. Fraud,
my guide explained, his voice weary and croaky. Also known as a malbulge. It consists of 10 bulges or ditches, each holding a separate class of sinner and administering a unique form of punishment. At the very bottom is level 9, our final destination. I shuddered as I tried to come to terms with what I'd been told. We'd come so far,
but still had a huge distance to cover, and I feared our destination was a hellscape beyond my worst nightmares. How do we get down there? I asked, part of me not wishing to know the answer.
Alas, we must climb down through each of the 10 ledges,
the attendant answered solemnly.
There were once bridges and walkways one could use, but these were destroyed long ago. The deeper one descends into hell, the greater the decay and desolation.
To my surprise, the attendant reached into his jacket and withdrew what looked like an oil lantern, using it to illuminate the ground ahead of us. He then descended into the darkness, finding a rough and narrow pathway cut into the side of the cavern. I followed in his wake, watching my step carefully and praying I would not fall. The blood-curdling screams grew worse as we descended, and it became quite impossible to drown them out. We soon reached a substantial ledge about the width of a football pitch, which I assumed was the first sublevel of Malbulge. At this point, I could hear pained cries and footsteps emanating from the darkness, the sounds interspersed with lashes from a whip and the roar of something hideous. As if by magic, the attendant was able to increase the light emanating from his lantern, thus revealing the appalling scene before us. What I witnessed was a line of naked wretches chained together, their bodies emaciated, and backs scarred by many lashes. They kept their heads down as they marched single file in a circle, forced to walk the circumference for all eternity. These poor wretches were overseen by a monstrous beast, a horned demon with burning red eyes and hooves instead of feet. The demon was easily 20 feet tall, and he roared like a lion as he stomped down the line, using a huge barbed whip to mercilessly beat his victims and force them to keep moving. The beast noticed our presence, briefly halting his torture of the damned to glare down upon us, his eyes burning with a pure hatred as he lifted his whip and appeared ready to attack. In a panic, I searched for an escape, but noted my guide was standing tall, seemingly unafraid of the monstrous brute standing before us. The demon roared, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. I noted how his breath stank of raw meat, a foul stench which made me retch. I felt sure he would attack, but at the last moment, the demon withdrew his whip and stepped back, grunting loudly before returning to the line, where he proceeded to whip his victims with added anger and vigor. I breathed a sigh of relief as my guide offered an explanation.
That is Melakoda, leader of the 13 demons who patrol level 8. These beasts will harass and threaten, but they will not harm us, if only because our souls are promised to their master.
I shuddered upon hearing this, not knowing whether to feel relief or terror. It seemed clear that the devil had special plans for us, and that couldn't be good. We soon left Melakoda and his victims behind as my guide sought out and found the pathway leading down. I had time to think during our descent and asked him a question. You say level 8 is fraud. This seems like a pretty tame sin compared to what we've seen before. I winced upon remembering the twisted horrors of this and the burning sands of violence, not to mention the sickening revelations the devil had revealed to me. How can they justify such harsh punishments for this crime? The attendant nodded his head and appeared deep in thought for a moment before he answered.
In hell, it is rare for the punishment to be proportionate to the mortal sin. The devil has a twisted sense of justice after all. But you think of fraud in a literal or legal sense. Think instead of those who peddle poisonous substances or ideas, and the thousands of lives they destroy. These are the type of people you find on level 8. This will become clear to you before we leave.
I nodded my head in acknowledgement. He hadn't exactly answered my question, but I knew this was as much information as I would get from him. And, based on previous experience, I expected to encounter a ghost from my past somewhere here on level 8. When we reached the next ledge, The smell was almost unbearable, the fumes so toxic that I could hardly breathe. The attendant seemed unaffected by the foul stench as he lit up the scene, revealing a literal river of shit which flowed in a circle. To my horror, I saw many damned souls trapped in this foul stream, desperately crying out in disgust before they sank underneath, their bodies consumed in human excrement. Thankfully, we didn't stay long in this gross sublevel, as my guide led us downwards, although the stench remained in my nostrils until we reached the next circle. But the horrors inevitably grew worse as we made our slow path downwards, ledge by ledge. I wish we could proceed in darkness and at least be spared the appalling sights of torture and suffering, but the attendant insisted on lighting up each and every sublevel. It was as if he wanted me to witness all the horrors in their entirety, to soak in the brutal cruelty inflicted by the minions of hell in the vile and twisted worlds they created. The third ledge contained a circle of prisoners chained upside down against the rocks, the bare soles of their feet burnt by hot oils carried and poured by a team of cackling harpies. They clearly took joy in the suffering of their victims. Number 4 was populated by people with their necks twisted unnaturally by 180 degrees, so their heads faced backwards. They struggled to walk the ledge, wandering aimlessly in circles as they searched in vain for some respite. Occasionally, a disoriented victim would stumble over the ledge, falling to an uncertain fate. One woman staggered over to me, her bloodshot eyes full of pain and fear. She tried to speak, but her vocal cords must have been twisted beyond use, and so she could only mouth her plea for help. To my shame, I pushed her away and kept on moving. Once we descended to the 5th ledge, the attendant put a firm hand on my shoulder, warning me to stand back. What we witnessed was another river flowing in a circle, this one filled with what appeared to be burning tar. There were people inside, their bodies melting as they struggled to keep their heads above the surface. This was horrific enough, but what concerned me more were the hideous creatures patrolling the riverbanks, demons of similar size and shape to Malakota, stomping along on their mighty hooves and swinging grappling hooks as they mocked the burning victims. Somehow, one of the damned made it to the shoreline and climbed out from the tar, but he didn't make it far, soon being set upon by a trio of ravenous demons. I watched on in horror as they affixed hooks to his body and pulled in opposite directions, ripping the poor bastard into 3 parts. And as if that wasn't bad enough, they proceeded to feast upon his raw flesh, greedily stuffing their mouths with his limbs, head and torso, until there was nothing left.
Malakota's underlings,
the attendant explained dispassionately.
They are under orders not to harm us, but sometimes their enthusiasm gets the better of them. We should leave before we draw too much attention.
Yeah, I agreed, not wishing to witness any more of this sickening spectacle. But of course, it only got worse. At first glance, the 6th ledge appeared almost identical to the first, with a single file line of chained prisoners slowly marching in a circle as they were encouraged by a huge demon similar to Malakota. But on closer inspection, I spotted several differences in how the damned were punished. While the sinners on the first ledge were naked and emaciated, those on this sublevel all wore heavy, body-length coats adorned with heavy metal weights. Clearly, they struggled to perform the forced march given the heavy burden they were forced to carry. From what I could see, some of the victims could hardly stand, let alone march. I thought that at least their heavy robes would afford them some protection from the constant beatings. But then I realized something. The demon overseeing this ledge wasn't armed with a whip, but rather a long metal pole. I wondered what function this implement was used for, but I soon found out. When a prisoner faltered, the demon struck out with the pole and a surge of electricity shot through it, operating much like a cattle prod. The weights proved to be the perfect conductor for the electrical current, and the victim yelped out in agony as the electricity shot through him. The demon cackled cruelly before moving on to its next victim, pausing briefly to cast us a hateful glare, snarling aggressively before continuing his grim task. We didn't linger, and soon rejoined the path through the cavern. The seventh Bolgia turned out to be the most bizarre and twisted yet. It took me a moment to figure out what was going on. While the previous levels were violent but ordered, this ledge appeared to be in anarchy, as victims ran amok in a blind panic. I soon realized why. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of bright red snakes were slithering across the rocks, attacking every damned soul they could reach, leaping up and biting exposed skin, their venomous fangs plunging deep into their victim's flesh. The damned screamed out in pain as they were bitten, but that wasn't the worst of it, because within seconds of being bitten, these wretches began to physically transform, their flabby skin turning into hard scales, their limbs inexplicably disappearing, and their heads transforming into those of serpents. Before long, all had morphed into grotesque monstrosities, half human and half snake. And so, they joined their former attackers, slithering aimlessly across the rocks. There was no escape for the victims other than to jump off the ledge. I'd seen this happen before on the previous ledges, and wondered what happened to those who fell. I suspected it was nothing good. I was so transfixed with watching the horrific scene that I almost missed the coming attack. I heard an ominous hissing and looked down to see a snake rapidly approaching. Its dark eyes focused upon me, and its fangs extended, ready to bite. I found myself frozen in fear, unable to shift from the spot as the assault played out in slow motion. But thankfully, my guided protector was on the ball as he leaped forward and trampled the snake under his boot before reaching out and slapping its spine with a single movement.
"Foul creatures,"
he said, while briefly examining the body before tossing it away.
"Treacherous and full of venom, much like the souls condemned to this ledge. We should go."
I was impressed by the attendant's swift actions, particularly given how weak he'd seemed back in the Seventh Circle. Still, I couldn't shake my concerns about my enigmatic guide. He didn't seem to have inherited a new burst of life, but had rather tapped into a last reserve of strength, one that would surely run out. Then there were the seeds of doubt planted in my head by the devil. Who was the attendant, really? What was his story and motivation? I really didn't know anything about him, not even his name. But, on the other hand, I had no idea what lay ahead, and so didn't think it was an option to go solo. Therefore, I continued to follow the path he led me down. There was no need for the lantern on the eighth Bolgia, as the entire ledge was lit up by bright flames. Initially, the scenes on this sublevel reminded me of the Sixth Circle, Heresy. As before, the victims were encased in coffins built into the rock walls, and chained up so they couldn't escape. On Heresy, the damned were incinerated by a fire-breathing dragon. This wasn't the case here, as the flames emerged from inside the individual coffins, like a form of spontaneous combustion. But the punishment seemed far worse than before, because the victim's agony was extended well beyond what should have been physically possible. They burned like lumps of coal, their bodies taking an eternity to disintegrate into ash, and the poor bastards were conscious through it all, their awful screams filling the air as my nostrils were filled with the foul stench of burning flesh. I didn't even ask what these people had done to deserve such a terrible fate. Frankly, I didn't want to know. We'd been lucky up to this point, observing the punishments and tortures inflicted upon others, whilst escaping unscathed. But our luck ran out on the ninth Bolgia. When we walked out onto the ledge, we witnessed a familiar sight. A line of downtrodden and beaten sinners, chained together and walking in an endless circle around the precipice. The difference on this sublevel was that the sinners all had terrible wounds, deep cuts in their skin and chunks of their flesh cut off. I soon saw the beast who'd inflicted these grievous wounds, yet another horned and hoofed demon, standing at over 15 feet in height and brandishing a flaming sword at least the length of a man, which he used to inflict terrible injuries upon his victims, striking out and slicing them like they were slabs of meat. But no matter how hard a victim was hit and how severe their wounds, they kept on moving, at most emitting a pained cry and stumbling before rejoining the circle and continuing their futile march. At first, the scene appeared to be nothing more than another sickening sight to add to the menagerie of torture and suffering we'd already witnessed, but the situation soon took a turn for the worse. The sword-wielding demon soon spotted us and reacted with rage to our presence in his realm. I watched with concern as his eyes burned with fury and he roared, advancing upon us with his sword raised. I remembered what the attendant had said, that the demons on this level wouldn't harm us, because we were promised to their master. But clearly this son of a bitch hadn't gotten the memo. He charged at us, roaring louder as he swung his mighty sword. As always, the attendant stepped forward, showing no fear, as he stood his ground and confronted his attacker. I was sure he'd pull something out of the bag at the last moment and produce some magic trick to halt the demon's attack, but his luck ran out. The demon sliced downwards with his sword, seeking to cut his victim in half. Unfortunately, the attendant moved at the last possible second, falling backwards as the sword came down. I don't know what came over me in that moment, but I experienced a surge of adrenaline as I rushed forward, putting myself between the attacker and his victim. I glared up at the beast, meeting his hateful gaze and screaming out in defiant anger, "Leave him alone, you ugly son of a bitch!" I didn't expect my rash words to do any good, but surprisingly the demon seemed shaken by them. His eyes widened and his sword dropped, and he snarled at me before retreating, returning to his work and tormenting the trapped souls. I couldn't believe my ruse had worked, and so stood there in astonishment for a moment, before the attendant's pained groans brought me back to reality. Running back, I kneeled down to be by his side and examine his wounds. The demon hadn't succeeded in chopping my friend in half, but he had inflicted a nasty wound from his chin to his abdomen. A cut not so deep to be immediately fatal, but certainly serious enough to disable the old man. But to my surprise, the attendant actually smiled as he looked up at me and whispered words of encouragement.
"You did well, my friend. Your choice of language was rather crude, but it had the desired effect."
I didn't dwell on what he said, instead examining the man's wounds. "You can't go on like this."
"But I must. We are so close, and soon my burden will be lifted. Now please, help me to my feet."
I didn't like it, but could see no other choice but to comply with his wishes, and so I helped him to his feet and supported him as he directed me towards the path leading to the final sublevel of the 8th circle. I held the attendant up, supporting his frame as we struggled onto the final ledge. I really didn't know what to do at this point, and suppose I was just on autopilot, having no other option but to trudge on. I do think there was already a change in me. The old me might well have abandoned the wounded attendant as a burden, but I didn't even consider this. The old man had taken me so far, and I felt obligated to help him through to the end. The last ledge didn't appear to contain any vengeful demons to torment and abuse its victims, but only because this wasn't necessary. All of the damned on this sublevel appeared to be suffering from a wasting disease, as their naked bodies were covered with unsightly sores and lesions. They struggled to stand or walk the rocks as the mysterious disease slowly ate away at their flesh, and they rotted from the inside out. In many ways, the sight of thousands of afflicted souls was the worst yet, and the smell was terrible. We walked through the suffering masses for a time before I suddenly stopped, seeing a face I recognized that was staring fearfully back at me. I was so shocked by his appearance that I inadvertently allowed the attendant's frail body to fall to the rocks as I stumbled to confront an old enemy. Now, observant listeners will notice how this is the first familiar soul I've mentioned encountering on level 8, but there have been many others on the sublevels above. There were times during our hellish descent through the ledges when I thought I recognized a face in the crowd. It's very possible that there were damned souls on each and every sublevel that I'd known in my life. I'd encountered so many nasty pieces of work during my long association with the criminal underworld. Nevertheless, none of these brief encounters stood out. Not until I reached this final Bolgia and found Zach. This was an individual I was very familiar with, because I was the one who'd ended his life. Let me explain. You'll remember that my drug-addicted mother died of an overdose, and I was the one who found her body. Well, that wasn't quite the end of the story. I didn't go out looking for vengeance straight away. The way I saw it, my mother had done this to herself. But then I started hearing stories on the streets, rumors of a series of overdose deaths, all linking back to the same dealer. This was Zach, who had been my mother's regular supplier. It seemed he'd been selling a bad batch, and poison that got a dozen of his customers killed. I didn't know whether the deed was intentional or not, but it didn't sit right with me, and so I decided to pay Zach a visit. I confronted him at a crack den where he dealt out of, and the conversation soon turned ugly. What happened next was a blur in my memory. I remember him going for a gun, and I went for him, initially acting in self-defense. What followed was a brief but violent struggle, which ended with Zach dead. It hadn't been my intention to kill him, but that's how it turned out, and I was left with a corpse to dispose of. Zach had been punished in life but was still suffering in the afterlife, with his body diseased and his skin covered in bleeding sores, as he looked up at me with pitiful eyes. I didn't want to feel sympathy for him, but couldn't dismiss the role I'd played in his untimely death. This was the first time I'd killed anyone, and that's something you can never take back. He opened his bone-dry lips in an attempt to speak, but the only sound which came out was a pained groan. I overcame my disgust and reached out to touch him, hoping his body would disintegrate into ash, as had been the case in my previous encounters. But instead, something very strange happened. I was transported to another place, a location I remembered from many years before. The squalid, dirty apartment was exactly how I recalled, right down to the stench of decay and desperation. I was in my body, but didn't have control of it, instead merely playing out actions as if I were on autopilot. Zach was there, of course. His reaction upon seeing me was one of fear and panic, as he ran back into the apartment to retrieve a pistol. I moved instinctively, diving and tackling him to the ground before he reached the gun. A desperate struggle followed, but I soon triumphed, pinning Zach down on the filthy floor with my hands wrapped around his throat. I didn't want to repeat my past mistake and would have done anything to stop the savage attack, but I no longer had control and could only watch as my rough hands applied immense pressure against Zach's throat, slowly strangling the life out of him until he stopped breathing and the light behind his eyes extinguished. Next came a moment of panic as I realized what I had done, but I soon formulated a plan, dragging Zach's limp body into the bathtub and using a hacksaw to chop him up into pieces which were easier to dispose of. When the foul deed was done, I found myself transported back to the 8th circle, my hands covered in blood, as I looked down upon Zach's dismembered corpse. I saw his decapitated head sitting upon a blood-stained rock and noted how his eyes continued to blink and his mouth opened and closed as he made a futile attempt to speak. I turned away in disgust and shame, only to find myself confronted by our nemesis, the devil, once again taking on a vaguely human form as he glared down at me with malicious and almost lustful eyes. "This is the moment when I knew I had you," he exclaimed gleefully. "The point of no return. You lost your soul the moment you throttled that bastard, condemning yourself to an eternity in my kingdom." I lowered my head as tears welled up in my eyes. Surely he was correct, but the attendant still had something to say.
"You've jumped the gun, Lucifer. This isn't over, and you haven't won yet."
The devil laughed sarcastically before he replied. "Yes, indeed, my old friend. Traditions are important and the rules must be followed. Still one level to go. I shall wait a little longer to claim my prize. Gentlemen, I look forward to seeing you both real soon. On level 9. With that, the devil suddenly vanished, and an elevator appeared in his place. There was only one place left to go. Down. Down to meet my destiny. A lot of emotions went through my head during that short descent down to the final level. Fear, anger, shame, but also a strange feeling of calm resignation. I had a good idea of what awaited me in the ninth circle. Zack was the first person I'd killed, but not the last. There was a worse crime from my past that would surely be revealed, and then I'd be at the devil's mercy. I looked to my stricken guide as he bled inside the lift, his face turning pale as his life force slowly drained away. The poor man could hardly walk, let alone protect me. And perhaps this was the way it should be. Maybe I deserved the fate which awaited me. One thing was for sure. By this stage in my hellish journey, I was both physically and mentally drained, and felt resigned to whatever lay ahead. The terrors of level 9 began sooner than I'd expected, as we were accosted as soon as we stepped out of the elevator. The first thing that hit me when the doors opened was the extreme cold. An icy chill unlike anything I'd experienced on the previous levels. I needed to support the wounded attendant as we walked out, and so almost missed the coming attack, only prompted when my guide cried out, "Get down!" We ducked just in the nick of time, as a huge club as thick as a log swung just above our heads. In a panic, we scurried off the rocks and onto a large body of ice, looking back to see our attacker. Behind us was a giant, not a demon as such, but a humanoid of immense size, about 25 to 30 feet in height, with bulging muscles and a face red with rage. I watched with concern as he swung out with his improvised weapon, but thankfully we were now beyond his reach. Upon closer inspection, I noticed his huge body was restricted by heavy iron chains, securing him to the spot. The giant roared in angry frustration, but had missed his opportunity to crush us.
"Ugly and dumb brutes,"
the attendant said, as he struggled to speak due to his pain.
"They guard the entrance to the ninth circle, but cannot pursue us."
We turned our backs on the chained beast and looked ahead.
Level 9. Treachery.
My guide confirmed.
Otherwise known as Kakaitis. The final stop on our journey. Our fates will be decided here, one way or another.
I gazed out onto a vast frozen lake, a surface of blue ice that would almost have been beautiful had it not been for the horrific setting. As we cautiously walked across the thick ice, I looked down to see the damned souls trapped underneath, naked bodies frozen solid and unable to move, but somehow still alive, their eyes following us as we walked over their icy graves.
Here dwell the worst traitors and human monsters of all time,
the attendant explained.
They live alongside the worst traitor of all, the angel who rebelled against God and was cast out of heaven to live his eternal existence in shameful exile.
I didn't need to ask who he was referring to, But the Lord of Hell wasn't quite ready to see me. He had one last surprise to spring before our final confrontation. We struggled along for some time across the freezing ice before I saw him. At a distance, I could see an elderly man with white hair, a cruel smile, and piercing eyes. Only his head and shoulders were visible, as the rest of his body was below the ice, meaning he couldn't move from his frozen tomb. He was still conscious, however, following my progress with his predatory eyes and opening his blue lips to speak. Well, look who's finally shown his face. It's been a long time, kid, but I'm sure you still remember me. I did, of course. This was the man who'd condemned my soul, making me commit a heinous act that could never be forgiven. His name was Angelo, but this man was no angel. In fact, he'd been a gangster while alive, a mob boss who ruled over the criminal fraternity in my home city with an iron fist. Angelo's organization controlled everything, including gambling, extortion, drugs, and prostitution. They called him the Butcher, and he was said to be responsible for dozens of murders over the years, either committed by his own hands or on his orders. But despite his long criminal history, Angelo had never spent a day in prison. Some say he had the police and judges on his payroll, while others claim he made a deal with the devil. In any case, Angelo had died peacefully in his own bed shortly after his 85th birthday. And now here he was, at the very lowest level of hell. And I knew exactly why he'd ended up here. "What's the matter, kid? Got your tongue?" Angelo mocked. "What do you want from me?" I whimpered, fearing I already knew the answer. "Come on, you're a clever kid. You know why you're here and what connects us." I shook my head, finding myself unable to speak. It was left up to Angelo to prompt me. "The time has come. This is your destiny. Touch my dead flesh and you shall see." I didn't want to, but found myself unable to resist. Reluctantly, I reached out and touched his ice-cold skin, and in an instant, I was dragged back to another place and time. A dark alley late at night. 2 thugs were kicking and punching me hard. I could feel every blow and was experiencing the pain for the second time. Angelo walked towards me as his men held me back. He looked down upon my beaten body with utter contempt. "You thought I wouldn't find out, didn't you? The cops might not know who killed Zach, but I do. That son of a bitch was one of my top earners, and you took him out. Now, you've got to pay." I shuddered as the pain shot through me, and my whole body shook as I begged for my life. Angelo laughed cruelly as he delivered his final verdict. "Relax, kid. It's your lucky day. I've got a way out for you. One little job and your debt's paid off." I didn't like the sound of this, but was desperate and scared. "What do you want me to do?" I asked meekly. Angelo's smile wavered, and the expression on his face turned deadly serious. "There's someone causing problems for my organization. He's a real thorn in my side. I need him taken care of." I gulped in dismay. It was clear what Angelo meant. But why would he ask me to kill a man? Why me when he had a whole army of hitmen at his disposal? I soon got my answer. The gangster pulled a photograph from his jacket pocket and held it up to the light so I could see. "You recognize him?" I nodded my head in the affirmative, so shocked I couldn't speak. The man in the picture was Angelo's brother. He wanted his own flesh and blood dead and had blackmailed me into doing the hit. Suddenly, I was pushed forward in time as I stormed into a seedy drinking den with a machine pistol in hand. My target was sat at the bar, inebriated after a night of heavy drinking. His bodyguard sat beside him and was more alert, going for his gun as soon as he saw me. But I had the drop on them both, firing my automatic weapon and pumping both men full of rounds, watching in shocked awe as the bullets cut them to shreds. Their bodies fell to the blood-stained floor like lifeless rag dolls, their eyes dead and mouths wide open, as if they were screaming all the way to hell. I paused for a second, surveying my grim handiwork, but then I saw her. A young barmaid, perhaps in her early 20s, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, her face frozen in shock and terror. I met her gaze and realized what I had to do. She'd seen my face, and there could be no witnesses. I recall the girl pleading for her life as I re-aimed my gun, and the sick feeling I had with my finger poised on the trigger. I wanted so badly to stop this horrific reenactment and scream in the young man's ear, telling him not to do this, but of course I couldn't. The deed was already done. I couldn't turn back the clock. I pulled the trigger, ending her life with a barrage of bullets. My flashback ended, and I found myself back on level 9, looking down on Angelo's frozen body. I don't know which of my emotions was strongest, the shame or the rage. "You killed my brother," Angelo said in an accusatory tone. "You gave me no choice." "Like hell I didn't. There's always a choice. You took the coward's way, taking the lives of others to save your own skin." I lowered my head, realizing he was right. But still, this man was a monster. He killed dozens during his criminal career and ruined scores of lives. Why should he get away with it? I looked back at the attendant, seeing he was lying on the ice, nursing his wound as his wrinkled skin turned blue. He spoke just 2 words, but their meaning was clear. "Finish it." I nodded my head and turned back towards Angelo, my heart filling with rage as years of pent-up anger was let loose. In the absence of any weapons, I kicked out with my boot, stomping on his head with all my might. I didn't know what would happen, but experienced a grim satisfaction when his body broke like glass, shattering into 1,000 pieces. The relief I felt in that moment was immense. It was like a huge weight had been lifted from my weary shoulders. But my victory was short-lived, as within seconds all the fury of hell was let loose. First, the ground beneath our feet started to shake, making it nearly impossible to stay on my feet. And then, I heard the ominous sound of cracking ice, experiencing a fresh terror at the prospect of falling through to the deadly cold water below. I saw an explosion of ice a few hundred yards in front of me, and watched on in horror as a huge beast emerged from beneath, unveiling a vast pair of wings as it flew high above our heads. The monster had a wingspan of at least 40 feet and appeared in the guise of a giant harpy, complete with clawed hands and feet, and fangs as sharp as steak knives. This was no ordinary winged demon. I could tell from his burning, soul-crushing eyes and the sadistic cackle he emitted as he flew. It was the devil in a new form, here for our final confrontation, in the heart of his vile kingdom. I didn't attempt to run or hide as the winged beast approached, soaring through the cold air and heading straight for me. This was always going to be the final chapter. I realize this now. When we first began our journey, the attendant had promised he would do everything in his power to get me home. Perhaps he'd meant it too. But I now believed the devil was always one step ahead. He'd drawn us down here into the lowest depths of hell, biding his time until he grew strong and we grew weak. In this scenario, he was the predator and I was the prey. And maybe, when all's said and done, this was my deserved fate. After all, I was a sinner and a killer, and no number of excuses could make up for my crimes. And clearly, this was what the devil wanted me to believe, as he hovered over us and delivered his final message in a booming, inhuman voice. "Ah, did you really think this would be the end of it? That you could walk away from this? Oh no, my friend, that's just not how it works. You're a sinner of the worst kind, and that means you belong to me." Your soul is mine to torment for all eternity.
He is not yours yet,
came the thunderous response. I turned around in astonishment to see my long-suffering guide, still bleeding but somehow now standing, his wrinkled face filled with a fresh vigor and an angry defiance. The devil didn't take his warning seriously, however, merely laughing in his face. Oh, you old fool! Haven't you learned your lesson yet? You have no power here. Just look at yourself. Such a pathetic old man. I shall deal with you first, before taking possession of my prize. With that, he dove down in attack mode, gunning for the attendant. I don't know why, but in that moment I experienced an unprecedented surge of bravery as I placed my body between the stricken attendant and his winged attacker. The devil looked down at me with scorn, striking me so hard that my body slid across the ice. "I'll deal with you later," he exclaimed, before once again turning his attention towards the attendant. I lay on the ice, still winded from the blow, and unable to intervene as Satan swooped down and grabbed hold of my guide with his sharp claws, digging them into his vulnerable flesh as he ascended. I saw him glare into the attendant's eyes, savoring his enemy's suffering before he delivered the killing blow. But just as it seemed that all hope was lost, something extraordinary happened. My attention was drawn upwards by a heavy clapping that sounded like thunder. I looked past the 10 ledges we had just negotiated and up to the surface, wondering what the hell was going on. A moment later, there was a blinding light that forced me to look away, and there followed the lightning strike, more powerful and intense than anything I'd ever seen. A huge bolt struck the attendant head-on, using him like a human electric rod. The lightning strike wasn't a one-off, however, as a powerful current surged through my guide's limp body. He served as an unlikely conductor, the electricity passing through him and into the devil, who still held my friend aloft. Next, I heard a piercing shriek of pain from the devil's mouth and looked on in astonishment as his hands burned and he began to transform back into his human form. With that, Satan continued to scream, I guess from a combination of pain and humiliation, and he beat a hasty retreat, running back across the ice and leaping into the hole from which he'd emerged, diving into the frozen depths as he made good his escape. I was left flabbergasted by this sudden turn of events, but soon recovered enough to run to the attendant's aid, finding him lying on the ice where the devil had dropped him. As I approached, I saw my friend was in a bad way, his frail body broken, and his spirit nearly extinguished. I took his cold hand and tried to revive him with words of encouragement. "You did it, old-timer. You beat the bastard on his own turf." The attendant glanced up at me with exhaustion as he struggled to speak.
I did nothing. I was merely a vessel for God's power. The devil has no answers when faced with the Lord's divine strength. Now, there is only one more task for me to complete before I move on to a different place. I must fulfill my promise to you.
"But I don't understand. There are still so many unanswered questions," I exclaimed in frustration. The attendant smiled thinly in spite of his pain.
You once asked who I was during my mortal life. The truth is, I was once just like you, a sinner of the worst kind. But I was given a second chance, just like you have been.
I shook my head, gripping the attendant's hand tighter as I asked the obvious question. "But why me? Why should I be shown mercy when so many others continue to suffer?" The old man surprised me by emitting a muffled laugh.
You think you're being shown mercy? Far from it. When your time comes, you shall take over my role, guiding sinners through the 9 levels, witnessing unspeakable acts of cruelty, and fighting an endless battle against Lucifer which you cannot win. Believe me, this is a punishment, not a reward.
He paused, unable to finish his sentence as he coughed up blood.
The time has come. Remember what I told you.
Those were his last words, as he stared into my eyes with an uncharacteristic emotion. I stifled a tear and muttered just 2 words in reply. "Thank you." There followed a bright light which blinded me, and I came to in the back of an ambulance, with a paramedic applying a defibrillator to my chest. I was back from the dead, unceremoniously returned to the mortal plane. But the news was far from good. They took me to a hospital where the doctors ran a series of tests. My MRI scan showed that I have an inoperable brain tumor, and they've given me 6 months to live. And so, that's that. I know I'm going to die soon, but find myself in the unique position of knowing what will happen to me after. But after all the shit I've done in my life, I kind of like the idea of having a purpose in the next world. I want to help lost souls find their way, just like the attendant did for me. So, why am I telling you all this? Well, if you've led a sinful life like mine, there's a good chance you'll find yourself on the wrong side of the afterlife. And if you encounter an inexplicable elevator manned by a mysterious attendant, make sure you do what he says, because your immortal soul could well depend on it. I'll see you in hell, my friends. Hey everybody, Nightmares Nightly here. If you made it this far, I want to thank you for listening. I also want to thank Creepypasta for his incredible work and lending his voice as the attendant. Please check his channel in the description down below. I also want to thank Woundlicker for this awesome story, who also has more stories on the channel as well. I'd also like to thank Ashley, Slashya, and Zarin Ray for supporting me on Patreon. And if you'd like to support me over there as well, I'll leave a link in the description down below. And as always, thanks for listening, everybody. I was never a good person in life. I cheated on my wife, cheated on my taxes, stole from my business partners, beat my kids anytime they looked at me wrong, and overall just acted as a general scumbag. In hindsight, I see it clearly. I wish I could start over and do it all again. One night, on my way home from my law firm, a freak ice storm covered the highway. I had 4-wheel drive and didn't think about the falling sleet and hail until a truck in front of me began to slide, then jackknife and flipped, landing not even 10 feet in front of my SUV. I had no time to react. I slammed the brakes at the very last millisecond, but ended up going into the side of the trailer at 70 miles an hour, without a seatbelt on. The last thing I remember was time slowing down to a crawl as I flew through the windshield. Shards of safety glass glittering like stars all around me in the winter air. Then, everything went dark. I awoke, screaming and hyperventilating, in the same blackness, but without any pain. In the darkness, I felt my body running my hands over my arms, legs, chest, and face. I didn't seem to have a single broken bone or laceration. I was even in the same expensive Armani suit I had been wearing during the accident. It seemed miraculous that I had somehow survived unscathed, without even a tear in my suit. I stood in the darkness, and putting my hands out in front of me, and stumbling around in short, hesitant steps. After a few minutes of this, I ran into a wall. The wall felt warm and seemed to vibrate under my fingers. I pushed on it, and my hands went into it, like pushing into silly putty. I began to rip away pieces of the wall and throw them behind me, and a shaft of light pierced through the hole I had just made. The light illuminated the cavern I was in, showing a floor of cobblestone soaked in layer after layer of dark red clotted blood. The wall itself looked like the guts of some massive creature. It had long shards of white bone running through the top and bottom, with smaller pieces of bone connecting them. The rest was some light red and vibrating tissue, like intestines that had been unspooled to form a never-ending, solid wall. I looked down at my hands and saw with horror that dozens of black, maggot-like worms squirmed all down my wrists and hands. With a yelp and a jump backwards, I frantically tried to shake them off, but I could feel hot stings coming from my hands as they bit me, over and over. After a few minutes of writhing and rubbing my hands together, I got them all off. I could feel my heart beating out of my chest and instinctually kept checking the rest of my body to make sure I didn't miss any more of the biting, blood-sucking maggots. The soft, fiery light that came through the hole I made in the living wall showed me a door on the opposite side of the hall from the wall. From what I could see, it had a straight hallway that went off into the dark. Having no other good options, I started walking down it, the minuscule light quickly fading into nothing. I put my hands out in front of me and felt the smooth stone walls. I walked in a straight line for what felt like hours before seeing a glimmer of red light, at first only a tiny pinpoint. As I walked towards it, it grew and grew, until I realized I was staring at a door that must have been 20 feet tall, surrounded by polished white bones on all sides. The bones that composed the framework of the door were so massive, they looked like they had come from a blue whale, as if someone had taken the ribs off of one and fused them together into an archway. All I could think of as I approached this door was my wife, my child, my job. Everything that I identified as me, everything that gave me meaning. Despite having cheated on my wife many times, I still loved her deep down. After all, I had protected her from the knowledge of what a poor husband I was, simply out of love for her. I had never let my 5-year-old child suspect that his father was involved in anything illegal or immoral. My love for them had made me protect them from all the things I had to do and to guarantee us a better life. And now, I just wanted to see them again, to be with them. I knew I was basically a good person, and I just wanted another chance to prove it. I kept their faces in my mind's eye as I walked through the massive archway. It looked big enough to drive a tractor-trailer through. I saw flickering light coming from the other side, and taking a deep breath in, stepped over the threshold. What I saw horrified me and shocked me into stillness. I had walked into an open field, the dark red and black clouds above blocking out any sky. The light filtering through them cast everything in a bloody glow. The field itself looked at first like a farmer's field, with finely spaced rows of soil, plowed into perfect lines. Growing out of the earth stood many squat brown plants covered in thorns. Out of the tip of each one, a large egg sac clung, weighing the plant down and bending many of them to the ground. The egg sacs were pale and unbroken, filled with fluid and dark silhouettes in each one. I saw beings writhing, one adult-sized silhouette in each sac, some putting their faces up to the wall of the sac in a silent scream, others trying to reach their arms or legs through. But the sturdy covering of the yolk just bowed out with their arms and legs and didn't pop. It looked as if the people inside the eggs were all drowning. I quickly began speed walking between the lines of horrifying plants, wondering whether the plants fed on the people in the sacks or whether it just fed them and gave birth to them. As I passed the first row, one of the sacks burst and a torrent of fetid, rotting fluid burst out, dumping a beautiful, naked woman at my feet. She had long blonde hair and green eyes, flawless skin, and a tiny, upturned nose. She heaved in a deep breath, as if she had been drowning, before looking up at me.
"Oh, God, please don't hurt me."
I shook my head and helped her to her feet. "Why would I hurt you, ma'am?"
Everyone hurts here. Everyone hurts me,"
she said, starting to weep. Her fingers shook as she sobbed, bowing her head in a pathetic way. I grabbed her arm. "I promise you, I won't hurt you. I'm one of the good guys, but I think we should get going. We really need to find a way out of here."
"Out of here?"
she asked, crying and laughing at the same time.
"There's no way out of here. Don't you know where we are?"
I shook my head.
"This is hell. I don't know if it's hell in the Judeo-Christian sense, but it's close enough. Everyone here is dead."
"I don't feel dead," I said, rubbing my hands over my suit, my face, my hair. "Everything seems intact." She nodded at this, her crying quieting down as she focused on my face.
"Everyone comes in like that until they catch you, torture you, burn you, rip you apart. Then, when your body is too spent to feel anymore, they bury you in these fields. These plants grow overnight, encasing your body in a sack and bringing it up to the surface where it starts to feed you and revive you. After you're healed enough for another round of torture, the fruit of the plant bursts."
"But who brings you to these fields? Who's in charge?" I asked. Her pupils dilated, her eyes wide. She whispered the answer. "Angels." At that moment, a bolt of lightning shot down from the red sky, bursting open dozens of plants nearby and showering us in a mixture of blood, amniotic fluid, thorns, and leaves. I grabbed her arm. "Let's get out of here. We can talk more when we get somewhere safe." She laughed at this, as if it was the most absurd thing she had ever heard, and we began to run. "By the way," I said, gasping between breaths, "my name is Jay."
"Angela,"
she said. At the end of the field, I saw a paved road. It had countless potholes and cracks running through it, and some parts of it had been wiped out and fallen into a stream that ran parallel to it on the farther side. But I was still glad to see some sign of a trail. "A road," I cried, pointing in excitement. "Maybe that road leads somewhere out of this hellhole." She shook her head in amazement at my stupidity, but I ignored her. I had to hope there was some way out, that this wasn't just a never-ending landscape of horrors under a blood-red sky. The road seemed to stretch out in both directions forever, fading into each horizon in a perfectly straight line. I could see parts of the road were entirely missing, and it looked like some bridges had collapsed farther down in the direction I was looking, so I turned the opposite way and started moving, holding Angela's hand as I went. Her presence gave me some comfort. She even reminded me of my wife to a certain degree, as they both had a very light skin and an overall Irish cast to their faces. If this is hell, then why are you here? She looked up at me, surprised by the question. Heaving a deep sigh, she looked away. No sense in keeping secrets here, I guess, she said. We're just going to get captured and tortured to death again anyways. That's all it is here. Just a never-ending cycle of pain and death. A lot of these people completely lose their minds. She rubbed her hands over her eyes, as if her head hurt her. I always wanted to be an actress, but I grew up having no money. I met an older man who said he believed in me and that he wanted to take me to L.A., but we needed money to get from the East Coast to L.A. and to live there while I looked for work. He convinced me to rob a bank with him to get it. Needless to say, it didn't work out very well. He got spooked and murdered 2 of the tellers before a security guard came out and shot him in the head. I grabbed his gun and killed the guard and took the money and ran. When the cops caught up with me, I pulled over slowly, put the gun to my temple, and pulled the trigger. I had absolutely no intention of going to prison for the rest of my life. I was just a stupid kid, really. I couldn't believe this angelic, innocent-looking young woman had participated in murders. It shocked me to my core. If this is hell, I don't really feel I belong. Yeah, I did some bad things, but I never killed anyone. Never put a gun to anyone's head, never even killed an animal. She looked up at me sharply. You're only lying to yourself. No one innocent comes here, but I don't really care what you did, to be honest. We're both trapped here, and that's all I need to know. There is no hope. Just don't betray me. Our only chance of surviving longer is to stick together and trust each other. As we ran, the fields began to fade, and what looked like an old, dilapidated western town began to take their place. I saw people hanged by their neck from the street signs. Overall, it seemed the safest place in the area, so I began to pull Angela over in that direction. There was an old saloon with swinging gates, and we walked inside, wary of any traps. In the corner, I saw what looked like a medieval knight with massive white wings flowing out from his back. He held a man's mouth open, while another man in a full suit of glowing blue armor poured molten lead down his throat. The man screamed for a moment, then the lead ate through his neck, and he collapsed to the ground. Angels, Angela said to me. Their heads turned toward us, but there were no faces there. It was just an empty black void under a platinum helmet, one that seemed to glow from its own inner light. They approached me, and I grabbed Angela. Please, take the girl and let me live, I screamed, my heart bursting with anxiety in my chest. They looked at each other and then back at me. Tell me how to get out of here and she's all yours. I'll hold her down while you burn her alive or cut her to pieces. But please, I just want to see my family. To my utter astonishment, they nodded at me. One spoke in a deep, slow cadence, his voice sounding like thousands of voices of different pitches all mixing and echoing over each other. You can ride the lightning up to the earth, one said. The lightning connects us to those calling on magic, those who call on demons or try to contact ghosts. Any who are weak and small can be overwhelmed by those who ride the lightning up to them and possess them. But you will always return to us in the end. I nodded, throwing Angela in their direction and turning to run back to the field. Lightning was crashing down all around me now, bursting egg sacs and plants every few seconds. But I was no longer afraid of it. I looked up at the sky and saw a swirling whirlpool of red and black, and stood under it as a bolt struck me directly in the center of my head. I felt myself being sucked up at an incredible speed, and saw above the clouds a deep void. I fell into the void and saw through another set of eyes. 2 teens played with a Ouija board in a graveyard, giggling as if it were a game, surrounded by black candles. "Demons, we call on you to answer us," one of them with a high voice shrieked. As his mouth opened, I rushed into it. His eyes widened in shock as I pushed his soul out, sending it spiraling back into the void I had just emerged from. I now had complete control over his body. "Hey, man," the other kid asked me, "are you okay?" I nodded, smiling, looking around at the very clear sky and feeling relieved to be back. "Never been better, buddy." As I took over the body of the teenager, a sense of euphoria and exhilaration filled me. I had escaped from hell. I looked around the cemetery, frowning. Scanning the mind of the child I had possessed, I gained his name, Kurt, and his address, among other critical information. I found myself in Maine, in the absolute middle of nowhere, but it would have to do. The friend stared at me with wide eyes, clear anxiety marring his expression. "You don't look good at all, man. You look pale as shit all of a sudden." My body wavered, and I tripped, nearly falling, before the friend grabbed my arm and steadied me. Scanning the mind of the kid, I found the name of his friend. "Thanks, Andre," I said. "Maybe it was just something I ate. A little touch of food poisoning or something. I guess I really don't feel that good. I'm just gonna head home." Andre nodded seriously at me. "I'll pick up the Ouija board and candles and everything. Too bad we didn't get to see anything supernatural happen, huh?" "Yeah, too bad," I said, walking away. If only he knew. Out of the corner of my eye, as I started walking down the side of the road under the streetlights, I saw the silhouette of an angel, like the ones I had seen torturing people in hell. Its wings spread out massively behind it 20 feet in each direction, softly swaying to and fro like a flag in a slight breeze. But when I turned my eyes to look directly at it, there was nothing there besides an ancient oak tree with countless branches reaching up to the moonlit sky. "My eyes are playing tricks on me," I said to myself. Then I remembered the horrifying 1,000 voices of the angel as it turned its empty space of a face towards me. How it had said to me, "You will always return to us in the end." I shuddered. It felt like it had been staring directly into my soul, judging me and finding me wanting. I had never done psychedelic drugs in my life, but I felt like I was on what I imagined LSD or peyote to feel like. I kept seeing figures run out of the corner of my eyes, and shadows running across the street, faces in the trees and eyes staring out from the surrounding forest. But whenever I turned my attention to them, they disappeared. It was like something was mocking me, always staying directly out of the view of the center of my vision, but playing games on the periphery instead. The ground began to tremble, as if an earthquake were starting. I heard a running from behind me and turned to see Andre standing there, sweating and out of breath. "Gosh, did you just feel that?" he asked, his eyes widening with fear. "I think we're having an earthquake. We don't have earthquakes in Maine. What the hell is going on right now?" He was right. When Maine had earthquakes, they were generally so small no one felt them. But right now, it was getting more and more intense. Trees began to fall in the forest. The smashing branches created an echoing cacophony that blotted out all of Andre's words afterwards. I saw his lips moving, but I couldn't hear anything besides the crashing of the earth, the collapsing of crypts in the nearby cemetery, and trees continuously breaking apart. All of a sudden, I felt a whooshing sensation and heard deafening crashes inches away to my left. A massive pine tree branch crashed into the ground, its smaller branches slicing up my shirt and back as it fell. At that moment, Andre and I began to run to the only open area that was close, the cemetery. It seemed the only place where we wouldn't get crushed to death by falling trees and branches. We didn't even have to speak to each other, but both sprinted in a blind panic, breathing hard, my heart beating out of my chest. The shaking behind us was getting so bad that the road was starting to crack. We sprinted as fast as we could, nearly tripping a few times as the pavement heaved and split around us and more branches fell in the distance. The forest around us sounded like it was coming apart. I heard alarms going off in the distance, first car alarms, and then the wailing of a tornado siren from the center of downtown. People were definitely waking up, noticing something was very wrong, and I had the feeling it was all my fault. As we ran into the cemetery, I first began to see for certain that this was not a normal earthquake. Hands were reaching out of the ground, some skeletal, some with flesh still hanging onto their cracking bones. I could see the muscles and tendons of those closest as they moved with frantic energy and unbelievable speed, shoveling dirt away and ripping a hole open as they emerged from underneath. Crypts flew open as bodies bashed through the doors with superhuman strength, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. From the eyes of every corpse, I could see pure blackness, just like the blackness of the faces of the angels who controlled hell. The blackness was piercing, shimmering, beyond any simple absence of light. It was as if a hole was actually ripping in reality right where the eyes of the corpses used to be, and all of the hundreds of them stared directly at me, ignoring Andre completely. Then, in an instant, the shaking stopped. The silence was deafening and eerie in the aftermath of such a cataclysm. All I could hear was the ringing in my ears and the pounding of my heart. "You will return to us," the corpse in front of me shrieked, his voice sounding like thousands of deep, distorted voices overlapping. He was a half-decomposed elderly man in an expensive Armani suit, strands of white hair still hanging to the papery skin of his skull, his teeth and the muscles of his jaw showing through the decayed holes in his cheeks as he spoke. "Do you need more rope to hang yourself with, sinner? Will you not accept your fate? You dare take the body of an innocent child just to fulfill your own selfish desires and try to escape the fate that you deserve." Another corpse began to move in from my right. A young woman who looked much fresher, but had a massive bullet hole through the side of her head. Otherwise, she almost could still have been alive, yet she spoke with the same voice of the other corpse, the cacophony of many beings blending their vocalizations together, almost, but not completely in sync. Her screaming was so loud, I felt my chest vibrating, my heart thudding painfully in my chest as the corpses closed in around me. "Haven't you done enough, Jay? You are rotted from the inside. Only hell will purify your evil. Return to us. Give up the body of the child now.
I felt around Kurt's pockets, having only one idea to get out of this situation. I knew I couldn't return with them, and in his right pocket, I found what I knew would be there, a pocket knife. Grabbing Andre quickly, I flicked open the knife and put it to his throat. "Stand the hell back!" I screamed, my throat hurting from the sheer force of my yelling. The circle of corpses stopped moving in on me, but my heart was still beating too fast, my hands trembling so badly I thought I might drop the knife on the ground. I wanted to throw up, but I managed to avoid it. "I'm serious, right now. I will kill this kid right in front of all of you if you don't let me go."
Have you gone so far down, Jay?
The elderly man said to me in the voice of an angel.
You know, you must return to us eventually. Why accumulate more evil to repay? Your kind never learns. But you're not a stupid man. You must know we cannot allow you to stay here in the body of this innocent boy.
He shook his head, almost like a disappointed parent. My hands shook so bad that I sliced Andre's skin slightly. Andre yelped, and a few drops of blood ran down his neck. "Kurt, what the hell, man? Let me go. This is crazy. You don't have to do this. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not Kurt," I said. "I possessed him during your little ritual with the Ouija board, but I'm not him, and I am not going back to hell. No way. Andre, you have no idea what these things do to people there. They pour lead down their throats. They hang them from every pole on the street. They burn them and cut them and torment them. Then, when their victims are too used up, they're buried in a field where they're healed and come out of some massive eggplant just to do it all over again. How can anyone expect me to go back there? That's totally insane. I'd rather die." At that moment, a fleet of police cars and ambulances started to drive by, their lights flashing, but their sirens off since there were no traffic out here. But they slammed on their brakes once they saw the massive crowd of people standing in the cemetery. The cop in the front car got out, looking confused. Then he saw that the people around us weren't really people at all, but instead were decomposing bodies, black eyes, and skeletal figures. And his jaw fell open. "Holy shit," he whispered. More cops got up behind him, all of them looking confused. Some pulled out their guns and started screaming orders at the walking bodies, while others got back in their cars, locked the doors, and stared out in horror, unsure of what to do. Some of them called for backup on their radios. One cop got in his car and drove away like a madman, swerving between the ambulances and other police cars in front of him, his sirens now blaring. He looked like he was screaming inside the car, and I think he flipped us off as he sped away. I suppressed a sudden urge to start laughing hysterically at this absurd scene. If I started laughing now, I might never stop. I felt like I was losing my mind under all the stress. I don't know who started it, but one of the cops fired his gun as a few of the corpses started walking towards them, and all hell started breaking loose. The circle of corpses rushed the police, and then all of the police started firing at once. The gunshots made my ears ring, and I heard a few bullets smash into the crypts and tombstones immediately to my left, whizzing right next to my head and chest. I let Andre go and ran for my life. I don't know if he made it out of there or not. He might be dead for all I know. I scanned Kurt's mind and found his house. He was only 14 or so, and of course, lived with his parents. But I needed a place to rest and think, and that was the only one nearby.
I ran to his home, running up the stairs without speaking to anyone and locking the door behind me. Shaking, shivering, sick with fear and worry, I laid down on the bed and started to cry for myself and everything I had lost. I thought about my wife and kids, my old life, and how much I missed all of them. And I started sobbing uncontrollably, the tears staining the pillow as I screamed into it in desperation and anger. As I write this, I look out the windows and keep seeing the silhouettes of angels out of the corner of my eye. And now, the ground feels like it's starting to shake. I think they're coming for me. I wonder if I should keep running, or if I should just go with them to that sick place with the red clouds and the people constantly being brought back to life, just to be tortured all over again. I'm thinking about taking Kurt's parents hostage if I need to. The angels don't seem to want to see innocents die, and that may be my only chance. I still have the pocket knife, just in case. And there are plenty of bigger knives downstairs, if I decide it's necessary. Yet the voice of the angel from the cemetery keeps repeating in my head. Do you need more rope to hang yourself with, sinner? It was exactly 2:31 a.m. I remember that from glancing at the clock on my nightstand just before I grabbed the revolver from beneath my mattress. My girlfriend, Ashlyn, was startled by some noises she'd been hearing from the kitchen, so she woke me up to check it out. "Cullen, there's something in the kitchen," I remember her whispering to me, like whatever it was would hear us. I let out a sigh and, not sure what to expect, I crept downstairs, my weapon ready. As I rounded the corner at the bottom of the stairs and glanced into the kitchen, I noticed nothing out of place. Ash must have heard the house settling, but I couldn't go back upstairs without being able to say that I had thoroughly checked it out. So, now fairly sure that it was all clear, I stepped into the kitchen. I wasn't on edge at all, so the gun was down at my hip. I mean, the house was old. It made weird noises all the time. I'd only grabbed the revolver to comfort Ash. She had just moved in with me and was just getting used to things, so I felt it natural that the sounds of the house would spook her. I looked around lazily, noticed nothing, and then headed for the stairs. As I was about halfway up, I heard something. It was the turning of the doorknob to the pantry and the kitchen. At this point, I was scared out of my mind. With the gun ready, I crept ever so carefully down the stairs, trying my very hardest not to make a single noise. When I reached the bottom, I peeked around the corner, and there he was. A man, about as tall as me, with a huge black bag, rummaging through the cabinets. I was struck. I stood dumb there for about 10 seconds before the man closed the cabinet he was in and headed for the den in the next room. I wasn't about to let him steal from me, yet at the same time, I was scared out of my mind. It's hard to recall the next few events properly, but I will try my best to remember. I slowly followed the man across the kitchen, walking ever so lightly. He then crouched down to go through a drawer in a large cabinet full of expensive medals and decorative plates. He then turned his head out of nowhere and stared straight at me, all the while my gun pointed straight at his face. Hey man, don't shoot." His voice was deep, yet frightened. "If you let me go, I'll never set eyes on this place again. I swear it." I had no idea what to think or say, so I stood there for about 5 seconds before replying with, "Just Get the hell out of my house before I blow your brains out. I said it quietly so I wouldn't disturb Ashlyn, but I felt like she knew something was going on by how long I'd been down here. I'd probably just tell her I prepared a quick snack, I remember thinking. Yeah, that's how it went. I'm recalling all this now, because that was when she walked in, and I had no idea what in the hell she was doing, but she said nothing. She just fumbled in and grew a grim and petrified expression as soon as she saw what was going on. All right, get on now. You'd better hurry off before I call the police, you son of a bitch, I remember saying. All right, just let me pass. He stood upright, sat the bag on the floor, and then slowly began walking past me towards the door. After that moment, I remember nothing but waking up on the ground. This is where things get messed up. I still don't know if this was just a nightmare or if this was all for real, but what I do know is that I remember it vividly. I woke up naked on the ground. Black grass, black dirt, everything was black. It was also deep into the night, and so the mixture of all the black just made it difficult to get a good look at things. When looking up, I remember seeing a black sky with no stars at all. I was in a state of panic. I got up and looked around frantically. Ash! But it was no use. I couldn't be heard. I shed a tear and then noticed a path of black gravel. I followed it with my eyes and noticed a flickering flame in the distance. I immediately got on the trail and ran. It must have taken about 10 minutes, but after an intense while of running and walking, I reached a massive black staircase leading down with 2 torches on either side of the entryway. It looked absolutely terrifying. I peered down and saw nothing. It was a massive black abyss, but I knew I needed to go down, for there was nowhere else to go. With much effort, I took my first steps down the black stone staircase. Everything here took forever, because I swear it must have taken 5 hours for me to reach the bottom. I was exhausted, and I could swear that it was getting hotter with each step. When I finally reached the bottom, I noticed a figure, naked of course, standing with a large spear. Before I even approached him, he spoke. "You are needed all the way down the hall. Keep going straight until you get there." That was when I noticed what had just spoken to me. It was shaped like a man, muscular and tall, but his skin was pitch black. I'd never seen a human with such black skin before. But the most terrifying part of the man was his face. No nose, but instead his entire face was taken up by one long, vertical mouth with razor-sharp black teeth. No eyes, no nose, not even any ears, just mouth. It was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. I cowered as I quickly bolted past him and began walking as fast as I could down the hall. But I was in no house. I looked up. No ceiling, no sky, just a black abyss. I looked around and saw black stairs leading off of the main hallway on both sides, which was about 10 feet wide and I have no idea how long. And torches sat on the top of each set of railing for the stairs, which was the only thing keeping the place lit. Different staircases were all up and down that hall. As I kept walking, my mind was numb with fear. I had no idea where I was or why the hell I wasn't in my house. It must be a lucid dream. Yeah, just a dream, I remember telling myself over and over. After a while, I noticed that there was a man further up the hall. I could faintly hear him crying, and if I recall properly, it wasn't just an average shedding of tears. The man was bawling his eyes out, but he kept limping forward. Yeah, He was limping. Though he was so far ahead, I noticed he dragged one leg behind him like it was broken. After a bit more walking, I saw the man begin to go up a small flight of stairs that had just appeared ahead of him. I figured that was where the creature by the entrance told me to go. Wanting to know what was going on, I sped up my pace, and by the time he had hobbled up to the top, I was close enough to see and hear what was going on. There were 2 more of those spear-wielding creatures standing on either side of a tree. But it wasn't just an average tree. It had pitch-black bark and long, jagged branches. The tree was covered in something, but I couldn't tell what just yet. By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I could hear intense crying, and probably the most menacing and shrill voice I'd ever heard. It brought an intense chill to my spine, which was how I came to the realization that this was probably no dream. This was very likely happening to me. I couldn't handle this. I was confused and totally unsure of where the hell I was, and I remember breaking down right there. Over my sobs, I remember hearing the man begin to scream. And it was the most blood-curdling scream I'd ever heard. At this, I began to climb the stairs quickly, wanting to see the fate of the man so I could prepare myself for my own. When I reached the top of the stairs, what I saw scared me more than anything so far. I remember it vividly. The man was standing in front of a giant tree and between 2 spear-wielding creatures which were standing next to 2 large torches. But now I could see what was covering the tree. Human bodies. At the massive trunk of the tree was a very large, naked, and fat man who sat just above where the roots collected themselves. But he wasn't sitting on the tree. The tree trunk went up the ass of the massive man and continued out the mouth. The man had no jaw, and the front of his neck and chest were ripped open for the trunk to emerge from his body. The very sight made me cringe and vomit multiple times. And during this, I paid no attention to the man, for the tree had taken my full attention. When I had collected myself enough to look back up, I noticed that the man was still very much alive. I recall him slowly and shakily raising his arm to wipe the tears from his face, which continued to pour from his dull gray eyes. As I looked at the rest of the tree, I noticed the other people hanging from it. Every person had a branch of the tree go into his or her body somewhere and coming out another. I remember seeing a woman hanging upside down, with the branch going into her anus and continuing out of. Well, I'd rather not say. We all deserve some shred of dignity. This seemed like something that would kill a person, but she was still very much alive. I could tell by her quivering, like the man at the trunk, her eyes had lost all color as well. I remember that after a while of observing the others on the tree, I looked back to the man. The tree then spoke. It would seem the only suitable punishment for one such as yourself would be to reside here with me. The laugh curdled my stomach, and shortly after, I remember a branch flying out from the back of the tree. The branch flew straight at the man and stabbed itself through his neck and appearing out the other side. It then twisted itself around his neck, like a collar, before picking the man up off the ground and retracting its way back to where it had sprouted. "Step forward," hissed the tree. I had no idea where it was speaking from until I looked straight up and saw a figure, or two, dangling from a branch right in front of where I stood at about 10 feet from the ground. There was a man and a woman. both white and naked, with their foreheads met together to form one, and on it was a mouth like the ones on the creatures, but this one was horizontal. They were hanging by branches wrapped around their necks like nooses. I remember this all so clearly. I stepped forward onto the blood-stained ground and asked, "What's going on?" It let out a laugh. Haven't you heard of the afterlife, human? I know your kind has been ranting about it back on Earth. Now, I had never been religious, and still I'm not. But then I had realized that those Christians had been right about something, and I'm guessing that was the hell they spoke of. Yeah? Was my reply. Oh, well, then you know exactly what's going on here. His voice was terrifying. How I ever managed to speak to it is well beyond me. I know well about what you do, Mr. Hipskind. It knew my name, and all the way it said it still gives me chills. Yes, you've been double-crossing honest people for years. Doesn't seem very honest to me, does it? Wouldn't you say you've stolen great amounts of money from people or been greedy in the past? Well, now you'll have to pay it back. This was followed by a laugh that made my ears screech. I dropped to my knees, holding my ears. I was an insurance agent. Sure, I cheated a few people out of a few bucks here and there, but it was business. I guess that damn tree thought otherwise. The next thing I knew, those hideous creatures were hoisting me up by my underarms. I remember to this day the shockwave of fear that shot through my body. I fought back, but to no gain. I wriggled, but they threw me on the ground, and both, in perfect unison, thrust their jagged spears, which were long, jagged pieces of the black wood pointed with long, sharp black blades, into either side of my torso, piercing my spine, and I felt it all. I didn't pass out. I felt all of it. I cried like a newborn infant. I screamed as tears shot from my eyes. I tried to squirm free, but my legs wouldn't move. Panic ran through me like nothing else. All while this went on, they picked me back up and began carrying me behind the tree and continuing in that direction. They dragged me for what seemed like an eternity with the pain I was in. Finally, after walking through a plain of nothingness, we reached a field of grates on the ground. Square, large barred grates in the rows reaching as far as the eye could see, but sticking out of these grates were flames. They were like ovens coming out of the ground. All around, I heard faint screams. I was scared shitless. We continued walking for a few minutes before we stopped at one, and the one holding my left arm let go of me and pulled at the grate, opening it. He seemed to be unaffected by the fire. Oh, the fear that went through me was immense. I knew that they were going to put me in there, and my screaming resumed. The one holding on to me dragged me to the edge and kicked me right in. There's no way to describe the pain of the third-degree burn, especially when it engulfs your entire body. It must have been like that for an entire day, me sitting in that pit of fire in pure pain and non-stop screaming. At one point, I pulled myself away from the pain for just long enough to think that I should be dead or well out of my mind, and then the pain stopped. those still engulfed in flames, I felt nothing. I stopped screaming and backed myself to the corner of the small pit. I looked down at my hands and the rest of my naked body. My skin resembled that of the creatures. It was pitch black, but I could see clearly where the creatures had pierced my sides. Blood had probably protruded at one point, but the fire had gotten rid of that, I guess. I knew at that moment that in this, whatever you call it, I was immortal. And then the flame stopped appearing, and I got a good look at the chamber I was being held in. Black stone. Plain, simple. It seemed like only a few seconds had gone by before a red mist appeared at the floor of the pit. I thought nothing of it. That is, until it began to take the shape of a man. I stared straight at it until it manifested the shape of what looked like your typical depiction of Satan, tall, with horns and blood-red skin. My eyes were heavy, so I closed them shut tight to avoid looking at the foul creature. And then, almost instinctively, I curled up in my little corner. It spoke no words as it unfolded my body and attached my wrist chains that I suppose stuck out of the wall. I had no idea they were even there. I had never looked. After it was done, I squinted to see what it was doing. It just faded away, just as easily as it appeared. And the moment it was fully gone, the flames came back, and the pain continued. How I'm not mad, I have no idea. For how long this went on, I haven't an idea either. All I can say is that it felt like days, weeks even. It seemed like an eternity. I felt no hunger, I felt no thirst. Only pain. And it was indescribable. At one point somewhere in there, I thought away from the pain. About Ashlyn. About the girl I'd left back at home. I thought very hard as to distract myself from the pain. I remember seeing the ceiling of my den and the top of the entryway to the kitchen. Where I had been standing, only I was sprawled on the floor staring up. I couldn't move, I couldn't stare, and I couldn't even move my eyes. And then I faded back to the cell of fire. Days passed. I kept thinking and seeing the same thing, and I could only hold the thought for about 5 seconds. But one of those times, I concentrated hard, and what I saw was at a different angle than before. And I recognized 2 figures, Ashlyn and the burglar. Only the burglar now had my revolver, and he held my dear Ash by the throat against the wall of the kitchen with the gun to her temple. I thought harder and harder, and the pain in the background faded. My feeling began to return. My eyes began to move about the kitchen, and I sat up. I looked over and immediately shot up off the ground and awkwardly tumbled onto the burglar, for I hadn't walked or moved at all in weeks. My hands grabbed at the gun and he fired a shot, but not before I knocked it up, pointing over Ashlyn's head. The bullet flew and nailed the refrigerator. He turned his head and looked right at me, then bashed my nose with his elbow, causing blood to spray all over my chin and mouth. I was knocked back and fell over onto the ground, for I was still very wobbly and not used to walking. The man turned to me and pointed my gun straight down at my face, then cocked it. But as he did so, Ashlyn grabbed at the gun and tried to pull it from his grasp. They both tugged at it for a bit before I realized that I had my legs back. I looked down at the man's legs and flung mine at his, knocking him right on his ass and sending the gun dropping right next to my head. I think we all know what I did. But for the sake of sick entertainment, I'll describe. I picked up the gun quickly, aimed it right at his forehead, and as he was sitting up and reaching out to grab it from me, I blasted him right between the eyes. I saw it like it was in slow motion, The bullet pierced the skull with a sharp and quick crack and formed what resembled a sinkhole in the man's forehead. It then pulled the eyes, the top of the nose, and the beginning of his hairline down, too, before it flew out of the back of his head and at the cabinets beneath my sink, taking his upper face and brain with it. It was a bloody, gory mess. That was 2 months ago. Ash later told me that the man had grabbed the barrel of the gun and forced it into my face, knocking me unconscious. I told her about my experience and how it seemed like weeks, when in reality, it was only a few seconds. I feel like I know what happened at this point. I died for a brief moment, and in the afterlife, a moment can last a month. But I jolted back to life with my efforts while dead. I can never be sure, though. I quit my job and I've been in therapy since it happened. I still can't even walk right because I'm so used to being paralyzed and chained to a wall. I'm telling this now to get my story out, because Ash told me it's quite interesting and people might like to hear it. And perhaps it'll serve as a warning to those at what lies on the other side. But it kills me knowing that I'd gone to hell and almost let my Ashlyn come with me. I woke up in a birthing sack, panicked and choking on amniotic fluid. I clawed at the fleshy walls, fighting with all my terrified strength to free myself. With a wet, ripping sound, I was dumped onto the muddy cobbles of the street below, twisting my ankle as I landed. Cold rain blasted my naked body clean of the sack's liquid. I tried and failed to get to my feet. The street was alien to me. An insane medley of architecture ranging from the modern to the prehistoric. The sky above boiled with storm clouds, illuminating my surroundings with non-stop flashes of lightning. A man walked over to me. His hair was matted with filth, and the rain streaked down his mismatched leather clothes. He said nothing, just watched me squirm on the floor. "Please, help me." He answered by slamming a foot down onto my face, breaking my jaw and making my vision reel. He moved on to my limbs, stomping and tugging until he heard the bones snap. Crippled, naked and screaming, there was nothing I could do to defend myself. When he started to eat me alive. My introduction to hell wasn't unusual. Very few people survive their first hour, let alone their first night. When they die, they go through the same thing again, emerging from a new birthing sack in another part of the city. Eventually, they learn to attack the first person they see, and, if they're lucky, they'll be able to kill that person. That's the one rule of hell. The strong take from the weak. Get used to the idea, and you might just make it through the afterlife. I'm going to give you a helping hand. Consider this your handbook to hell, a primer on the Inferno. Make no mistake, though, I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart. When you die, you'll owe me one. Don't worry about trying to find me. I guarantee we'll run into each other eventually. Eternity is a long time, so it's a matter of when, rather than if. Do as I tell you, and you'll have a better chance than most of avoiding my own nasty introduction to the pit. Welcome to hell. Some people swear they saw a light at the end of the tunnel when they died. To my mind, those people either hallucinated or they're lying. Most of us just wake up in a birthing sack a few minutes after death. The buildings of hell are covered in the things. Horrible, yellow ground pimples growing out of the brick. I've already mentioned that the first thing you need to do is claw your way out and get ready to fight. This is where the real bitch of the situation comes into play, since not everybody has the strength to break through their sack's flesh. You get the body you had just before you died, see? So, let's say you were born a cripple or maybe died too young or too old. Tough shit. You're going to have a rough eternity, drowning in birthing fluid over and over. If you manage to break free of your sack, don't waste time moping around wondering what the hell happened. Get on your feet and get ready to defend yourself. Chances are good that the first person who sees you will be hungry. There are no plants or animals in hell, so cannibalism is your only option if you don't fancy starving to death and having to start over. Aim to kill the first person you see. It might take a few tries. Most of hell's residents have been fighting for survival a lot longer than you. They might have armor made from tanned skin, scavenged metal and bone. They'll almost certainly have a shiv, a club, or axe. All of that will be useful to you, if you can take it from them. The next thing to do is find shelter. It never stops raining in hell, and pneumonia is a shitty way to die. Luckily, you'll have a selection of buildings to choose from. Ever wanted to live in a rundown Victorian manor with half a roof and no furniture? How about an ancient Egyptian mud brick hovel? If people have built it, you can find a crumbling version of it in hell. Pick a building and kill any squatters you find, and move in. The best houses are the ones that come with a supply of scrap metal and timber. Not only are these good for making weapons with, they're also vital for getting drinkable water. I learned the hard way that hell's rain is teeming with disease. It has to be boiled before it's safe, so getting a fire going and something to make a bowl with is a necessity. So, we've killed our first man and found a home. Things are going well. Get that far, and you're going to want to hang on to what you have forever. You won't. Something will kill you eventually, and you'll have to start over. My record is a year. If you want to beat that, you'll need to understand hell and its denizens. The damned. The people of hell can be grouped into two categories. The first, the fresh meat, are those who've just climbed out of a birthing sack. It's kill or be killed when it comes to fresh meat. Always has been and always will. The newly birthed want clothing and tools and will kill to get a hold of them. The second category, the residents, view fresh meat as a quick and easy supply of food, leather, and bone. Residents have an easier time of it for sure, and all of them will fight to retain their resident status for as long as they can. Make no mistake, though, residents victimize each other just as much as they prey on the fresh meat. If you're a woman, for instance, well, you better get over any hang-ups you have about rape. Women get taken advantage of in hell far more than men. It's just a fact. If you're not one of those bodybuilders or warrior women, do the smart thing and sell yourself for protection. Self-respect doesn't keep you breathing. Remember how you get the body you had just before you died? Well, that fact forms the core of hell's society. The truth of the matter is that throughout history, it's usually been men who die in battle. That means that in hell, there are a lot of young men with strong bodies fit for war. Don't like it? Tough. Those are the guys who call the shots. If you can't fight them, you better do as they tell you. If you live long enough and fight well enough, you might get invited into one of the resident tribes. These are groups of people who band together for the sake of safety and numbers. Believe me, being part of a group makes things a lot easier in hell. But keep in mind that you're only part of the tribe for as long as you're a resident. Get yourself killed, and it's back to being fresh meat. Tribes offer the closest thing to civilized society you'll find in hell. If you're part of a tribe, you have people on your side who probably won't kill you, unless shit gets rough. Doesn't sound like much, but that's about as good as it gets. My own survival record was thanks to getting into a tribe. Life was good for a while there. We had about 50 soldiers and plenty of women to have. Nobody could touch us, and the men abided by an honor code. So the usual fear of being stabbed in the back by your friends wasn't too much of an issue. I could have spent my eternity in reasonable comfort, but hell has ways of screwing over a good thing. Human flesh and boiled rainwater doesn't exactly make for a balanced diet, and sooner or later, even the strongest resident dies of malnutrition. I did well to last a year on it, though the last few months were agony. If I believed in God, I'd swear he designed hell in such a way that nobody stays on top of the food chain for long. The city and the wasteland. Most of the damned live in this, the city of hell. That's where all the fresh meat is born, and considering the size of the place coupled with the short life expectancy, a lot of people will spend eternity without ever setting foot outside of this. Take my advice. Do not leave the city. Things are rough on the streets, that's true. But trust me when I say, it gets a whole lot worse if you try to leave. This is surrounded by a city called Gehenna. At first glance, it doesn't look like much. Just an empty expanse of gray stretching out into infinity. Sometimes the damned lose that fire in the belly, the will to survive, and set off wandering into Gehenna. Most of them never come back. I made the walk myself once, a long time ago. I don't care how hard you think you are. Spend enough time in hell, and it starts to break you down. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm a good person who never deserved this. Nobody can say that and not be a liar. I'm not evil, though. Or rather, I wasn't. Not until I got to hell. You murder, rape, and torture because you know they'd do the same to you. You're then murdered, raped, and tortured because they know you'll do the same to them. And give it long enough and you just don't want to face it anymore. That's when you take the walk into Gehenna. The first couple of miles I walked were nothing special. The rain stopped after a while, the sludge beneath my feet giving way to gray ash, and I caught my first glimpse of hell's sky beyond the clouds. It was a flat gray with a white sun, completely devoid of any beauty or warmth. I trudged on. While walking through Gehenna, I lost any urge to eat, drink, or sleep. My body started to waste away, but I didn't care. Even when my skin started to peel away and my bones were exposed, I didn't care. The further I walked, the hollower I became in mind, body, and soul. I don't know what would have happened if I kept going. Frankly, I don't want to know. Some part of me still wanted to live, so I turned back. I'd walked for days, maybe weeks. Yet when I turned around, this was only a few steps away. I stepped back into the city, and my body fell apart. When I emerged from my birthing sack, I swore never to step foot into Gehenna again. Escaping from hell. There are ways to leave hell. That should be obvious. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you, would I? Sometimes the living get into their heads that they want to talk with the dead. They get their crystals, incense, and spirit boards in the hopes of reaching their loved ones. Most do nothing more than trick themselves into thinking they've made contact. They smile or cry, convinced their beloved granny is playing the harp on a cloud somewhere before getting on with their lives. A few have the skill to actually reach us, though. They can open a gate between hell and the world of the living that we perceive as a pillar of fire stretching down from the clouds. As soon as one of those pillars shows up, the damned scramble to be the first to get to it. You haven't seen the true nature of man until you've watched thousands of the damned swarming over each other, kicking, biting, and clawing to be the one who escapes. Contacting the dead always results in a bloodbath. Even the most civilized tribes fall apart the instant it becomes clear that only one of them can leave. I've left hell twice now, left my body behind and ridden that pillar of fire up into the clouds. Some people believe that you can be possessed by demons. Well, let me tell you something. Demons aren't real. What the living see as demonic possession is just one of the damned testing out their new body. Let's face it, if you fought your way through hell to get back to the world of the living, you're not going to be on your best behavior for long. Sooner or later, we take things too far. Our host dies with our family cave and recruit an exorcist. Then we're fresh out of the burning sack and on the streets again. I'm going to go now. When you get to hell, remember my advice, and that you owe me one. Maybe we can form a tribe someday. For the time being, though, I want to see what my new body can do. By now, you should have a good idea of what you can expect from hell. You know to kill the first person you see when you fight your way out of a birthing sack. You know to find clothing, tools, and shelter. You know that no matter what you do, how well you do, someday it's back to being fresh meat. This is the biggest city you can imagine. Tribes fight and die for territory, and taking a wrong turn is a fucking death sentence. You'll get a feel for where you should go and shouldn't go eventually. Develop the kind of street smarts you need to stay a resident for more than a day. Even so, there are places in this that you should know about. Let's do a little sightseeing tour of hell. Maybe the advance warning will do you some good. Skin Street. Allow me to tell you about the first time I saw Skin Street. I dropped out of my birthing sack onto the road, straight back up, and got myself ready to fight. Nobody was there. Not one single person was out on a street that stretched for miles in either direction. I relaxed a little and took a look around. Most of the streets in this are a labyrinthine network of buildings. You spend most of your stay in hell paranoid that, just around the next corner, there's somebody ready to beat you down. Skin Street isn't like that. It's a single straight line with only the rain and the darkness to hamper visibility. I felt more vulnerable there than I felt in any other part of this. You ever walked into a wide, empty space and suddenly felt exposed? Yeah, imagine also being naked, unarmed, and in hell. Still, I knew what I was supposed to do. The first step was to find some clothing. That's where I learned how Skin Street got its name. Every building, every busted street light and gas lamp was decorated with flayed skin. I'd been in hell long enough by that point to not be too freaked out, but I'd be lying if I say it didn't affect me. In a screwed up kind of way, it reminded me of Christmas. You know, people hanging wreaths and lights from their houses, that sort of thing. I remember the time I'd spent with my family, my kids on Christmas morning. Feelings like that get you killed. I pushed them back down and pulled some scraps from the nearest building. If somebody was going to leave clothing material lying about, I may as well take it, right? I didn't know it at the time, but every step I took on Skin Street was being watched. When the attack came, I didn't even get a glimpse of the guy. My skull fractured from an expert swing of a club. Whoever hit me went from my eyes the second I hit the floor, stuck his fingers right into my sockets. I was blind and crying like a baby when he started to peel away my skin. Here's the thing. Some people are screwed up even by hell standards. The loners, serial killers, stalkers, and psychos all make their way to Skin Street in the end. Most of the damned use the whole body of a kill, but the Skin Street people like to take trophies. They leave their ornaments out as bait for the ignorant, skulking in the shadows and waiting for the best moment to ambush. If you find yourself on Skin Street, you're gonna have to think fast. Forget clothing, just grab a rock, a piece of wood, or anything else you can use as a weapon. Stay out of the shadows, and keep checking behind you, and get out of there as quick as you can. Perdition Farms. You're going to be chased in hell. That's unavoidable. At some point, you'll stumble into somebody bigger than you, or you'll find yourself outnumbered. Forget about a fair fight. If somebody can take you down without you fighting back, you bet that's what they'll do. It's easy to lose focus when you're running for your life. You can forget to pay attention to your surroundings. That, my friend, is a big mistake. The outskirts of Perdition Farms are littered with billboards. They promise free food and safety to anybody stupid enough to believe them. The tribes that fight over that particular territory like to herd people off the streets and into the industrial complex they call home. The good news is that tribes won't kill you. The bad news is that they're big fans of taking people alive. They've got a project, you see. Been working on it for as long as I can remember. I couldn't tell you who originally decided that hell should have organized food production, only that the idea stuck, and that over the years, countless tribes have taken it upon themselves to try and make that dream a reality. Get yourself captured by them, and you can look forward to a bit of slave labor. And for the most part, the Perdition Farm tribes try to make use of the birthing pods as a source of food. They force their slaves to harvest them from the walls, grind them up in industrial vats, mix them with blood, body parts, rainwater, and anything else that can conceivably make a broth. The life of a slave is short, brutal, and disgusting, particularly when those slaves are then used as guinea pigs for the latest concoction. You see, amniotic fluid can be drunk if you're desperate, though drinking too much is guaranteed to make you empty your stomach from every available orifice. The flesh of the sacks is a different matter, though. I couldn't tell you exactly what the birthing sacks are. Some people say that they're actual flesh, while others swear that they're more like a fungus. What I do know is that they repair themselves over time. Eat some of their flesh, and over the next few days, you'll grow a new birthing sac inside you. It's a small mercy that you won't live long enough to see it break through your skin. You'll be dead shortly after your stomach bursts. If you're lucky, your days as a slave will end when the tribe decides they want some real meat. They're not stupid enough to test the broth themselves, not when there's no shortage of slaves in hell. Look, I can't force you to stay out of Perdition Farms. I can only offer advice. In my opinion, if you think you're being herded there, it's better to take whatever's to hand and cut your own throat. I'd take fresh meat status 100 times before spending another day on the farms. The Boneyard. So maybe you're thinking to yourself, hey, I'm the kind of a nut job who'd join a cult. Is there anything in hell for me? If that sounds like you, the Boneyard has you covered. You see, there's a certain kind of religious fanatic who really does belong in hell. I'm not talking about the old dears who bake cakes to raise money for the new church roof here. I'm talking about the guys who went to war because God commanded it, who burned women for supposedly consorting with demons, and who saw nothing wrong with taking advantage of the innocent. When those people get to hell, they're too thick-headed to make sense of what happened. Why face reality when you can pretend it's all just a test of faith? They find like-minded folk in the Boneyard. I'm told that at one time, the Boneyard was a cathedral surrounded by a cemetery that stretched from horizon to horizon. Maybe that's true, I don't know. These days, it's a shanty town of temples and churches built from materials scavenged from the streets. Everywhere you look, you'll find wild-eyed zealots preaching their own twisted version of redemption, and gangs of masked men on the prowl for fresh converts. Mortification of the flesh is the main pastime in the boneyard. If you listen to the cacophony of sermons, you'll be informed of how the flesh is wicked and must be purged of sin. How lucky we are to be given such a holy duty. How fortunate to be given the opportunity to redeem ourselves before God. The people of the boneyard have had a lot of time and practice when it comes to mastering torture and degradation. I'm not a good person. I've killed and cannibalized. But I can honestly tell you, I never have been able to dream up some of the shit that goes on in the boneyard. I wandered in there by accident once, and I've never been able to get what I saw out of my head. I watched a woman, naked and bound, forced onto her knees and violated with iron rods. A preacher sewed his own eyes and lips shut in front of a crowd before sawing off his manhood with a piece of slate. A boy of maybe 14 was publicly crucified. A girl was drowned in shit. An older man had sharpened flint pushed up under his fingernails. I could list off 100 other atrocities done in the name of redemption. Stay away from the boneyard. The people there decided that hell just isn't hellish enough for their liking. Forget about redemption. Forget about God. The only way out of hell is by riding a pillar of fire and taking over a living body. Focus on that if you want to escape. The damned can't offer you salvation. The damned only offer pain. I have to leave you soon. If I'm going to make the most of life on Earth, I'm afraid I'm going to have to skip town. While I've had plenty to keep myself entertained, this body just isn't suitable for a run-in with the police. It's only a matter of time until some nosy neighbor thinks to pick up the phone. With the humidity over the last few days, Mommy and Daddy are already pretty ripe. Here's something you have to understand. Hell is a big place. I've given you fair warning about a few of the locations I myself have run into, and that'll have to do. Even if I wrote a library's worth of novels solely dedicated to mapping out the distinct locations within this, I still couldn't tell you everything about the city. What I can do is give you a bit of information about some of the damned. The Slaughter Man. And take a moment to think about all the celebrities you know. How many of them do you reckon would do well in this? Not many, I'll wager. Perhaps none. Fame and fortune on Earth doesn't count for shit when you're dead. Very few people are strong enough, mean enough, and downright psychotic enough to earn a reputation in hell. Those few who have what it takes are people you never want to meet. The Slaughter Man is one of hell's legends. A huge, bearded man with filed teeth, bloodshot eyes, and foam on his lips. Rumor has it that the first day he emerged from a birthing sack, he was unlucky enough to land at the feet of a slaver tribe. Well, those tribesmen chuckled to themselves and readied their clubs and whips, only too happy to take some fresh meat captive. Outnumbered 12 to 1, naked, unarmed, and brand new to hell, most people wouldn't stand a chance. If you believe the stories, the Slaughter Man shrugged off the clubs battered against him and the whips cutting into his flesh as though they were insect bites. He picked up the first slaver, put his hand into the man's mouth, and pulled his jaw right off of his skull. He moved on to another, then another, and tearing them apart with his bare hands until the survivors turned and fled. Nobody knows for sure who he was in life. I've heard theories, though. The most popular one being that he was the berserker of Stamford Bridge. Supposedly, a single Viking held up the English army single-handed. It didn't matter that he could never win, that he was outnumbered, that his enemies had better weapons and armor. He stood on that bridge and he fought. And by the time he was brought down, he'd killed no less than 40 men. I don't know how true any of this is, I've never seen the Slaughter Man for myself, and I don't want to. What I can tell you for sure is that people don't become legendary in hell without good reason. I'd guess that the only one who knows the truth is the Slaughter Man himself, and he isn't saying anything. Since the day he arrived in hell, he's only spoken once. The fleeing slavers heard it as the Slaughter Man tore their tribe apart. Naked, bloody, and surrounded by corpses, the Slaughter Man looked up to the storm-wracked sky and bellowed a single word: Valhalla. Hellhounds. How about a little story? I wasn't new to hell. I'd made myself some clothes and a wooden club, found shelter and had a big slab of meat roasting over a campfire. The only thing I didn't have was a tribe. The area I'd been birthed in seemed slummy even for this, all half-collapsed hovels and mud huts. Iron was scarce, barely enough to make myself a water bowl. All in all, not a good spot for a tribe. My plan was simple enough. I'd have a decent meal, carve myself a shiv or two in case I lost my club, and then find somewhere more or less dry to sleep. After that, I'd set off to look for a tribe. Even the mildest tribe initiations resulted in a few scars and a broken nose, so I wanted to be as well rested as I could be. Sleep in hell is both vital and dangerous. There's a knack to finding somewhere that's simultaneously sheltered, hidden, and with access to an escape route. Even then, you never get more than a few hours at a time. In hell, the slightest suspicious noise should scare the shit out of you. A low, throaty growl definitely counts as a suspicious sound. I leapt out of my impromptu nest of skins and wood, raised my club, and returned the growl with one of my own. A woman had crept into my building and was staring at me with dilated pupils. She looked to be in a bad way, skinny, naked, and covered in weeping sores. Her lips peeled back to reveal broken and jagged teeth. It took me all of a second to size her up. She'd been living rough for days or weeks. Judging from her protruding ribs and bloated stomach, she was well on her way to dying of starvation. So, she was weak, hungry, and didn't even have a weapon. "I've already eaten," I said, relaxing a little and giving my club a few practice swings. "No sense in letting you go to waste, though." I took a step towards her and she bolted, just turned right around and scampered away in a strange animal gait. I took off after her, certain that I could outpace her. Even if there wasn't much meat on her, bones can still be useful. I chased her through a few streets, struggling to keep my footing on the muddy ground. When I finally got close enough to swing my club, she stopped dead. The suddenness of it caught me off guard and I tripped over her, losing my club as I fell. She howled in triumph, a sound that was echoed by a dozen other throats. That day, I learned two things about the Hellhounds: the people who lose their minds and become little more than beasts after enduring centuries in hell. Firstly, they have the necessary animal cunning to hunt as a pack. Secondly, human teeth and fingernails are perfectly capable of ripping flesh from the bone. The surgeons. Modern doctors rarely thrive in hell. Academia and reliance on technology don't leave you in the best state to endure the endless violence and brutality. There are exceptions, though. The people who learn to sew their friends back together amid the machine gun fire of the Sami. Shamans, witch doctors, and holy men who endured famine and warfare. Survivalists who knew how to cauterize their own wounds in the middle of a forest. Those are some of the people who might just be strong enough to ply their trade to the damned. After all, working knowledge of basic medicine is just one of those things that's beyond a lot of the meatheads roaming this. Most of hell's surgeons find a tribe as soon as they're able. Their tools might be crude, but they soon learn to make do. Flint, slate, and shards of glass serve as their scalpels. They make thread from human hair and needles from slivers of iron. Whenever a member of the tribe has an infected sore, the surgeon will be the one to drain the pus. A tribal surgeon could well save your life, but they'll do it without anesthetic. Then there are the freelance surgeons, the people who try to go it alone. They make themselves a uniform, the theory being that the damned will recognize them if they all look alike. It doesn't really work, but then again, you can't expect much logic from people who've lost count of how many times they've died. For one thing, fashions change over time. I'm told that freelancers wore headdresses and bone necklaces at one point. The current trend is to mimic Venetian plague doctors by donning a beat mask and wearing a long coat of fire-blackened skin. Freelancers are rare, very rare in fact. You'll see thousands of the damned for every freelance surgeon you come across. When you do come across one, be careful. Firstly, surgeons don't get a free pass in hell. The damned are more likely to attack a freelancer than they are to barter their tools, clothes, or slaves in exchange for his services. You can't be certain if the man in the bird mask and black coat is really a surgeon, or somebody who murdered a surgeon and took his clothes. Perhaps they made the outfit themselves in order to draw the weak and the wounded close. Advertising doesn't always work as intended in this. If the freelancer turns out to be genuine, that doesn't give you an excuse to drop your guard. Freelance surgeons aren't usually the most stable people. Put another way, freelancers are usually sadistic fucking psychopaths. Sure, they might stitch you back together and send you on your way. They might also decide it would be more interesting if they stitched you to somebody else. They might think paying an arm and a leg for their service should be taken literally. They might turn out to be some wannabe serial killer who's yet to find their way to Skin Street. For each freelancer trying to do a tough job in a tougher place, there are a dozen or so Mengele's who want to try out their toys on somebody too injured to fight back. Stick with your tribe surgeon if you're lucky enough to have one. Failing that, learn to patch up your own wounds. Trust me, if you're able to read, you've already got the intellectual advantage over a lot of Hell's residents. Universal education is pretty recent. Freelancers aren't worth the risk. Cambions. I'll be honest with you here. I don't know if Cambions actually exist. What I'm going to tell you is something that somebody else told me. It's up to you to decide if it's true or not. Personally, I really hope it isn't. People sexually take advantage of one another in hell. It happens a lot. If you're not strong enough, it'll happen a lot to you. The good news for the ladies out there is that damned men fire blanks. You'll almost never be impregnated. I say almost never, because if you believe the stories, there's an incredibly slim chance that a couple of those little swimmers will be awake and looking for an egg. Just to put this in perspective, we're talking conjoined twin levels of unlikeliness here, and that's just conception. The chances of a pregnant woman surviving the full 9 months in hell are probably conjoined triplet levels of unlikely. You're talking about a perfect storm of beating the odds here. But this is eternity. A monkey randomly mashing keys on a typewriter will eventually produce the complete works of Shakespeare if it goes at it for all of eternity. The result of that perfect storm, of those monkeys with their typewriters, is a cambion, a child conceived and born in hell. Hey, I'm not saying they exist, okay? I'm saying I've met somebody who swears it's true and that he's seen a cambion for himself. You see babies in their birthing sacks from time to time. Usually it's just a body. Occasionally you see one drowning. Most of the damned ignore them. They wouldn't survive a day in the streets even if you could afford to devote your full attention to them. Better to leave them be. It's only the real sickos who cut up the sacks and... Yeah, I'm not gonna finish that thought. I'm getting sidetracked. So, this Cambion, who may or may not have existed, apparently looks like a normal child. It cried, it shit, it sucked its mother's tits just like a regular baby would. The mother was part of a tribe and they've been able to protect her throughout her pregnancy. Couldn't tell you why. Curiosity, perhaps? When it was born, the whole tribe gathered around to have a look. Among them was the man who told me the story, somebody I'd meet years later and eventually kill. This man cut the baby's cord and lifted it up to his face. Every man in the tribe had had the mother at one point or another, and he wanted to see if the baby looked anything like him. The Cambion looked like a normal kid in every way but one. Its eyes were dead, lifeless like a doll's. Sure, the kid was alive. It wriggled and cried like a normal baby. Those eyes were wide open, though, not scrunched closed like a newborn's baby's eyes should be. Wide open, empty doll's eyes. If that story is true, I don't blame the tribe for killing the kid. Something like that shouldn't exist. Right, I'm done. I gotta go. This is the point where people like to have things nicely tied up. A few dragons slain, a few maidens saved. At the very least, you could expect some kind of moral lesson to think over. I think that, in this case, that sort of thing is missing the point. There are no dragons to slay, no morals to learn. We do not live happily ever after. There's no grand revelation, no clever twist, no purpose, no redemption, no hope. There's only eternity among our own kind. Well, hey there. It's been a long time. The last body I had in the living world didn't cope too well with my mind driving it. When murder is just a normal part of existence, you tend to keep doing it out of habit. The inevitable result is either death or exorcism, and a trip back to the city of Dis. Safe to say, I got a bit carried away the last time I was here. After my last taste of freedom, I knew that I had to get back out of Dis. My existence ever since I squandered my last host has been utterly dedicated to fighting my way back into a pillar of fire. I had to escape this. After what I've seen, I had to escape. This new body seems a little more durable than the last one. Now that I'm back, shall we take another trip into hell? Phlegethon Swamp. It rains in hell. It rains all the fucking time, and that water has to go somewhere. Most of it drains out into Gehenna, where it sinks into the otherworldly ash and apparently disappears. The rest flows either into the sewers beneath the city, or it collects into Phlegethon Swamp. Remember how it's a bad idea to drink the rainwater in hell without boiling it? Well, Phlegethon's water will kill you, no matter what you do with it. Even letting the stuff touch your skin can be deadly. You see, the swamp isn't just filled with disease and rot, it's also brimming with chemical waste. One pool might simply be undrinkable, but another might dissolve your flesh. If you're mad enough to travel to Phlegethon, or unlucky enough to be born there, your odds of survival are slim. Phlegethon's waters are inky black, and it's impossible to tell just how deep a pool is by looking. It could be an inch or it could be a mile. You never know whether or not your next football will plunge you into the cloying abyss. Worse still, there are places where the sewers gradually drain the water and create unseen vortices capable of dragging down even the strongest of the damned. To navigate the swamp, you're better off using the crumbled buildings as stepping stones. The corrosive water causes wooden supports to wither and collapse, so there's plenty of debris lying around to stand on. Even so, if you don't take it slow and keep your balance, it's easy to slip and subject yourself to an agonizing death. Last but not least are the wildfires. These are the reason that even the most insane tribes don't try to establish a permanent stronghold in Phlegethon Swamp. All that chemical waste and decaying matter makes the swamp extremely volatile. A lightning strike or buildup of gases can result in immense explosions that ignite the swamp surface for miles around. Wildfires move fast. I guarantee you won't outrun one. Cocytus. The first time you see Cocytus, you could be forgiven for thinking you'd reached the very edge of this. The pit is dozens of miles wide and several times as deep. At some point in the dim and distant past, a fragile alliance of tribes put their slaves to work digging a quarry. Why they did this is lost to time, but many believe it was an attempt to escape Dis. Perhaps those tribes hoped that if they dug far enough, they'd eventually tunnel their way out of hell. In my view, the more likely answer is that the tribes were looking for resources. If that's true, then the excavation was a success. Miles below the surface, beneath the rock and dirt, there are caverns filled with veins of iron and copper, so far underground and sheltered from the relentless onslaught of rain, it's far easier to create a fire hot enough to smelt ore. The value of such a position wasn't lost on the tribes, and that alliance soon showed just how brittle it was. After a short but savage burst of treachery, the initial settlers of Cocytus all but wiped themselves out. Since then, the pit has been settled and mined countless times. Coordinated efforts from various tribes have transformed the quarry into an abyss. So far, these alliances have always been broken sooner or later. Cocytus has many paths into its depths, and the lower you go, the more labyrinthine the pit becomes. The sprawling caverns shelter entire shanty towns and crude smelting facilities. Some are abandoned, others have been lost to cave-ins, yet there are still plenty of tribes who fight, join forces, and betray one another over the precious ore veins. By this point, you gotta go pretty damn deep to find an untapped vein, and this is where Cocytus becomes truly deadly. Anybody who thought they might be able to tunnel out of hell would be sorely disappointed once they learn what lies in the depths. In all these years, after digging for so many miles, not one person has run into some magical portal leading out of Dis. They also haven't run into magma for that matter. The deeper you go, the colder Cocytus becomes. I've never been to the very bottom myself. I'm told that down there, the air is cold enough to freeze your blood and shatter your skin. Maybe that's true. I could certainly believe it. On the rare occasions I've been to Cocytus, I've always had to turn back once the walls became more ice than rock, and the narrow walkways became a death trap. If you have the numbers to do it, Cocytus is still a valuable place to settle. Just remember that when hunger, cold, and greed are your constant companions, none of the damned can be trusted. The Pale Witch. I've told you about the Slaughterman previously, but hell has other legendary figures, each with their own sobriquets. The Ripper, the Grim Doctor, the Tyrant, and many more. So far, I've only encountered one of those figures. During my last stay in hell, I came across the Pale Witch. As is always the case with legends, the truth about the Pale Witch tends to get lost amid the superstition. I've heard plenty of theories as to what she is. The Pale Witch is a Shriga who has the power of the evil eye. The Pale Witch is a Gorgon whose gaze turns her victims to stone. The Pale Witch is a succubus who entraps the minds of those she wishes to consume. All of that is bullshit. I've seen the Pale Witch, and I know the truth about her. When I first saw her, I didn't realize who I was looking at. She was naked and locked in combat with an armed resident, so I just took her for fresh meat. Here's a tip for you. If you see a resident fighting fresh meat, kill both of them while they're distracted. I planned to do exactly that, but something about the fight seemed off. Residents usually have the upper hand in a fight against fresh meat, and this particular bout definitely seemed about as one-sided as it gets. She was naked, whereas he was clad in leather and bone. She was unarmed, whereas he had a club. She was waifus, whereas he was huge. Despite him having the advantage, the resident was clearly terrified of her. The rules of hell dictated that he should have cracked her skull, taken her skin, and eaten her flesh, but that just wasn't happening. He was uncoordinated and apparently desperate to escape. Every swing he took was clumsy, and the blows he did manage to land on her didn't seem to have any effect. I could only stare as this naked, vulnerable woman took the resident's club from his unresisting hand and swung it at his knee. I'm accustomed to the sound of bones breaking by now, but by this time the noise caught me off guard. How the hell was this happening? She brought the club down on his other knee, then his elbows, then his ankles, and then his shoulders. She left him broken and screaming on the ground. She could have finished him off with a blow to the head, stolen his clothing, and taken her rightful place as a resident. That's how hell works. Those are the rules I've learned through bloody trial and error. That isn't what happened, though. Rather than kill him, she sat down beside him in the mud and took his hand in hers. I actually thought she was going to console him, until she started breaking his fingers. One by one, she snapped the fingers on both of his hands with a calmness that made no sense to me. Torture is common in hell, but there's always a purpose behind it. The people in Skin Street do it out of sadism, and the people in the boneyard do it for their insane purification rituals. This woman did it without emotion and without reason. I honestly don't even know if she understood that she was hurting him. I don't think her mind works the same way as ours. Eventually, the resident lost consciousness. A man can only take so much pain before the shock gets him. Surely now she'd be satisfied. Surely she'd take his clothes and restore a hell's order. But no. She stood up and tilted her head slightly and uttered a noise for the first time. It wasn't a victory cry, nor was it even a sigh of relief. Instead, the sound she made was nothing more than a faintly bemused It was as if she couldn't comprehend why her plaything had stopped moving. She stood up and stepped away from him, apparently content to leave him alive, unconscious and crippled on the ground. She kept his club but didn't take his clothes. The cold and rain didn't seem to bother her. Then she looked at me. In that instant, I knew I was looking at the pale witch. I looked into her eyes and I couldn't move. I understood what she was straight away, and the sheer terror of it froze me. The pale witch isn't a Shriga. She isn't a Gorgon, and she isn't a succubus. The pale witch is a Cambion. It's hard to put into words exactly how paralyzing the sight of a Cambion is. That perfectly serene face and those dead, staring eyes just don't belong on a body that's otherwise human. It was like looking into the face of a mannequin and knowing that it's looking back at you. That noise again. That kind of detached curiosity shouldn't exist in the world of predator and prey. Might makes right. Survival of the fittest. Nobody in the city of Dis has any right to make that noise. She took an awkward step towards me, and I saw that her right leg was broken. It seemed that her fight with the resident had injured her after all. She just didn't notice. She tried to walk normally, completely unaware that one of her legs had an extra joint. I don't care how tough you are. Nobody should be able to put their full weight onto a broken leg without even wincing. She stepped closer, her zombie shuffle steadily closing the gap between us as I stared at her. She raised her club and my survival instincts finally kicked into gear. Her transfixing spell broke just enough for me to stumble backwards and avoid her swing. I ran. I ran from a woman with a broken leg, and I'm not even ashamed of it. Looking back on my experience, there are some things I just can't comprehend. The Pale Witch is a Cambion, I'm certain of it. She was born in hell, and hell is all she's ever known. She also looked to be about 30 years old. That just shouldn't be possible. No baby survives long in this. Even if they had tried to protect them, there just isn't enough nourishment for an infant to grow into a toddler, let alone an adult. The Pale Witch is a walking impossibility. Her existence is a defiance of all reason. I would endure every torture the people of Skin Street and the Boneyard could conceive of, if it meant I would never have to look into her eyes again.